Very good morning to everyone. Anbana Kale Vanakkam. Thank you for joining us. It's day 2 of Umagine TN. I invite all our students to please join us and quickly take your seats. As you can see, our speakers are ready for the fireside chat ahead of everybody else. Ready to go. So we're waiting for you to participate. So நம்ம காலேஜில் தான் பேக் பெஞ்சு இங்கே வந்து நீங்கள் ஃப்ரண்ட் பேஜ் ஆகிடலாம். ஸோ முன்னால் வந்துடுங்க. ப்ளீஸ் கம் ஃபார்வர்ட், டேக் யோர் பிளேசஸ், take your seats. Every single day we wake up and we read about AI, and that's going to be a focus in this fireside chat as well. So it's going to be very, very interesting. Munala Vanga. Quickly settle down so we can start the program. So once again, a warm welcome to everyone. It's day 2 of Umagine T, and here's what we're going to do. We're going to begin with the fireside chat. As you all know, we are in the middle of an AI marathon, and we are in a moment in history where we're seeing so much disruption in such a short period, and that's why our focus is going to be strategic investments in AI. And joining us today is Peter Wiederholm, Managing Director of EQT Digital, a visionary leader at the forefront of digital innovation. His strategic acumen and commitment to pushing boundaries have positioned EQT Digital as a trailblazer in the digital realm. His leadership is characterized by a fusion of technical expertise and a deep understanding of market dynamics, driving EQT Digital success in delivering cutting-edge solutions. Peter, I was reading your Twitter, and you said that, you've been traveling so much, you've been sleeping more in the plane than in your house. So we're very, very happy that you're here with us today. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
And we also have with us Nitin Chopra, the Chief Digital and Information Officer at Indigo, a seasoned professional driving the airline's digital revolution with a distinguished career in information technology. Nitin spearheads transformative initiatives, ensuring Indigo remains at the forefront of digital innovation in the aviation sector. So it's going to be a very, very interesting fireside chat. ஒரு பெரிய கைத்தட்டலுடன் அவங்களை வரவேற்கலாம். Over to you.
We can kick off?
Yes, you have my permission.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me at the back? All the kids out there, raise your hands. You can hear me? All good? A very good morning. Thank you everyone for joining. Let's start with Peter. I hope I pronounced your name properly.
You did?
I've had multiple people in my life with different letters to the name. Peter and Peter.
Yes.
So Peter, please, why don't you introduce yourself?
Thank you. I'm Peter Wiederholm, and I head up something called EQT Digital based out of Singapore. Actually, I wanted to do, or should I do an introductory remark, or should I just do a little bit of intro?
Yeah, I mean, why don't you?
Yeah, why don't I kick off the introductory remark here? Maybe I can get the presentation up. Great, so I wanted to take, 10 minutes or so in the beginning to share a little bit about myself, the company I work for, EQT, and how we think about investing in AI. This is me. I had the fortune to work for Spotify. 5 years I was in tech leadership team there, and then for the past 8 years I've been with EQT. And EQT is a private equity company. And most people don't know what private equity is, but we buy companies, transform them, and own them for 4, 5, 6 years, and then we sell them. And I've been doing this for the past 8 years. I also had the great opportunity to move to Singapore. And being a Swede, the difference is quite big. Number one, the difference, of course, is the temperature. I was in Sweden this winter, and it was minus 36 when I left, and I came to Singapore, and it was plus 36. So that's a big difference. But there's also a difference in how vibrant the community is, how much is happening here. And we spoke before here, Nitin and I, and all of you who are studying now and going out into this vibrant economy and all the things that you're going to do, I'm very excited about that. Congratulations. Well, let me talk a little bit about EQT itself. And I think this is one of the things that is very important when we talk about AI also. Our purpose is to future-proof our companies and have a positive impact in everything we do. And when you talk about future-proofing, of course, digital becomes a very important aspect of that. But I like to put things into context. And EQT itself was founded by the Wallenberg family, and they've been going for 150 years. They're on the 6th generation. So talk about long-term future-proofing. I joke and say they own everything in Sweden except IKEA and Spotify, but actually it's not far from the truth. I'm sure you recognize some of these iconic brands like Electrolux or ABB, Saab, SKF, and Ericsson. They own Nasdaq, AstraZeneca, but they own these companies forever, and they started EQT and instilled their long-term view in us. So how can we future-proof our portfolio companies? And this is because of the values that they set up. This is the culture that long-term thinking is really, really important. So, if EQT is an investment organization, so we own many, many companies. We own 200 plus companies. Why is digital important and why is AI important to us? So let's take a step back and disregard AI for a moment and talk about digital. So what you see on this slide is about the 8-10-year-old survey made by MIT and Capgemini. The dots that you see are companies. And on the x-axis, you have these companies' ability to understand and act in a digital world. Their strategy, how developed is their strategy to meet the changes in technology. And on the y-axis, you have the amount of activity in these companies, the amount of digital investments. So this gives us 4 quadrants. Down to the left, you have the beginners, digital beginners. They have no strategy and they don't do that much. Down right, you have the conservatives. They are the companies that know what to do, but for different reasons, they don't invest. You have the top left corner, those are the fashionistas. What they do is they do a lot of stuff, but it's not really coherent strategy. And the top right is the digital leaders, where you both have a strategy and lots of investment. And the interesting thing, and I think there's a lot of MBA students here, so this is a very, very good slide for you. The interesting thing is when you connect the financial outcomes of the digital leaders with the laggards. And if you own hundreds of companies, where would you like your companies to be? Of course, the digital leaders. Now, this was made 10 years ago, and now, before this, the latest hype around AI. My point here, my thesis here, is that AI will only accelerate this. It will make it even more important to be in the leader quadrant. It means that we can no longer be fast followers. We need to invest a lot here. So, the million-dollar question, what should be my AI strategy for a company? And here's my attempt to reframe that question is, how how can we supercharge the strategy using AI? I don't believe that we should have a separate AI strategy. What does your customer really want, or if you're in the government, what does your citizen really want, and how can we use AI to supercharge that? I'll leave you with two, before we go into the fireside discussion, two frameworks. One is around where things are going to get disrupted. And what you see on this slide, which I appreciate is a very busy one, is different disruption in different sectors and industries. So, of course, there's difference between media, technology, energy, and so on. But what we also did was we looked at all the different functions in a company, like R&D, marketing and sales, legal and risk, IT, and so on, customer service. And even the takeaway here is that, of course, some industries are more disrupted by AI. We need to be aware of that. But even in industries where you're not disrupted from an industry perspective, certain functions in your company can still benefit a lot from investing in AI. The second thing I wanted to say in terms of framework and thinking is, where does AI end up? It's three main buckets that I think we should think about. Productivity improvement is the first. That is available here and now. This is what more can we automate, as an example. And the difference between now and 12 months ago in terms of what's possible to automate is huge. But this we can do now. The second bucket is product innovation. So how do we take AI and add to what we do, augment what we do? This is actually much harder. Nitan is with the Indigo, right? The airline, and Air Canada just recently, they put up this chatbot and turned out that they had a very bad, it invented a new refund and cancellation policy that cost them a lot of money, right? So doing these things is very difficult to do right. And the third part is the value chain changes, which is the things that change over 3, 5, 10-year timeframes, like the rise of the internet. Finally, I just also wanted to share a little what we have invested in here in India in the last couple of, I think in the last 12 months. We've invested in IVF Indira. So it's a large IVF clinic, and talk about having a positive purpose, helping Indian families to get children. And HDFC Credila, which is supporting ambitious students that want to study abroad. And we're very pleased that we're partnering with them as well. So with that, I would like to conclude the initial remark.
Thank you so much, Peter. Thank you for that 5-minute, 10-minute run through. Yeah. Okay, let's get into a bit of a conversation then. So, I mean, in terms of companies that you invest in, that AQT, is there a specific theme of companies or any company that you feel will, attempts to solve some problems in the world? I mean, what is your investment thesis? How do you invest in these companies?
Yeah, so we are thematic investors. Yeah. So we don't just invest in any company opportunistic. We look at different sectors, primarily 3 sectors. One is technology. Yeah. One is healthcare, and the third one is services, right? And here you have different types of services, financial services, you have technology services, and so on, right? But that's the main sort of themes that we go for. Then they have to be of certain sizes, and they have to be certain growth rates, and so on. But generally speaking, these 3 types of investment.
So technology, services, and healthcare. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And as you rightly said, I mean, AI, by the way, I don't know whether I can do a bit of raise of hands here, but do you know anyone here, when was the term artificial intelligence invented? I don't know how well I get a response from so many people, but give me a raise of hands. How many people think it was invented in the 2000s? No one? 1970s? A few of you? 1960s? A few of you? some of you are not raising hands for anything. So 1950s,
Yeah.
yeah, most of you have raised. So I think we have a very, scholarly audience here. But it was invented in 1950s, right, Peter? Somebody came out in one of the universities and spoke about artificial intelligence. And I was reading an article, they had projected that by the end of the summer, of the project, they would make computers, intelligent, right? And, like 6 decades later. So, I mean, your point was in one of your slides that AI and digital percolates pretty much everything, right? So maybe just describe that a bit. When you look at your portfolio companies in your role, first of all, how does digitization play a role in services, in technology, obviously, in healthcare? And then we'll come to AI maybe in the next one.
Yeah, so it's a good question. And for most of our companies, technology, of course, plays a very key role as an enabler for what it is that you do, right? It's not the key service. For technology, for software businesses, of course it is. But for most companies, something that enables you to do something better. So if you're in healthcare, I would say let's separate two different types of importance of digital. One is how do you operate your business, right? Yeah. How can you book patients, or how can you do that? That's using technology to operate faster,
yeah,
so that you can get better service for the patients in that case, right? The other one is when you invest in things in technology so that you can deliver the service better, right? So improving your product or service in that case, how can we do better healthcare? How can we do better diagnosing? How can we do better treatments, right? And those two are separate and bespoke, I think, per company and sector.
Yeah, it's very similar for aviation as well, yeah? Which is you using technology, as you rightly said, for just operational efficiency, automation of processes. Then also for customer service, because a lot of the kind of interaction today is digital, yeah? But it was interesting, and Ish would know this. I was talking to the ex-Tesla CIO, and he was talking about another dimension, right? Which is the car itself is IT, right?
Yeah.
So he's talking about service, processes, and then the actual product, yeah?
Yeah.
And perhaps in healthcare, you must be seeing technology becoming a bit central to health itself, I mean, with programmatic and genetic engineering.
Yes, this for sure happens. I think if you look at certain areas of technological development in AI, like image recognition and detecting anomalies and so on, these sort of classification things, or improving the probability that something is going to work out, right? Because you have better data, you can do a better diagnosis, and you can do a better better assessment of as a doctor, what is it that you can do. But I think one thing that I can share a pretty interesting case study with you. We own a business called Icon Cancer Care. Okay. So they're a cancer provider. I mean, talk about having a positive purpose, right? Yeah. Whatever they do better, it means people get treated from this horrible disease. And one of the things we did there, how can data help there, right? Well, it's a good question, and I think it's one of the questions that we ask our companies is, what does it mean to be a digital leader in your industry and market, right? We don't need to turn you into a Tesla or a Spotify or a Google, but what does it mean to be a digital leader in cancer care?
Correct. Right?
And then, okay, what can we do then? What data can we use? And we did this project with them, where we went out and looked at all tried to gather the data for all clinical trials that are coming up with different drugs. Where are new cancer drugs in the process of being, so that you can use them for clinical trials? And if you think about a large cancer care operation, of course, they have a lot of different people, a lot of different patients that could benefit from this. But you need to know, you need to have visibility, you need to plan for it, and you need to say, hey, we have someone here, right? And by using this technology to gather this data on drug development and match that with what is it that we have here in terms of our patients,
Right.
and being able to, just be at the forefront and provide the best possible care for that. I think that's an excellent example of how data can be used to actually deliver better outcomes of the core thing that you do.
Fascinating, right? I mean, we'll switch on the conversation around AI, but just to conclude, and please tell me if, I've got your kind of summary right. So think of technology as an enabler, right? As some of the younger crowd here goes into enterprises, remember it percolates every part of your enterprise, yeah? Not just operational processes, but customer service, and in some digital natives, even the product.
Yeah.
Even areas like healthcare, which is a great example you just gave, even areas like healthcare, data and technology is having a profound impact. In this particular case, matching and basically getting to personalized healthcare services. Right? So that's great. I mean, technology has been there for a number of years. Is, I think, as you rightly said, percolating into strategies of enterprises. And then bang comes AI. After 50 years,
Yeah,
of
finally.
ups and downs, it's going to change the world, and then winter. It's going to change the world, and then a longer winter, right? So let me see some of the colleagues here and see if we can. So who has heard of Sparrow AI? One person in the room. I've done this so many times now, so you can almost guess that I wouldn't find too many. But nobody's heard of Sparrow AI? Good, because if all of you had raised your hands, I wouldn't know what to do, right? How many of you have heard of ChatGPT? Amazing, right? Amazing. Sparrow AI is from DeepMind, a company which Google had acquired a long time back, a great investment. They came up with perhaps a language model well before ChatGPT, right? So, I mean, what is actually a tipping point? Would you agree, first of all? Okay, let's just take a step back, and I'll conclude this ChatGPT discussion in a minute. But in your view and what you see, Peter, do you think AI is now firmly in its summer and there has been a tipping point?
I think that's a good question. If you ask me that question tomorrow, I'll probably have a different answer, because, as you say, it's like you get so disappointed, and then, oh my God, it's so amazing, and then you get so disappointed. But let me phrase it this way. I grew up in the 80s and 90s and started to program on the Amiga, and then on PC and Windows 3.1 and whatnot. And I could not imagine, in my wildest imagination, the things that we can do today. And the thing is, if you go back 5 years, I could then not imagine, in my wildest imaginations, the thing we can do today. So I think I read this quote by Ben Evans, who writes on strategy, and he said that AI is everything that doesn't work. As soon as it works, it is called software. And I think there's something to that, right? AI now is at the forefront, that bleeding edge where sort of failure is expected. And we're exploring that space now. Actually, as a human race, we're sort of exploring that space. How can we use it? What can we do? And where is it safe to use? And where is it not safe to use? And I'm sure the students in here maybe have used ChatGPT to get some help with writing an essay or something, and you've learned probably the hard way that you need to check it, right? Yeah. So I'm drifting away from your question here, but I think it's AI has come to a point where it has to be included in any serious analysis on what investment you're going to make. That's what I'm saying.
And I can understand, right? I think with PE and investment firms, you have to put this disclaimer that this should not be treated as an investment advice. Yeah. So I can understand that you're being a bit cautious, and also because you don't know for 100%.
Yeah.
But I think, Peter, would it be right to say that you feel at least there is some unprecedented progress that we wouldn't have imagined in our lifetime?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And I feel similarly, right? So, I mean, just to give you a bit of a view, how many of you have heard of Indigo?
I'm flying back using Indigo this
Okay.
afternoon.
The
No
younger-
pressure, mate.
Yeah, yeah, I know. The younger generation doesn't seem to have heard of my company, but how many of you have traveled Indigo? Yeah, that's good. So this is, let me test my own abilities out here. How many of you have booked Indigo flight on our website or app? Okay, a few of you. So obviously as a Chief Digital Officer, I have a lot of work cut out for me. But let me ask this. How many of you have gone to our website or app and used the AI engine called Sky, S-K-A-I? No one.
No.
Gosh, I should probably go and fire my marketing guy, right? So, you know, as you said, you know, I mean, my view is leaders lead, right? Right? And if there is no experimentation with technology, you will not make progress.
Yes.
But you've got to be cautious as well.
Yes.
Yeah. So we kind of worked with Microsoft when their GPT-4 came out. We tested it against all sorts of potential hallucinations, but we put it out there, right? We put it out there in front of our customers. It's called 6C Sky. We've done close to 2,500 bookings, around nearly 200,000 interactions. So it's I call it a new direct channel. So I don't treat it like a chatbot. It's producing us revenue. Yeah. And of course, we are watching it very closely, right? Because there is risk. Yeah, but I mean, just coming back to the topic, I think most of us in our enterprise circles would say that we should be looking at AI. I mean, it's here, it's real, right? But obviously, you've got to be a bit cautious as well, and we'll come to that. Right? So, for the audience out there, you know, besides when you enter the workplace, and some of you are already in the workplaces, make sure you've got your hands around digital, because digital percolates pretty much every part of your business. And then in the current age of AI, make sure you kind of looking at AI. Yeah. Anyway, consumers are. I mean, most of the folks have used it, right?
Yeah.
But then just let's look at AI then, and some of the topics that you had. Yeah. AI for productivity, AI for operational excellence. Could you let us throw some examples in your vast portfolio of companies where something like AI is being used?
Yeah, for sure. Actually, quite a few. I mean, one, and this is, by the way, this is the thing that I think, you know, all you who are students and are about to go out into the workplace, when you go out, you know, please experiment. Everybody loves someone coming back and saying, hey, I tried this thing and this seems like it should work, right? That experimentation and innovation and bringing a new point of view. So I'll give you an example. We have a software company in the US, and they have all these different customers, and they have all these different modules that they sell, and up, you know, and this module costs, you know, $100 a month, and this mod, you know what it's like, right? And someone just started to experiment. Can we run some analysis on all this data around our customers? What are the customer profiles? And what modules do they have, and then find which of the customers have not bought that module and try to find this sort of where can we sell a bit more,
Right.
where can we
Upselling.
provide it? Yeah, the upselling, right? And this is just a 3-4 week project.
Yeah.
Someone does,
Yeah.
comes up with an idea, use the new technology, and provide something that, of course, is not 100%, right? But it shows, look, there's so much value to be found here.
Yeah.
And then we can start to invest and properly and think about all the risks and the compliance and all that stuff. But someone that just go in and try to do that. So that's, I think, a great example of like this huge data where we're finding where to go. I think another one is, also healthcare. We have a company that I believe is here today, AGS Health. They do revenues management for this. The U.S. healthcare system. It's very complicated with insurance and what who should be paying and whatnot. And they're applying, natural language processing and a bunch of these cool models to automate what they do and make sure that you get paid what you're supposed to get paid, right? Which is doesn't sound that sexy.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound that super exciting, but it's really cool technology, and the outcome is so important for the individuals, right? To make sure that they have the right coverage and so on.
So kind of you've seen this in both these areas, the use cases, right? Which are, yeah. I mean, just to add to maybe from an aviation perspective, right, Peter? We are looking at AI, and as you rightly said, maybe start with experimentation, yeah. So definitely on the productivity side, marketing, content generation, yeah. We're looking at, I mean, most of the tools are now baking in AI into their products. Then of course, call center and employee center, those kind of areas. Then of course, operational efficiency. A lot of the revenue management and pricing used to be based on operations research in aviation. So now we are starting to look at neural networks to see how that can be done. Yeah, and then
That's
of
a
course,
great example, yeah.
yeah. So I think again, I mean, whether it be customer experience or it be operational efficiency, definitely AI is playing a role. And you've seen not just experiments in your portfolio companies, but definitely valued in it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
So it's quite funny, right? So recently, one of the big players launched another version. So one late evening, I was experimenting with this version, right? And this is not ChatGPT, some other new Google's product, right? So I said, can you tell me something about Neetan Chopra, right? That's me. So it came back and said, sorry, I have no idea. I have no idea who this person is. And whatever they say after that, right? So I got quite offended. Yeah. So I said, can you tell me something about Neetan Chopra, who works in Indigo, who's written a book? So I became very specific. Then that guy said, aha, that Neetan Chopra. Yeah. And then beautifully summarized, right, my profile. And then beautifully, without any hesitation, also said that I have worked in Wipro, right, which I have never done, right, beautifully. I mean, you couldn't make out, right? So it said, yeah, this guy has, written a book, digital transformation, blah, 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 and then he did a stint with Wipro, right? Now, I don't know how it got that, but it was beautifully lined, right? So, as we do these experiments on AI, just your views on how do we cover against these kind of risks?
Yeah, I think there's, for the foreseeable future, we need to have humans in the loop because
Humans in the loop, yeah.
for generative AI applications for that reason. I think, I'll give you an example of how do we use AI internally on ourselves. At EQT. So one of the things we do, we invested in this, it's called Mother Brain. It's a very cool name. remember, when you start a project out there, when you go out in work, you should always, actually invest a little extra time in the project name. Don't call it Project Falcon or something that everybody, Mother Brain, everybody remembers that. So we invested, that's our big data play. So we take in all this data from all these companies all over the world, and people, and our own investment, data from internally and so on. And then this helps us to find, what should we invest our time in? Which companies should we go after? So it helps us filter that, right? It doesn't say invest in this one, right? But it says this has the characteristics that seems very, very useful, and that helps us saves a lot of time. And we also even do this. So we built this for our portfolio companies that go out. And many portfolio companies, they're pretty large, and then they go and buy many other companies. Which companies should they buy and integrate, right? So we have that.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it's very cool. And you type, it's a large language model behind. Also, so you type, I'm looking for, say something cool, say companies that do IoT solutions and security for IoT solutions in the manufacturing space or something like that, right? And then it helps using that to sift through all this vast database. It's really cool, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is, to take that to the level of automatically invest.
Yeah.
I mean, that gap is just so large.
Yeah.
But and the same, I think, for you're experimenting with things in the airline industry. The gap from where you are now to fully autonomous pilots and everything is, just operated by one guy. I mean, the gap is just so large, right? But I think trying this and learning what works and where can we do it and, add to it, the more you do that and the faster you do that, you come back up into that digital leader category that I said, you need to have the activity level, right? I think it's easy to try something and then you get burned because you do something that doesn't really work, and then you end up in that conservative quadrant, right? Oh no, let's not do that, let's not try. But you got to keep chugging along, right? Yeah.
Well, that's really interesting. I'm sure a lot of the younger generation here would be taking help from AI in their homeworks and stuff that they write. But what's amazing is one of the top private equity players also asks AI, where should I invest in?
Yeah.
But of course, I mean, I think that's great. That's great insight. But of course, there is human in the loop. Yeah. Where when you don't tell it to automatically invest as well, then there is a human in the loop which then says, okay, because it could be hallucinating.
Yeah, no, and I think this is just one of those areas where it's been very interesting to see, like the latest now with Gemini and Google that try to generate images, and they're obviously wrong because they put in the wrong constraints.
Yeah.
And that of course is hurting them. And now how are they going to come back? And the thing is that it's a very, very difficult problem to solve, right? So here I think in AI at the moment, the way I would think about it is sometimes you have problems that are like very tough, concrete problems. It's like moving a big rock. What do? You use power, right? Bring the big crane and move it. It's very concrete, right? In the literal sense. In AI and on the regulatory side and the risk side, I think right now it's much more like fog. It's fog, right? And how do it doesn't matter how hard you push. It doesn't matter if you're strong or not. You can push, the fog comes, it's still there, right? So the way, how do you solve that type of problem is moving slowly, one small step at a time, and feel cautiously, but keep moving, right? Keep moving, and eventually you're out of the fog.
I love the way you describe this. Can I use it somewhere else in my?
Oh, please.
So yeah, I mean, that's a great way of putting it. So I'll just summarize the conversation up till now and then we'll carry on. So again, AI is here to stay. Yeah, it ain't going anywhere.
No.
Consumers are using it, society is using it, enterprises are using it, PE firms are using it. So, it's kind of percolating into our way of life. I love the way you describe it. It's probably like fog, yeah? So you sense, clear it up, test, go further, sense, respond, go further.
Yes.
Don't stop, yeah?
Exactly.
Because if you stop, you do stop, I mean, you fall behind, right? And of course, I mean, the reason there is humans in the loop or you are taking this cautious approach is because there is not perfection as yet. Yeah? And AI is still an evolving technology, right? So you got to be a bit worried about that. Now, of course, for those of you who are interested in this subject, there is this wave of AI that people talk about, right? So today we are in the wave of artificial, what do you call that, narrow intelligence, right? So you give it a problem, it focuses on that problem, helps you with that problem, right? Then they talk about artificial general intelligence, right, which is which is the singularity as well, where they become as smart as you and me. Perhaps earlier with me, later with you. Right? And then, of course, they talk about artificial superintelligence, which is take over the world, right? The Bollywood and Hollywood world, right? So, I mean, and you know, society is kind of experts are torn on this. You get various experts giving you different opinions on this, right, Peter? Your views on how far are we from, for example, general intelligence, right? AGI. What's your view on it?
Yeah, I think we're pretty far from that. I mean, when it comes to these risks, I think it can be interesting to talk about them from a philosophical perspective, but I am not at all worried about, you know, AI going to take over the world and you know, humanity is going to be extinct. I do worry about if I were a politician and needed to think about policy, I think there are probably two things that I would be worried about. Number one, the very high degree of automation that will be possible very soon. The very high degree of automation that will be possible soon. Actually today, if you look at the big thing around AI today is the ability, in my view, to take unstructured data and make it semi-structured or structured, accurately classify. This unlocks unprecedented level of automation. And when you automate a lot, I think humanity has been doing this for the past 200 years at least, right? But the speed of which this happens now, I think can have an interesting effect in terms of how quickly we get less people in jobs and more automation, right? So that's a worry, the speed of that. I'm sure all the people will find other things to do, but there is a time to take. I think that's one. Secondly, of course, when it comes to you know, policy regulation around privacy and these things, right? I think this is a big thing in Europe, less so other places in the world. But yeah, I think here you cannot. There of course has to be regulatory frameworks, but you cannot also be too far out from the rest of the world because that complicates doing business in a region if its regulatory framework is too different from others. And yeah, I think those were the two things I would think of. Yeah.
You know, I would kind of align with you on that, right? Although, you know, sometimes when I look at the way Sky responds to our customers, there is this whole field called emergent behaviors in AI, right?
Yeah.
Where you haven't really planned for it, but the AI is able to, because of the neural networks and so many neural networks, is able to, what seems like an emergent behavior, that the AI is able to generate. But having looked at all of this, Peter, I would kind of agree with you. We are very far away from singularity, but who knows, right? Some of this is moving at an exponential speed. So what's firm then? What's firm is that when a lot of the new generation takes up work, they will enter a workplace where a lot of the stuff that used to be manually done previously is now done autonomously.
Yeah.
Not with automated, but
And I think this is one of the things also for especially the students here, right? I think I don't believe that AI will replace humans.
Yeah.
Humans using AI will replace humans who don't,
Exactly.
right? So coming back to that, what I said in the opening remarks around, don't think about an AI strategy. You have a strategy, supercharge that with AI, right? And be on top of what's going. You should do that if you think about it for your own career.
Yeah.
How can I use the tools available to be as good as I can, right? If I'm a coder, am I using the co-pilots and so on of the world to be learning to work with these tools? If I'm in marketing, am I using these new tools to help generate content, check for simplicity, improve, personalize, automate, hyper-personalization of marketing? I mean, what am I doing to supercharge myself? I think that's the way to future-proof your own career, right?
So you're right? So, I mean, just to repeat that a bit, because that's quite an important point of discussion as we get into the last 15 minutes. So yeah, I mean, some of this bit might seem like from the movies, but that doesn't seem to worry the two of us for now, right? Mm-hmm. And we'll have to see in our lifetime what happens. But what is definite is the world is changing. You know, the world is definitely changing. The world of enterprises has already changed. And what we see together in our respective domains is a fairly high level of automation and a fairly high level of AI percolating into pretty much every form of life, right? So I've been a digital guy all my life, and I started with coding, yeah. But today, as you rightly said, I mean, coding is more about assembly, and tomorrow coding will be largely automated, right? Yeah. So we got to evolve our skills, yeah. And the other track that you kind of highlighted is the track of policy and regulation, right? So that all of this kind of matures into a system that helps us all, right? Yeah. But before I shift gears into, what's in it for us, right? As human beings, kids here, some of the professionals, what does this AI transformation mean to us? Before I get in there, maybe a bit of one more topic around AI is the extrovert, right? We see AI, right? We see it in ChatGPT, we see it in our lives, but the introvert is really the data, right? And you and me know that if the data ain't sorted, right, there is no chance in hell for AI, right? So do you want to throw a bit of light on your experience on sorting out the data?
Yeah, I think it's a great one. I have two things on that actually. Number one, I'm very positive on the need for continued tech services and the demand for tech services.
Yeah.
Because to benefit from these applications, you need very good data governance. You need good master data. You need to understand where your data is coming from. You need to track. All of these things are good old-fashioned, basic tech transformations and using the tool systems, automations in a good way. And few companies are good at that, right?
Yeah.
And even if they're good, it keeps changing, right? So that's something where I think. So in the beginning when this came out, and we have we're in India, obviously huge hub for tech services and outsourcing and so on. And I felt, oh my God, what's going to happen?
Yeah.
Oi. We say in Sweden, that means oh, that's not good, right? Oi. And the thing is that what we see in the markets is that the demand for tech services keeps increasing, right? It's elastic in the sense, and I'm sorry, it's maybe a word that is hard to put into context, but if you went back into the 1990s and you had a company that had a $1 million IT budget, and now we fast forward to 2024, the way we can compute, our computers are 1 million times faster, right? Do we have a $1 million? Do we have a $1 IT budget? No, we don't. Do we have a $1 million IT budget? No. We probably have a $2 million IT budget in the same company, meaning that we do not only 1 million times more, we do 2 million times more computing. And that sort of elasticity in the demand is just going to be continue to grow.
Yep.
So for that reason, I'm positive on tech services. What I do believe is that the importance of certain functions will become more and more, like the data, people who are good at data engineering, data scientists, all that. If you're not studying that, go take an extra course and then go out and do magic in the companies here, right? That will be. I'd also like to say something else on, how everybody, at least in Sweden, it used to be, people said, oh, my phone, I got this ad, and we were just talking about that. So it means my phone is listening, it's eavesdropping on me.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, actually, you generate all this data, and you're so predictable as a human. And unfortunately, we're so predictable. We find kind of easy to predict on a statistical level, and then you remember those things, right? It doesn't eavesdrop on you. It's just that the data you generate predicts that you are interested in buying that whatever thing, right? You need new shoes or something. And I think if you take that example and just 10x, 100x the capability of the data that we generate, imagine the type of services that we can get going forward where around whatever, what food you eat or where you go or all that. I find that to be quite interesting to see where that goes.
So, one of the jobs, according to you, which I would completely agree with you, is the data engineering, data management, data governance, data lineage, metadata about data.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
All of that is absolutely central to any of the AI then giving you value. Yeah. And hence, as an investor, please.
Let me tell you. So when we go in, when we look at acquiring a company, we do something called due diligence, DD. And what that means is you go in and you look at the company and you open the box and you look in. And when it comes to data governance, you look at, oh my God, what's going on? That's the sense in most companies. Very poor maturity. So for us to deploy these type of use cases, to a large extent, it's like, what's the foundational investment we need to make to get them up to speed here, right? That it drives so much of the value in a company. You find a company that is really good at that, it's like, oh my God, this is a great business.
So if I see it from a few perspectives, if you are somebody looking for a job in digital, think data.
Yes.
So that is one. If you are a company looking for, great investors, make sure your data is sorted, right? So when he comes in, he sees but I think more importantly, strategically, the topic says strategic investment in AI. For any strategic play in AI, what's important is the basics of data is sorted out. And I had a similar session with 6 people in a setting in San Francisco, right? And one of the ladies, I forget her name, she said the most important job in AI, right, is the job of a data janitor. And I couldn't agree more, right? Just cleaning up your data, getting it ready for the future is quite important. Otherwise, the algorithms just can't work on it. Right? Now, we've got 10 minutes remaining. Typically, if I couldn't hear, but I would have got into a lot of, Q&A from the crowd. But let's carry on to the, perhaps, the WIFM.
What's your question?
Did you see something?
What's your question down there? Oh, no, it wasn't. No.
Just somebody just exercising.
Yeah.
So, you said it a bit, right, saying careers are changing, because, so would jobs fundamentally change then, in your view?
I think so.
And what should we do with people who are already in jobs, people who are looking for jobs? Just get it a bit personal to the people here. What would, what do you think we should be doing?
Yeah, no, the theme was strategic investment in AI, right? And I think a strategic investment in AI for yourself is to make sure that you learn and use the tools that are available, right? Are you using ChatGPT? You're in a better position than someone who isn't, right? If you're exploring, using these niche tools for, coding or other things, you should. Then I think if you think about joining something that is very transactional, very repeatable, the odds are that that's not where the market is gonna reward that type of job, 5-10 years from now. It will reward the jobs that are automating away that type of task, right? And I think that's probably where I would be thinking of what can I do to help change business processes using the tools that I have and that I know.
No, that's great advice. I mean, I think it's so important, right, in our response to this tectonic changes in society because of AI. It's so important that we as professionals, as students, respond by being curious, first of all.
Yes,
right.
So important. I think curiosity is the number one trait that I look for when hiring young people straight out of college. Are you curious? How did you learn? What blogs do you read? What did you experiment with the last? I mean, those type of questions I think is important. And when it comes to okay, I'll pause there.
And how many companies would you typically invest in? Let's say, how many are there?
So we have about 230 billion in asset under management. 230 billion dollars in something like that.
All right.
And that's spread across around 200 companies plus around 150 venture companies.
So it's not me saying this. This is a man who's got $230 billion of investment.
I think it's around there, or maybe it's 200.
Give it take 200 plus.
Something like that.
Pretty much around the world.
Yeah,
telling all of us, right? And I would like to repeat that, right? That the one skill or mindset we need urgently in the age of AI is that of curiosity, right? Because that bug, that intrigue, that curiosity is perhaps more important than the skills we might or might not have learned, because who knows, right? In the next corner, that skill might be taken over by some level of autonomous, right? So curiosity, learning, right? Knowing to learn, rather than sometimes the Indian trait of kind of learning to know, right? I remember there was a time during my college that some of my friends would want to note the log tables, right? Yeah, we would like to, know the log tables, and then, kind of. So, those things are not going to be important. It's going to be about curiosity. It's about intrigue. It's about perpetual learning.
Like if you take a good parallel, I think is the cloud transformation.
Yeah.
What happened to all the people in IT operations when moving from on-premise to cloud?
Yeah.
When you were on-premise, the job was to go switch hard drives, patch operating, do these sort of things, right? And then with cloud, if you were curious and said, that's interesting, I'm going to learn it, and you did that in 2008, 2009, 2010, you're well off, because what you learned with that curiosity is, well, how do I provide other types of value managing a cloud infrastructure where you do things, similar kind of things, but you do it differently. And I think this is what we will see also with AI, that a lot of the jobs are going to transform the same way that IT operations is an example.
And all you need today to learn and be curious is maybe a mobile, maybe a computer, and an internet connection, and a mindset, right? You don't really need anything else. Yeah. And, as we get into the last few minutes, what is your take about all of this? So, digital, technology, transformation with AI, age of AI, skills, roles. and then, the beautiful country that we all are privileged to belong to, which is India,
Yeah.
right? So what do you think is happening in India? What should India do?
Yeah, I feel very positive about India. Very bullish on this. You have the skill set, you have the talent. I think you have the desire, you have the market. I think if you apply that curiosity, the why is important because it helps you to go through the fog, right? I think you're going to come out as a winner on the other side. I feel very bullish on India as a market.
So as a nation, you feel we have the foundational abilities.
Absolutely.
We built a huge IT services
Yeah.
behemoth almost, right?
Yeah.
We have great, beautiful young talent here representing the country.
Yeah.
If we just add that, kind of lever of curiosity, yeah, which we've always had, but just accentuate that on, yeah, it places us well, yeah. And your investment profile is kind of similarly bullish about India.
Yeah, we're very big in tech services here. We're big in financial services and a couple of other investments here like IVF, Indra, as I said, healthcare. We own a hospital as well, hospital chain. So I think this is a very important market for us, and it's few. I look at the students here. I mean, these students here are what's future-proofing India. So that's it.
Should I just do something and ask? Okay, so as we wrap up, I'm going to get a bit of interaction going. So everybody in the room you can still hear me out there? Raise your hand if you can hear me. Okay, good. Do like this, so that I know you're awake. Okay, good. Now, so the first learning from dear Peter here was technology is an enabler, and it has percolated into every aspect of an enterprise, right? So if you got that, please shake your hands. Technology is an enabler, I don't see enough. Come on, people at the right. Students, you're all sleeping? Yeah, come on. Okay. AI is here to stay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Manage it carefully, but AI is here to stay and impacting pretty much every aspect of the business. If you got that, come on. What is this? Students at the back. We are not going to be doing, we are not too worried about AGI. Yeah. But it's not AI which will win over, but a human with an AI which could get quite competitive, right? So human with an AI. Got that?
Yeah.
Left side, my left.
Oh, that side. They've been awake all session.
The one big mantra that you could learn, right, is in the age of AI, in the age of disruption, if you need to survive and thrive, be curious, learn. Got that? Okay.
Sweet.
And yeah, before I wrap up, any questions? I believe you
Yes,
have
we have time for one question. So let me tell you, you won't get an opportunity like this to meet amazing people like the speakers we have on stage, someone who's traveled halfway across the world to be here with us and an amazing moderator for this session. So one question very quickly. You've heard very quickly, yes.
So I don't.
Hardware.
Yeah. And NVIDIA is doing pretty well, right? So how to think about it? Obviously, it's foundational, right? But what you should, as a PE investor, what do we do? We invest in companies and we own them for 4 or 5 years, maybe 6. But our job in the overall economy is to take businesses, deploy capital and change them so they're future-proof, right? There are others that are for long-term or forever ownership. When it comes to the value chain, by the way, it's a very good question. Thank you for that. I think about it, or we think about it this way. You have foundational hardware infrastructure companies, right? These are the NVIDIAs of the world. These are, actually a few new that are coming, of course. But here you also have the hyperscalers, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon, right? And, Alibaba. Then you have the folks doing models and developing and deploying and using all this infrastructure. Here you have OpenAI as an example. And here then you have the folks that build AI into their products, probably using a derived version or maybe their own model, but probably using other models. And then you have the companies that are just really good at using AI that others have built, right? For example, elderly care business probably shouldn't be in the developing AI models, but they should be very good at using tools to help them deliver the best possible care. Right? So that's the where do we invest from a PE side? I would say we invest in the companies that are great at using AI, the companies that build it into their own product or services, and maybe on the specifically, or not maybe, but we really go down onto the deep side in our ventures bet. As an example, we invested in a company called 1X Robotics just recently, 100 million euro round that was led by EQD Ventures, that is building robots, so that's hardware with autonomous robots. It's super cool. 1x.tech, check that out as an example. But that's more on the venture side, not on the PE side, so to speak. Hope that answered your question. Great question.
All right, thank you so much.
Yes, that's all the time we have. Can we give them a nice big round of applause, please? We learned a lot of things from you. Most importantly, never write your resume using AI because it could add information that does not exist. I want to take this opportunity to request Mrs. Ravana Saraswati, IAS, Joint CEO, TNEGA, MD, Tanfinet, to please join us on stage to honor our fabulous participants of this fireside chat.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
That's a short temple, sir. That's a short temple at Mahabalipuram.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
6th century BC.
Thank you so much.
Peter, that is our short temple at Mahabalipuram. It's one of the most iconic buildings. We're happy to give you a small memory from our state, and we look forward to seeing you again. And
right,
thank you so much once
Thank you
again,
so
Nitin.
much.
That was amazing. Thank you so much. Ladies and
Thank
gentlemen,
you.
with a big round of applause.
Thank you, everyone.
சரி, இங்க இருக்கிற எத்தனை பேர் வந்து ஒரு entrepreneur ஆகணும் அப்படின்னு ஆசைப்படுறீங்க? இங்க இருக்கிற யங்ஸ்டர்ஸ் எத்தனை பேர் I want to be an entrepreneur அப்படின்னு ஆசைப்படுற எத்தனை பேர் இங்க இருக்கீங்க? I'm so happy to see you. அப்படிப்பட்ட ஒரு ஸ்பீக்கரை தான் நம்ம அடுத்தது மேடையில் பார்க்க போறோம். And அவங்களோட ஜேர்னி வந்து நம்ம சென்னையில் தான் ஆரம்பிச்சிச்சு. அதெல்லாம் ரொம்ப பெருமைப்படக்கூடிய ஒரு விஷயம். So it is with immense pride that I welcome the keynote speaker for this session, Innovation through AI, Transforming Industries and Creating Value. Let me tell you about our speaker, co-founder and CEO of Unifor, a trailblazer in the field of artificial intelligence and speech recognition technology with a passion for innovation. Mr. Umesh Sachdev has played a pivotal role in establishing Unifor as a global leader in conversational service automation. Congratulations, you most recently inaugurated the AI Innovation Hub. நான் சொன்ன மாதிரி ரொம்ப பெருமைப்படக்கூடிய விஷயம் It was incubated right here at IIT Madras. So உலகமே திரும்பி பார்க்குற ஒரு நிறுவனம் நம்ம ஊரில் ஆரம்பிச்சது அப்படின்னு நினைக்கும் போது கண்டிப்பாக பெருமைப்படலாம். ஸோ ஒரு பெரிய கைத்தட்டலுடன் அவரை வரவேற்கலாம் மேடையில்.
Hello, I'm so excited to be here today. I always get excited when I'm invited to talk about the evolution of AI, especially what this evolution means for transformation of industries, etc. Because as was said, it was right here, 16 years ago in Chennai, where my AI journey began. I incubated Unifor, my company, at IIT Madras's incubation cell, which is now IIT Madras Research Park. And it was in 2008 that we were incubating a conversational AI startup, way ahead of its time. And that is what has been the culture of this state of Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu has always fostered a culture of supporting entrepreneurship, of supporting innovation, and so on and so forth. And which is why, if you think about the last two technology revolutions, whether it was the services revolution, the internet revolution, or SaaS, software as a service, Tamil Nadu has been the place that has been the torchbearer for the rest of India. And yet again, we find ourselves in another major transition of our lifetime. This time, it's led by artificial intelligence. India has an opportunity this time to not be a laggard. India has an opportunity to lead the revolution of artificial intelligence. And yet again, in my opinion, it's going to be here, it's going to be Tamil Nadu, with its culture of innovation, that we have an opportunity to lead the way and show the pathway and become the role model for not just the region, not just for India, but possibly the whole world. And that's why I'm so excited to speak to all of you today, the agents of change in my mind, the academics, the captains of industry, government leaders, and students who have an opportunity to lead this transformation of industries led by AI. But you know, this transformation of industries is going to happen without any bumps. It's going to happen quietly because researchers are working in their labs. It's not like there are any headlines that are being made about AI, right? I'm kidding. For the last 18 months, our news feed, our social media, our headlines have been filled with stories about AI. Just last year, I'm sure all of us remember that weekend where the very company that put AI as a topic on our kitchen tables, OpenAI, there was a news article going into a weekend that the board had let the CEO go. The very founder who created ChatGPT was fired from his own company. And through the weekend, we kept hearing news. Lots of people were threatening to quit. Most employees were ready to move out of the company. And by the time weekend was over, not only was the CEO back on his seat, but most of the board had rotated over. And that's not it. Since then, every now and then, there's a new story about job losses, job creation, about regulation, about AI bias. So is this news cycle dizzying? Of course. But am I surprised by it? No. Because this is how technology evolves. Despite having some of the best minds in the world right now focused on the topic of artificial intelligence, we as a society have still a long way to go to understand what does it mean for us? What does it mean for our lives? What does it mean for our companies? And what does it mean for our country? To explain what I mean, I want to take my own story. 16 years ago, when we were founding Unifor here in Chennai, in the incubation lab at IIT Madras, what was the idea? The idea was to use natural language technologies, AI models that convert speech to text, text to speech in multiple Indian languages to serve use cases which are at the base of the pyramid in India. A person in rural India in a small village who wants to access information about weather, about commodity prices, they can't access the internet because the internet back then was largely in the English language. And so for that purpose, Unifor as an AI company was founded. So if I fast forward to Unifor of today, Unifor has become one of the world's largest enterprise AI platforms in the world. We serve 1,600 companies, whether it's banks, telecom companies, hospitals. We serve them in 20 countries. Today, we are headquartered in Silicon Valley with offices around the world. And we recently had our largest AI innovation hub inaugurated here in Chennai. So if you ask me, how did a company that was formed to solve that base of the pyramid problem become the largest enterprise company in the world? That's the point. Technology evolution is seldom a straight line. And this has been happening ever since the first tools were formed in the Stone Age, 3.4 million years ago. Ever since then, technology has been evolving, and we as a society have been adjusting to it. In the last 2 decades, we've lived through 2 major tech revolutions. First, in the early 2000s, it was the internet. And some of us who were around back then, that was a major revolution of our lifetime. Then, in the 2010s, we saw cell phones and cloud computing emerge as yet another revolution that changed our lives. Right now, we are living through what's going to be one of the biggest technology revolutions of our lifetime. And this time it's led by AI. This is disrupting every single industry, every single company around the world. And it's doing in a way that nothing has done before, because it's moving at a pace that none of the past revolutions have moved in the past. And so my main message to everyone here in this room today is that whether you're a captain of an industry, whether you're an academic, whether you lead a government department, or whether you're a student, the leaders who will move with speed to navigate this transformation will come out leading the AI revolution. Now, I recognize that there is a lot of fear that this statement of mine invokes when I speak around the world. That how can we make fast decisions about AI when we don't yet have perfect information? Things are changing in AI, new models, new regulation, different parts of the world are figuring out different biases that they want to add or not. It's often said, knowledge is the antidote to fear. So my hope is that through this dialogue today, I can convert this fear into a genuine excitement, into a place where it can encourage you to start making faster decisions, and so on and so forth. And so I recognize that there might be some of you today who are scratching your head and saying, look, how did this thing called artificial intelligence become an overnight success? Sometime last year, we were just, having a general dialogue with our families, and we come out to work the next day, and AI has become such a huge thing. How did this thing evolve overnight? I'm glad you asked. Because to know where we are headed, sometimes it's important to look back at where we came from. Would you believe me if I told you that this AI, this overnight success, started over 70 years ago? That's right. The first AI algorithm was demonstrated in the 1950s. And it was demonstrated by a mathematician called Alan Turing. He was a British mathematician. Even today, the work of Turing is famously called the Turing test. Any new algorithm, any new AI model is put through this test. That was his work in 1950 to give us a framework of how will we test machines when they start making fast decisions. And so around that time, it was generally believed that in the next couple of decades from then, we'll reach a point where machines will get really intelligent. And then we saw in 1970s, sure enough, the world's first natural language program called ELIZA was put out. And for some of you who follow American sitcoms, even here in India, there's a show on OTT called Young Sheldon. If you haven't watched it, please do. There is an episode in Young Sheldon where recently the character is trying to talk to this ELIZA as a natural language interface, without too much success though. So we had, even in 1970s, the ability to interface with AI models, to speak to them, for them to speak to us. What wasn't available is what today we call Moore's Law. What is Moore's Law? Moore's Law states that the power of computation available to the world will double every 2 years. Said another way, the cost of computation will come down. And in 1970s, it was just too expensive to process this AI. And so it was believed yet again that as time goes by, as Moore's law catches up, this AI will come into our lives. All right, in 1980s was the first deep learning technique that was put out. So as you can see, it took decades in that period for new innovation to occur. 1997, folks, was the first major event in the world of AI. What was that event? IBM, International Business Machines, had put out a program called Deep Blue. And in 97, Deep Blue competed in the game of chess. And it competed in the game of chess with the then reigning world champion, Garry Kasparov. And Deep Blue, IBM's Deep Blue, defeated Garry Kasparov in 1997. That was the first time that around the world, the belief that these machines are becoming more and more intelligent, these algorithms are able to make decisions which are intelligent. That's when it started. Yet again, another decade later, 2008, Uniphore, companies like us, beginning to research conversational AI, trying to put them in big-scale use cases around the world started to occur. And 2017, for people who don't know this, the T in GPT is called transformers. 2017 is when the transformer technology was open sourced by Google, which led to all the way to 2022, ChatGPT. And if you think about this evolution, what's important here is we are at a point where we went from a couple of decades of innovation to a few years of innovation to now things are happening every week. And so what's causing this acceleration? What's causing this acceleration is that Moore's law has finally caught up. We now, as a world community, have enough computation with us. We have enough data around the world that these innovations are moving at a very fast pace. If once again I just take my own example, a company that started doing speech recognition and natural language 16 years ago, today has its own generative model. We have our own knowledge AI model. We have an emotion AI model. And all of these big models have only come in the last 5 years, even for us. And so as computation is catching up, as data is catching up, this pace of innovation has only increased. But is this it? Is ChatGPT, is large language model, is generative AI the final destination? I'm afraid not. And no timeline on AI is complete without talking about where are we going, what's coming next. And that is what is called artificial general intelligence. By definition, artificial general intelligence is when AI models become smart enough in most economic viable tasks, whether it's in industry or government or academia, that they surpass human intelligence. And this has been a science experiment, a myth, for so many years. But believe me if I tell you, we are now in less than 36 months. We're in less than 3-year period for AGI to be a reality. And when AGI becomes a reality, and we are beginning to see early instances of it, which I'll talk about, that will lead to what, in my opinion, an age of abundance, where companies around the world, big and small, will have so much productivity improvement. In Wall Street in the US, a key measure for a publicly traded company is free cash flow, profitability. It is assumed that in the world of AGI, companies will increase their free cash flow profitability by 30 to 40%. So what does it mean for industries? Does it mean job losses? Does it mean major disruption? Does it mean different types of jobs will get created? So to tell you what's actually today happening on the ground, let me take a few examples here. Let's start with an industry I'm deeply familiar with, the customer support industry, contact centers. We've all called contact centers around the world. Today, 15 million people work in this industry, receiving calls, answering queries, chatting with clients, sending emails. But if you think about what's happening in this industry, I call it a pyramid of disruption. So stay with me, visualize with me. The top of this pyramid is what I call elimination, which means that the need for a call center, the need for us to reach out to a company will get completely eliminated because of AI. How, you ask? AI has the power to stay proactively in our lives. Think about you're at a store, you're doing shopping at a grocery store or a shopping mall, you're checking out, your credit card does not go through. Instead of calling the 1-800 number, what if you proactively could get a text message from the company that we noticed there's a problem with the credit card, please check out, we'll take care of this later. That is not science fiction, that is happening today. So it's very likely that in the next 3 years, this top of the pyramid of the contact center industry, about 30% of the calls that we do today will get eliminated. Okay? So then let's come to the middle of the pyramid. That is what I call deflection. Deflection to what? Deflection to an AI chatbot. We've all played around with ChatGPT. We all played around with some sort of voice bots. So the call that still needs to occur, when we still need to talk to somebody, we will have an option to now be able to talk to an AI-enabled, very smart chatbot, voice bot in our language, in hundreds of languages around the world. And so yet again, that will cause another 30% deflection. So instead of the call landing to a human worker, it now lands on an AI chatbot. So far we've eliminated 30% of the call, we've deflected 30% of the call. What about the remaining 40%, you ask? You're right. That will continue to be handled by a human worker. But even this human worker will have an AI co-pilot next to them, which means that when the human worker is on the call, receiving queries, trying to address issues, the AI is working side by side as an assistant to this worker, giving them about 50% efficiency back. So instead of the call center putting you on hold and trying to find your answer, the AI is giving the answer to the human worker really fast. So if you do the math across the stages of this pyramid, what I'm really saying is that in the contact center industry, as one example, in the next 3 to 5 years, we could see up to 70% disruption, which is back to the bottom line of the companies, but disruption in terms of jobs, etc. But let's take 3 or 4 different examples across industries, because this is not an isolated case. We are seeing this in every single industry around the world. Think logistics. One of the world's biggest logistics companies that moves packages, couriers around the world, takes millions of interactions between businesses or individuals, people who are waiting for that birthday gift coming from mom, businesses who are waiting for a package from another company. They all reach out to this logistics company, and there are millions, hundreds of millions of interactions every month that this company does. With the implementation of generative AI, this company, this logistics player, was able to get up to 60% of manual work offloaded to AI. That translates today to tens of millions of dollars of bottom line profitability improvement for this one company. And this is the market leader. Think about the pressure it's putting on other logistics companies, because this company took the lead. Once again, not an isolated issue. A major insurance company in US. We all are familiar when we drive our cars, whether in India or in the US or in Europe, on highways, on freeways. We all have had issues where the car breaks down, there is a flat tire, and we need roadside assistance, right? Very familiar. A major US insurer for roadside assistance would receive calls or have people reach out on their chatbot, and then somebody has to process a claim in real time before sending help to the person stuck. Today, using generative AI, this company is handling up to half of their roadside assistance queries in real time without manual intervention. It means 2 things. It means for the company, for the insurance business, it's about a $30 million US, $30 million US of saving. But think about the person who's stuck with his family in the car, waiting for help. If the help gets to them 10 minutes faster, it's great customer experience. Let's take the world of telecom. One of the world's largest telecom companies has used generative AI for something very simple. What do? They summarize the interactions they have within the company, on their call center, on different meetings. So what's the impact, you ask? Just by summarizing their interactions using AI, they're able to save hundreds of millions every year. This is the world we are heading into, to increase revenue for businesses, to increase the quality of experiences, but most importantly, to deliver automation to companies around the world. That's the world that we are headed into. And in this world, an AI sits, when we work, an AI sits next to us. Yes, to you and me, an AI co-pilot. It frees us from the menial, repetitive jobs that today we have to do and leave us for doing higher productive, quality work in our jobs. And let's now take a little bit of a futuristic example as well. And this is when AI becomes multimodal. What does it mean? When AI is simultaneously able to see things like we do, where AI is able to hear just like human beings do, where AI is able to read just like human beings do. So imagine a world. We all do a lot of Zoom calls and WebEx calls and video meetings every day. And especially some of us in the room who are used to meeting customers or selling to customers on these video platforms. It's so difficult. Sometimes you have people on small windows with a presentation in the middle. You can't even see people's faces, and you're presenting, right? Imagine a world where AI could be your co-pilot on this video call, on this video meeting, where AI is listening to your pitch, where AI is reading the slides, and AI is watching people's reactions and emotion and sentiment and giving you real-time guidance on, hey, your message is still confusing. Please repeat that message. Or, I think they got it. Let's move on to the next topic. Imagine a world where that AI is a utility helping you. What if I would tell you, this is not the future, ladies and gentlemen. This is happening today. AI has become multimodal today. And this is the power of AI. This is the connective tissue between humans and technology, transforming every single industry. And I come back to the future. I stated AGI is less than 36 months away. I want to tell you why I think it's less than 36 months away. 3 examples. In 2017, 5 years ago, Meta, which was Facebook at the time, had an internal company experiment. This is documented now. They created 2 chatbots, and the chatbots spoke to each other in a language that the chatbots created in real time, that only the 2 chatbots could understand. Meta had to quickly kill that experiment because even the developers of the chatbots could not understand what the chatbots were beginning to say. 2017. If we go to 2021, we had a news coming out of Google, no less, that a developer had done a whistleblower inside Google to say the chatbot experiment that they were doing had become sentient. The accusation was the chatbot has developed its own brain. It's making decisions without human intervention. Google had to settle that lawsuit. All right? And we spoke about OpenAI, Sam Altman, the CEO, getting fired and rehired. What was the stated reason that came out in news? That OpenAI had created a small language model, not a large language model, called Q star. Okay? So how can a language model lead to a CEO getting fired? Because that was the first model that OpenAI was seeing that had solved a physics equation. What's the big deal? This is what AI is supposed to do. Not before that model had any AI model solved a difficult physics equation, which showed analytical capability in that AI model. And so that's why I say that we are now that we know this technology is out there, we know these models are powerful. We are in less than 3 years of AGI becoming a reality. And the power is with us. This can change our lives, this can change industries, or this can be dramatically negative for society. And we all in this room have a responsibility to decide the destiny we want. Prime Minister Modi at the General Partnership for AI conference in New Delhi last year had said AI has the power to be the force of development in 21st century. Or AI also could be the destroyer of 21st century. India has a role to play here. And I challenge each one of you in this room today to decide what path we want for ourselves. We need to put governance in place. We need to put policies of responsible AI. What does it mean for each one of us? What does it mean for our companies? What does it mean for state of Tamil Nadu? What does it mean for India? We need to be proactive and create partnerships, create synergies, create ecosystems, because the cost of not acting today is too large. Not a week goes by, ladies and gentlemen, that I'm not talking to any major CEO in the world, a CIO, a board member, etc., of large companies. And I can sense a general sense of panic within them. A panic of knowing that they need to act now, they need to make big decisions now, but also they don't have perfect information. How do they make big decisions? How do they invest big amounts of money if things are changing so fast? And the panic is for a good reason. Wall Street, share markets, stock markets around the world have spoken loudly. Companies that are benefiting with AI, their stocks are being sent up. Some of you saw NVIDIA's stock report 2 days ago and what it has done to their stock. And yet at the same time, there are businesses that are believed will be disrupted because of AI. And their stocks cannot even hold water right now. An example, edtech companies around the world. And so if you think about the responsibility that each of you have here, my hope is whether today you're a CEO, CIO, captain of an industry, student, or part of the government, that through this dialogue, through some of these developments, we've been able to create some of this chaos, of this noise around us, and translate it into confidence. Confidence of knowing that the time to act is now. Confidence of knowing that AI is not going to go anywhere now. It's here to stay. And the confidence of knowing that if you now are ready to act, if you look up and beyond, find partners, find people who know how to do this, then you can stay in control of your destiny and navigate this transition and come out winning in the world of AI. So in conclusion, I related back to the early years of Unifor. And it seems pretty obvious now, but in 2008, when we set out to build this company which would do speech and NLP in many Indian and global languages, that was an uncharted territory. The technology did not exist. We didn't have all the answers, but we knew we had a window of opportunity. And we decided to go for it and created one of the largest companies in the space today. You all today in the room have that window of opportunity. You all have to decide what you want to do with your destiny in this era of AI. What will AI mean for you personally? What will AI mean for you and your business in the industry that you work in? What will AI mean for Tamil Nadu and India and for the rest of the world? And if you make smart choices, you can create your own destiny in this era of AI. Thank you. I want to thank you all for inviting me.
Thank you. Please hold on. The time to act is now. Really inspiring. Thank you for that. And we'd like to give a memento as a way of thanking you for the inspirational talk that you shared with all of us here this morning. For this, I invite Mr. Praveen Nair, IAS, CEO, TNEJ, to please join us on stage.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. The next session will be a panel discussion, AI opportunities and challenges in skilling. And to moderate this session, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as I invite Ambika Natarajan, SVP HCL Tech, who's going to be the moderator for this session. Senior Vice President at HCL Technologies, a seasoned leader in the technology sector with a wealth of experience. She brings Strategic Insights to HCL Tech's Global Operations. And joining our moderator will be Mr. Suresh Kalpati, CEO, Veranda Learning, Mr. Sisil Sundar, Director, Data and AI, Microsoft. We also have CP Joyce, Chief Information Officer, ACT. It's a power-packed session. There's so much to learn and so much to be inspired. So all those who are joining us for this session, I take this opportunity to request all of you to please take your seats, to settle down, so that we can have an amazing session together. Students, those of you who are joining in, all our participants for this session, quickly settle down, take your seats. Wherever you are, just sit down, find a place so that we can start our session. We are following a very strict time schedule, so I urge you to cooperate. With a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our moderator and speakers for the session. Thank you for that. And it's over to our moderator, Ambika Avargal. Over to you, ma'am.
Please sit down. Good afternoon. Sattame varala. Onnu varala. I'm not getting motivation. I need some more motivation. Okay, let's do some warm-up. Sharia. How many of you do yoga? Okay, let's test your yoga power, okay? In the audience, student makkal yarla kaiya thookungo. Rendu kai. Students, okay. All right. Academia, faculty, lecturers, placement officers, please raise your hands. One here, few here. Okay. ரெண்டு கை தூக்கினாலும் ஒரு head count தான். Right? Okay. Industry bodies, raise of hands. Okay. Yeah. People in the front too. Yoga is for all. It's universal. Okay, so the subject that we're going to talk today, I think all of you know it. What are the opportunities and challenges in AI? Students at the back, can you please settle down? Thank you. Let's start with a quick round of what is it that you want to hear from us? Can we take exactly 60 seconds? What is it that students want to take away from this session? Are there any mics behind? Anyone there? What do you want to take away? You're going to spend 40 minutes with us. What is it that you want to take away? Yes, we have hands there. We have quite a few hands. Yes, please. Introduce yourself and tell us what is it. I think we have one mic there. It's going to come to you.
Good afternoon. I'm Sayed. I'm from Bangalore. So, I have a doubt. If a person finding any trend using AI, who we can blame? If a person, ஒரு person AI use பண்ணி ஒரு ட்ரெயினை கனெக்ட் பண்ணும்போது, can we AI ஜெனரேட் பண்ணவங்க இந்த ட்ரெயினை கனெக்ட் பண்ணுறது AI யூஸ் பண்ணுறாரு அப்படின்னு சொல்லி அவங்க கண்டுபிடிச்சு சொன்னாங்க. அல்லது அந்த ட்ரெயினை கனெக்ட் பண்ணுறது internet to use AI அப்படிங்கிறவங்க சொல்லுவாங்க. I think it's a big challenge which we want to identify.
We heard you. Thank you. I had one more person here, and then we'll get started. Just started. Hi, Suresh.
Explainability of AI. The reason is, like we heard of the previous basically a network which is not. But even though it is a simple play, very frankly, we are talking about API is because of both law and compute power.
Okay.
But still, a lot of people don't understand how to get such developments to behave.
Okay.
So the question is, I would definitely like to take maybe something around explainability of how this thing works.
Okay, explainability. Wonderful. Okay, we'll get started. My name is Ambika Natarajan. I'm a Senior Vice President, HCL Tech. We manage a line of business called EdTech, where me and my team, we're responsible for product innovation, solution, and customer success. More on that later, but I have some very eminent panelists here today. I'm going to start with Suresh. So, how many of you have heard of AGS Entertainment? Any raise of hands? Okay. How many of you have heard of Veranda? Okay, quite a few hands, Suresh. So here's a man who looks at entertainment, the business of entertainment, and also runs a company that ensures that students like you are prepared well enough to crack exams. So Suresh Kalpathy, thank you so much for joining us, CEO of Veranda. Next to him is the person who comes from an organization that in many ways is responsible for making this whole AI conversation so universal and global. Cecil Sundar, you would have seen him in other panel discussions as well. So he's a director from Microsoft, my other co-panelists. Welcome, Cecil. And on this side, many of you wouldn't know CP Joyce, but I take a lot of pleasure and excitement to introduce CP to you. How many of you had a dream of flying an aircraft? Okay, I'm sure some of you can still pursue that. So here's a person who's a pilot, an aerodynamic subject matter expert, the CIO of ACT, one of the largest assessment conducting bodies in the United States of America. He's come all the way from the US. So thank you, CP, for joining us. So you can see it's a very diverse panel we have here. So the questions are also going to be very diverse. So we're going to start off with Cecil. Give us a perspective on the subject, which is what are the challenges and the opportunities that's coming up for skills in the AI ecosystem?
So I'll start with the good thing, opportunities, and then good morning, everyone. So the first thing when you think about opportunities in AI is it is going to transform every person's life, every sector, every industry in the world. So that means it's going to drive economic growth. It's going to unleash human potential that has never been done before. It's going to enable and empower creativity. அது என்ன மீனிங்னா சார் ஓகே ஐ ஜஸ்ட் ட்ரை டு எக்ஸ்பிளைன் இன் தமிழ் கிரியேட்டிவிட்டினா யூ கேன் டெவலப் அண்ட் டிப்ளாய் products and services from any corner of the world. It doesn't need to be in states, it doesn't need to be in Chennai, or it doesn't need to be in Bangalore. It can be in the rural part of India, or it can be in the cities also. So the opportunities are humongous. And just in terms of the growth itself, we are expecting tens and almost 10 to 15 trillion dollar economic growth, GDP growth in the years to come within a decade. Within a decade, that's if you think about India's GDP, it is 3.5 trillion. Global GDP, we are expecting around 15 to 20 trillion GDP growth. Along with that comes job opportunities, like almost another 20 to 30 million AI-driven job opportunities are going to be there. So when these opportunities are existing, it's a demand versus supply. The demand is there. I'll talk about the risk a little later. When there's so much of demand, AI-driven job is there, where it will land? It will land where the skill sets are. The skill sets has to be developed across the globe. From Microsoft perspective, couple of weeks before, we launched something called Advantage India, where Satya Nadella, our CEO, has launched a program to train and develop 2 million Indians in AI. That's a significant opportunity. We'll be partnering with industry, we'll be partnering with the education institutions and all those stuff. So just in terms of opportunity, the confidence we need to have, at least students need to have, entrepreneurs need to have is, this is an era of AI. We cannot sit idle, we cannot rest on this thing. So the idea is, can we train or reskill your employees? One, can we train our students in AI from the time they are in high school or from the time they're in higher secondary school or in education institution to capitalize on the growing AI job opportunities? And that is a significant thing we are looking at. In terms of challenges, there is always a fear. Whenever the technology is rolled out, there is always a fear of job loss. That is one challenge that we have to go through. But these jobs are going to be repositioned in the sense, if one sector or one domain loses the job due to automation, there is a possibility of increased job potential in the same horizontal area. That is also a possibility is there. But the biggest challenge is our own mindset, right? Our own mindset in understanding that it's an opportunity and our willingness to learn. This is the most important thing I see. The skill set gap we currently have needs to be bridged with developing our own mindset. So that is the most important challenge we need to go through.
Thank you, Cecil. I think the last line you said, the skill set gap. I think இங்க இருக்கிற எல்லா மாணவர்களுக்கும் அது ஒரு கேள்வி. What is it that I need to add to my current set of skills? I'll give you a simple example, and then I'll probably pass it on to CP. So, a couple of years back, we all were worried that cloud is coming in, and so people who work on, on jobs and roles that are pertaining to data center, it's going to go away. But on the contrary, the massive opportunities that cloud brought in, from an optimization engineering to a cloud native architecture, right? A cloud optimization. So it brought in a whole lot of new jobs. Were we prepared for it? And students, this is specifically for you. Whether you take cloud, whether you take data, whether you take social, analytics, SMAC, அப்படின்னு ஒரு combination வந்தது a couple of years back. So, இது எல்லாத்துலயுமே there is more and more opportunity. Internet of Things is another big ticket item. Do we have people to do some of the high-end IoT work today? We are constantly looking out. So there is a shortage of certain skills that need to be added. And I'm going to ask CP to touch upon that, because for those of you who don't know, CP also builds a whole lot of aviation simulation. So he is a researcher. He's also a faculty in some of the top Ivy League universities in the United States. So, yeah, CP.
I think, thank you, first of all, and for the introduction, thanks. And I deem it an honor to be here. It's a privilege, so that the travel was well worth it. And just being here and seeing this group of people is just fascinating. I think there are two perspectives that I think we should clarify. Number one, does AI have a role, which Cecil spoke to, have a role in skilling, which is, can it help with skill development? That's one side to it. The other side is, how do we gain skills in AI so that we can be ready for it? So in order to apply AI in any domain, you first of all need to have some skills in AI to even begin that journey. So that's number one, which is what he's talking about, getting people trained with the right skills so you're ready to go apply AI to whatever domain that you present yourself to. When it comes to the use of AI within skilling, what we are seeing overseas, of course, and in the Indian context, and I come here very often, I think predominantly is that there are so many aspects of every industry that intelligence will take over. We call it AI today. It's not entirely new. Somebody raised the topic of understanding what the technology in the backyard actually means. And essentially, if you think about it, all AI goes back to machine learning, a machine being able to learn how to go do things that you were doing. Not learn once, but learn continually, and then revise the interpretation to make it better on a continual model. That's the essence of AI, right? And the reliability, the mechanics of how it works, and the interpretability is the bigger question. Can we interpret a model like that, or is it all magic in a box? It doesn't have to be. Statistics is at the base of all machine learning. Probability theory in core mathematics is where machine learning sits, and that's how you build AI-type models. Those models then take over and do what you can do, but naturally they're only limited to whatever you can ask it to learn from. The fundamental difference that's come about in the world of skilling, and the use cases are many, and we can talk about it over the next half an hour, 40 minutes, but essentially to be able to have a machine learn from a data set versus what we have traditionally done for the last 40 years is program our ways into telling a computer to do something. Here we're allowing the computer to learn on its own by watching things on its own. So it's pretty much distilling or capturing rules from what it is observing rather than expecting you to define all of it. Now, where is the benefit? The benefit basically is you can be certain that a machine can comprehend and see more things in a data set than the human mind can comprehend on its own. And that's the power basically behind AI in itself. In terms of use cases, I'm going to rest that point for now. We'll come back to it. But there are so many use cases we see when we deal with college students. The company I'm with as a CIO predominantly helps build assessments to ready students, high school students, to get to college. In doing so, we have always used heuristics-based models, which are static models. They have been revised with time once in a while. But the power of technology today, with machine learning being available to us, it doesn't have to be once in a while. It almost updates itself regularly, and therefore the relevance of what you will see today and what someone will see tomorrow could be entirely different. That's the power of machine learning. It comes back to domains like aviation, of course. In every aspect of aviation, in every aspect of education, ed tech, you can see artificial intelligence playing out. It's not that we didn't know statistics before. We knew what to do with statistics for years on. Core mathematics we have known, probability theory we have known. So what's different? I think the ability for Microsoft-like companies to miniaturize, number one, storage, memory, compute power. The availability of computational power, I think, is a fundamental shift that's happened in the last 20 years. Especially in the last 10 years, it's become more affordable, more accessible, and therefore, as we build these models, what I could not run when I used to work for United Airlines, I would run crew pairing algorithms for the airline, I would run flight operations technology, I would be part of airport operations staffing, I would do crew pairing, which is cockpit crew pairing, roster development of which pilots fly which flight when. We would run the algorithm for hours at length to generate a week worth of a roster. Today, something like that would run in a couple of minutes, maybe, using machine learning, right? And so that computational advantage we have gained, thanks to companies like Microsoft or Amazon, is where we basically see the shift having happened, which is what has made it ready for you all to come and apply it.
Wonderful. Thank you, CP. Suresh, a trick question for you. Since you come at an intersection of, competitive exams and entertainment, I'm sure students, when they crack their competitive exams after going through your coaching sessions, must be going and enjoying at the movie theater, right? So where do you see from a digital entertainment, the progression that's happening because of the tech revolution, and also the nature of competitive exams itself, from a coverage and the rubrics, what goes into it? So where do you see some of the new skills that are going to be tested for candidates or aspirants, who come and take such sessions for jobs like these? So where do you see that pivoting with all this AI augmentation coming into the play?
Thank you for the opportunity. Great to see all of you today. I'll probably cover 2-3 aspects when I do the answer. The first is, I think we've been talking about skills, people talk about productivity improvement, and at the same time there is this scare that AI might replace the existing workforce that could be unemployment. And I will talk a couple of examples from the type of work we do. Right. So one part of the business that we do is we do a lot of publication in lots of books that people learn from. So about a year ago, we put a small team together to produce a book on advancements in cybersecurity. This is something that used to take 5 to 6 months from start to finish. We used ChatGPT and we got that done in 6 weeks. So what took 6 months before was done in 6 weeks, and that is clearly a jump in productivity that people talk about. We are seeing it in the type of work we do. Now, did that mean we cut back on our workforce? No. We today jumped the number of books that we produced 5x. And we actually added more people to the team because we actually found that this can be a far more profitable business because it took us a lot less effort to produce the same book. So the employment, in fact, went up. The productivity went up 3-4 times. And obviously, it means more profitable as a business. That's the first. The second one is one of our businesses does software training. When that business started, we used to provide 24/7 customer support. A student could call up 2 in the morning and get doubts clarified. We slowly rolled that back because it was becoming prohibitively costly. Recently, about 6 months ago, we again brought back 24/7 customer support with different levels of gradations. So a lot of the initial queries are handled through AI. But if it becomes a bit more complex, or if we think it is starting to hallucinate a bit, and then a human intervention happens. So essentially what used to be a team of 40 people to drive customer support today is being done by 8 people. So productivity went up significantly. We actually hired 8 new people to do this work. And for, of course, the customers, they now again back to getting 24/7 customer support. And for us, it's become a lot more productive, right? So on one side, we are seeing significant jump in productivity, anywhere between 5 to 6 times. Costs have come down, made it more efficient, and we are actually hiring more people because there are now a lot more opportunities that didn't look feasible before. From a perspective of entertainment, and this is quite complex, most of us know about de-aging software that was used to produce a lot of movies. In a couple of our movies, we are now starting to use those tools to do it. What used to be complex in terms of setting up very large sets, we are now able to replace that using AI. So if there is a song sequence with 6,000 people, we could actually now do it with 600 people, and you will not know the difference. And that's a huge savings. What is also the flip side, and there was a lot of this conversation in Hollywood, and where the industry almost came to a stop because of this, is because if you look at the type of fees that we pay some of the lead actors in India, it is today anywhere between 100 to 200 crores for a movie. And AI can produce the same thing at a fraction of a cost. And that led to a lot of issues even in Hollywood, because the question becomes, who owns that persona? I can do a Sylvester Stallone by paying very little, except employ some tools from Microsoft at a fraction of a cost and do an entire movie. And so the industry came to a stop, and I think there is a conclusion saying that the persona still is owned by the person, and you still have to pay him even if you generate it using AI. So I think it's also leading to a whole lot of new challenges, even in the entertainment industry, even in other industries, where we have not been there before. For instance, recently I was in a conference where I had to make a speech. Usually my secretary works with me quite a bit to prepare. Takes about a week to 2 weeks. Now it takes 2 hours. But I still make that speech, and if there are errors in the speech, it is still mine. It cannot be relegated to saying, you know what, ChatGPT made mistakes. It's still yours to own. So there is a level of human understanding, the role humans will play in a society that's emerging, be it in entertainment, be it in education. So lot of improvement in productivity, and I think it will also lead to a lot of new employment generation. New economic opportunities are just being discovered, which did not exist before generative AI.
Excellent point, says Suresh, which I think one of the gentlemen in the audience asked. So the accountability still lies with the person who's using that information, either to convey or to make a decision or to arbitrate. If you're in the legal field, you use a lot of that information for arbitration and other legal purposes. So the accountability, so the buck stops at a particular point, and that point is the end point of consumption, which is people like you and me who use multiple sources. So, Cecil, I'm coming back to you because Microsoft also democratized accessibility to a whole lot of the new age AI courses. And I know Microsoft Learn has been there for decades, making some of the most latest areas, right, accessible to students, trainers. You've got a huge learning fraternity. However, I think the question that students have today, and a lot of students walk up and say, okay, I get certified, but what beyond, which will make me crack that interview? What are the skills that I need beyond getting a certification that will increase the probability of me getting the job? So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so we are moving past specific skill set, a skill set, to landing a job right now, right? That's what you're asking.
Yeah.
So again, it depends on individual's ability to articulate what he or she is made up of. It's just not the technical capability, right? Technical capability for students is one piece of the puzzle. And then, do you have the leadership? Do you have the communication ability? Can you communicate what you have learned? And then, can you articulate? It doesn't matter. Language is, see, whether you know English very well or not is not a problem nowadays. Do you have the ability to articulate what you have learned is going to be the key, in the interview process to land this kind of job. Foundationally, you got to have the certification, right? Because you can't have a traditional certification and go and look for jobs in the coming days, because it's going to be completely driven by innovation and technical skills. That's what you need to understand, number one. Number two, as you acquire this certification, I see the way Microsoft, the way we think about it is only one philosophy in life, right? The culture is driven by one philosophy, and that's very important. That's called growth mindset. If anyone has not heard about this philosophy or a culture, it's not for just the corporations alone. It is for every individual to have a growth mindset. What it means is very simple, that you are not born intelligent, right? It's very important takeaway that every single one here, whether he's a student or an entrepreneur or he's an senior executive, doesn't matter. What we believe and why Microsoft went 10 times in last 10 years in terms of stock is driven by one culture, that is growth mindset. What I want the students to take away is clearly, nobody is born intelligent. If you can train yourself, learn better, and articulate better, you can achieve greater heights. That is what is very important. And for the skill set within corporates, we have learning platforms, we have co-pilots. You can use the co-pilots to improve productivity. You can reskill your team. That's very important in the coming days. Skill development is not just limited to students alone, right? So if you want to grow your top line, you need to use these AI tools. You need to reskill your employees. Number two, for students, very important is get into AI learning fundamentals right now. Because every job, whether you're an engineer or you are doing finance or marketing or biotech, it doesn't matter. Every sector is going to be influenced by AI. AI illama, you cannot have a presentable resume to go to the market and tell, I'm going to make changes. I'm going to drive some significant changes in your company. So important for you to have this understanding. Growth mindset, have the fundamentals clear, and go with confidence. That's my recommendation.
So, Cecil, நீங்க சொன்னீங்க AI fundamentals. அப்படினா என்ன? What is deep learning? I think this is a very open-ended, it's actually a conundrum, because ChatGPT will give me something, Claude will give me something, Google Bard will give me something. So I think our students are very confused. I think it would be useful to them if each one of you can say, deep learning, let's pick a few attributes. Because see, CP, you mentioned calculus, right? You mentioned statistics. AI algorithm is evolving. Any algorithm, and students, those of you in programming world, you know that your life starts with pseudocoding. It starts with understanding algorithm. So you need to have algorithmic thinking. So Enge, where is the start point for this? What are the skills that you need, right? So let's take math. Maybe CP, you can touch on math. You can touch on how do you leverage a co-pilot for deep learning. And Suresh, you can come from another, maybe a vertical perspective. It's the same question, if you can, each one of you can take 2 minutes. Because இது நம்ம ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்க்கு தெளிவா demystify பண்ணது is very important, right? Otherwise it remains at a 10,000 feet level. So let's start with you.
I think, Ambika, one of the things that I have personally pursued as a person and I believe in it when I teach as well, is that unless you have a very sound understanding of anything, you'll get away with using it. You can always apply technology. It's not difficult. It's becoming more and more easy to apply it today. You know, a smartphone, you don't really need to be very smart to use the phone. That's the beauty of the smartphone. You can get away through most of life without having depth of any of those knowledge, right? But without a sound grounding, foundationally, if you're not strong in something, as a faculty member, as a teacher, I always tell people, I have the benefit of being able to understand that side of the world where you educate somebody. I build systems for education. I have applied that same education in so many domains, so I see the value of that. So it's perhaps more visible to me than many people out there. But my personal belief is if you don't understand the foundations of what you're applying, it's going to be very hard. And today, one of the challenges with AI and ML is that everybody thinks it's some kind of a magical box. I was asked this question, by the way, and I grade 30, 40 papers a week, and I see ChatGPT content flowing in every day, right? The problem is not that they use it. If the tool is available, you should use it. It's a good thing. But when you don't understand what it's providing and you use it blindly, then there's an issue with that. From a depth of understanding standpoint, the fundamentals of all algorithms, whether AI or anything else, have always been some sense of math. You need a core foundational sense of mathematics before you can apply algorithms. Every software developer for the last 50, 60 years, without understanding what they're truly doing, they're literally manipulating zeros and ones in the microprocessor. So you need to understand what it's doing beneath if you really want to be effective. You can get away without it, but would you be effective? Using Copilot for code. I still write code, by the way. I love code. I'm a software engineer by academics. I love to write code. I like machine learning code nowadays. I enjoy it 100%. But I literally look to see what it is doing. A big topic in research today is interpreting a machine learning model, AI. Do we really understand what it's doing and why it's doing it? Is it even interpretable? Can we really see a decision tree of a million lines of code and you figure out what it's really doing? But you need to have some sense for that. Deep learning resides in probabilistic theory, right? So you need to understand some foundations of probability and mathematics if you want to excel in AI. Can you manipulate a data set with superficial knowledge? Absolutely. It's not hard to do that. Would you be effective? Would you be effective and efficient in doing so? Perhaps not. So my ask of anyone who's setting into the space of data, observational pattern behavior, distilling knowledge from a data set, making rules out of that and improving it day after day. Today, as we said earlier, in the world of the use cases for AI and ML or ML and AI, you're only limited by the limits of your imagination. If you can imagine the use case, you can implement it. It's not hard to do so. How far can you go in waking up every morning and determining what you would go on to do that day in the realm of your domain, but with the use of tools like ML and AI is only restricted to your imagination. There's no one else who's going to restrict us. And to do it rightly, ethically, perhaps is even more important. But with that in mind, understanding how it applies to your space, perhaps is most fundamental.
So maybe I'm just going to, in the interest of time, I also want to open it for Q&A. If I'm just going to do a quick rapid fire on the Copilot. So if you've got to list 2 skills which you think our students need to demonstrate today, over and above what is in the written text, what would that be?
So 2 skills.
Yeah.
So number one is, I mentioned, number one skill is your ability, you need to have resilience and perseverance in learning this AI, right? When we talk about deep learning, machine learning and AI, so you have to bring it down to very simple understanding. For example, deep learning, think about neurons in your brains, right? You have a neural networks that replicates neuron in your brains. You understand that, you get an information, you see the things, your brain processes it. Now I tell it is a bench or a chair or something. And then the same thing neural network does. When you simplify these concepts, when it looks so complicated, when you simplify it, then your ability to understand the fundamentals like Sir was talking about will be enhanced, right? And then your ability to adapt and apply those knowledge will also be enhanced in a way that you know the fundamentals very clearly. So Deep learning is nothing but think about neural network equivalent to your neurons in your brain, processing it, making inference out of it. But then if I tell this is a table instead of chair, there is a reward function which actually punishes you, right? And then that is called reinforcement learning. So if you can distill down to these kind of smaller, simple steps in life, in this AI environment or AI learning, you will be much better off in terms of understanding. Simplify the concepts. Make sure everything is learnable. You are not somebody who was like, you cannot achieve that learning skills. AI is not a rocket science. You can simplify, learn it, adapt, and apply it. That will be my comment, yeah.
Suresh, you want to add to that quickly before we open for Q&A?
So in terms of learning skills, I will really divide it into three parts. You need, like what he mentioned, you will need to know TensorFlow, neural networks, all of that. For people who are building AI engines, like a ChatGPT or anything else, so that's a very core technological skill. This is for building the next generation of AI engines. So that's one opportunity. And again, algorithmic type of thinking, TensorFlow, probability, matrices, form a big part of building that type of a core AI engine. That's one job opportunity that's there. Those are the skills you require. The next one is, once you have an engine, then you can train the engine on different data sets. So that is, I want somebody who is great in investment banking. Then I do a lot of use cases, data sets to that engine. So training of an AI engine for specific sectors is another type of job opportunity that is emerging. And that requires different skill sets, some combination of technology, a lot more of domain expertise. Like if it is civil aviation, you need to know quite a bit about flying, but also know how to train the AI. So that's another set of job opportunity. The third, which is a lot more omnipresent, is once it's been trained, how do I use it? I am an investment banker working in Morgan Stanley. How will I use this AI that's now been trained to make my work simple? That's the third level of opportunity, which probably needs about 10-15% of technology, 85% of domain knowledge. And just to sort of demystify when people say use AI for this, use AI. I remember days when I was in IIT where everything was on log tables. Calculators were not allowed. Because they said if you bring in calculators, you will forget your tables, you will not know multiplication. I think it's a fact. A lot of people today would not know what is 27 into 33. They will use a calculator. But it has jumped productivity significantly. And that's what AI will do. It will jump productivity and it will create new opportunities.
Wonderful. So we'll open the forum for any questions. Audience, do you have questions for us? Quite a few hands there. Someone in the... Yeah, go ahead, please. Not very clear.
Hello.
Yeah, better now. Go ahead.
Actually, I have heard for every algo, there is one ABC that transmits the signal for every algo. So, I mean, around 6,000 to 6,500 algorithms are entering and going out of it. How are these signals controlled just to one ABC?
That's for you. So there are APCs which are controlling the movement of aircraft. So how are these? So like there are thousands of aircraft that use this. So how is this working?
So the air traffic management system is very complex and it's become far more prevalent in India now because I was told yesterday there were 6,000 airplanes in the sky at any point in time. Air traffic management is a set of rules, just like anything else. It's if you simplify it to what one of these people just said, if you demystify it down to the basics, an aircraft takes off from an airport. You speak to the ground controller to taxi to the runway. You speak to a tower controller. You perform your takeoff. Then you go to a set of center controllers when you're in flight, and then you talk to an approach controller, and you come back to the tower ground and you park your plane. So it's a simple sequence if you observe from ground to ground. And in the middle, as they sequence planes, there are a bunch of rules. The rules are you got to maintain separation in the air. It's basically a 2-mile separation for most planes. You get vertical separation, 2,000 feet until a decade ago. Today with advanced barometric and altimetric capability, because the sensitivity of GPS guidance, you can have airplanes as close as 1,000 feet beneath each other. So with that level, you can accommodate more planes in the airspace above. But the sequencing models are just a set of rules. And I just gave you a few of them. There are more, of course. But whether you're flying within inside the scope of a nation, or you're traversing transatlantic, transoceanic flights from here to Dubai, Dubai to the US, across the Atlantic or the Pacific, the rules are exactly the same. They're no different. It's a set of rules. And the routing is all done in advance. Nowadays, you use AI for flight planning and flight trajectory routing to factor in headwinds, simplify fuel planning, and so forth. But for the most part, it's exactly the same sort of rules that I've applied for the 100 years. It's just gotten far more granular and more optimal as time has gone by.
So which means there is a lot of opportunity there because there are billions of data sets that's been collected over hundreds of years. Yeah. So to make the system a lot more intelligent and improve the whole safety around air travel, right? So that's a huge opportunity.
Yes. I mean, this opportunity is, we used to use statistics, as I said, when I used to do work in United. We would do this 30 years ago. We would apply the statistics as is. We had mathematicians, industrial engineers, and operations research specialists with software developers who would write the code. So we were doing all that, but what it does today, it do it faster, learn on its own, and it's a huge opportunity for anyone who wants to be in aviation. I had a bunch of students yesterday when I was doing the aviation session. A lot of people who are interested in aviation. It's a booming economy. In India, of course, aviation is growing, high growth, high demand, in fact. The risk we will run is if you're not prepared, you'll have a safety problem. So, but for any one of you who's interested in aviation, the application of AI in aviation is a profound experience for most people. It's a fabulous opportunity.
Yes.
We know about the response to that is the stimulus response. Stimulus response. How artificial intelligence is the stimulus response. For a single service, we have different level of response. It happens with the human brain system in terms of when we work with the emotional intelligence. You told about the neurotransmitters, how it works. So, in what way artificial intelligence can implement that way artificial intelligence, how far it works for a single stimulus, different level of response how it takes.
So it's a great question. So what we are now heading is into AGI, right? From generative AI, we are getting into AGI. What it means is it is a multi-model. We are already multi-model. It doesn't need to be single stimulus response. You can have multiple stimulus and the response rate based on the training. Again, the large language models, the advantage of LLMs and SLMs is this thing. How accurate your data is, how good the training data set is, based on which your response rate is going to be pretty accurate. That's along with the neural network engines and the number of parameters you build, right? Again, do you want to build this as an LLM or SLM? That's a question you need to ask if you're going to incorporate either domain-specific data or you want multi-stimulus and whether you want a good interpretability of the data assets itself. So you need to decide what you want to get out of it. That is the most important decision an operator or the person who wants to drive this engine has to make, right?
Human beings, if we try for more transformation, human beings, if we try for more transformation in a single different number of responses, so we want to make that conditions from happy to happy to take or to a peace state. whether it is possible for that to take up whether it exists for
There's definitely a lot of research is going on in terms of human interpretability and as well as other things. So what we need to understand is what type of stimulus response you want, what bias you want, ethical bias. Yeah, go ahead. Right. Correct.
So we have whether this data in what way that we have to give you the AA in conservation of taking place for a success of different level of responses right now.
Yeah, I think we can take it offline,
yeah.
and then
We'll
debate on
explain
this.
the
Like,
models.
absolutely, we need to understand the models, and then whether you have a bias, whether you want what response you rate, based on which we can adjust the parameters and get it done. So we can take it definitely all offline. Yes. Right.
One second, if you're asking a question, I just have a request. Please introduce yourself. We'd like to know a little bit about who we are talking to. We'd like to know your background, so we'd love to hear from you, and then go ahead and ask a brief question.
Okay, I'm right? My question is to Christina. So many stories performing the real it's generated reality and we are 80% of accuracy with the text to video and video to video. So in the around deep case and a lot of things going on. How what will be the place of
Nora. What will be the role of Nora? Nora. Nora is the latest AI. It helps to generate a whole lot of videos, interactive videos. So that's the new sensation. Videos. Nora, yeah. AI-based video generation. Animated videos.
I think generating videos using AI, I think will play a very, very significant part in all movie making going forward. Of course, there are lots of fits and starts. Even a couple of days ago, Google released a version for producing videos and it got into issues because it was not getting the color tones properly and it had to be sort of brought down. I think again, if you look at one big part of the movie making is the edit that happens post all the shoots. Today it's an extremely time consuming work. We are already seeing a lot of tools being used. It used to be used even before, but one is starting to see a significant use of tools to do a lot of that work, especially automatic generation of videos to fill gaps. Sometimes what happens when you are doing an edit for a movie, you then realize there is a sequence that has not been shot at all. Now to get the call sheets to put those sets again is impossible and it's extremely costly. Today a lot of that can be generated using a lot of these technologies. Early stages, because what you require on screen is a lot more precise than what you would need otherwise. But tools are already getting used. Animation is a lot simpler when compared to real-time movie making. So animation, its adoption is already happening. I've seen some animated movies that have been produced completely by AI. There are awards that are now being announced for movies that have been taken by AI with zero human intervention. And there are awards being given, like the Oscar Awards.
My question is that exactly after this Sora thing and deep learning of deep fakes and all, right? So how we are going to mitigate because the Sora is saying and now Sora is very powerful and it is basically very good physics knowledge in this 2025. So how deeply generation will be?
So you want to understand how the deep fake videos and content can be mitigated. So we didn't touch upon the regulatory and laws and governance yet, right? One of the challenges we forgot to mention earlier is the absence of governance and implementation of the regulation itself. And that's why when we develop, especially when Microsoft develops a product, we develop with responsibility, unbiased and ethical AI. That is one part. But these kind of platforms gives a rogue, a person to create and generate these kind of deep fake videos, and that destroys the personality or individual everything. Along with that, a parallel system, a regulatory system, governance system, laws has to be developed. What we are not talking about right now, as much as we are so excited about AI, somehow behind, like somebody, we have a notion that somebody will fix it. And that's not going to happen. The industry, academia, and the government has to come together to define regulations and law. And this has to be picked up as one of the important regulation that we need to implement right now across. It's world is looking at it right now, and pretty fast we are moving forward, putting the governance. Corporates are taking care of it, but that's not enough. So deepfake videos you can create from any platform. It doesn't need to be Nora or anything else, right? But the absence of regulation or the need for regulation is the key. And we have to nip it in the bud right now. That's the most important thing that we all should be working on, right?
Yeah, I think I want to add, so 2023 January is when the world woke up to ChatGPT. There was a code red announced by another competitor of Microsoft. 2024 is going to be an year of experimentation and maturation. We're going to see maturity as well. So, for all you know, 2025 could be an year where we say an augmented workplace, right? Could become a powered by AI workplace, just like we saw a digital native companies that are digital born. So we may see AI born companies. So what it means for all of you is that how are you going to use AI to enhance your skills in whatever you're doing today? So for instance, if you're a data engineer or you want to become a data engineer, how are you going to use all the AI tools that are available to you, right from a Copilot or let's say your Python frameworks, right? Or even a DAL-E image generator to create some very fantastic data visualization so that the end consumer, let's say the end consumer is a legal fraternity or a finance fraternity, they can consume it a lot more easily for decision making. That's the opportunity in terms of the skill ecosystem. Any other questions we have?
No, I'll just make a very quick comment on that.
Yeah.
I like the way Suresh Shah has put it. So if you have to build products, you got to know this thing from the fundamental. But that's not the opportunity. That's not the only opportunity you have. You can leverage this technology, AI, as an API, and you can be in healthcare. You can create products for entertainment industry. You can create products for finance industry. You don't need to build an LLM. That's a job that large companies are building. You don't need to build an SLM models. But what you need to do, can I leverage this and create products and services, or can I use this technology in my workplace? That's the most important thing. The other thing I heard yesterday was IIT in India, IIT Bombay, IIT Chennai is spearheading language models as a platform, India-specific models. We got to leverage. Those innovations cannot be exclusive to IITs alone. And how the governments will be working to leverage those innovations to percolate down to tier 2 institutions is going to be the key, right? These are the things. Again, you don't need to be a rocket scientist. You don't need to be an AI engineer to make a career out of it, to drive transformation. All you have to believe in it, your ability to use this thing, and that's why I like what Mr. Suresh has mentioned, right? Something very important.
Just to add one quick point, somebody was asking about deep fakes, and there is a whole lot of discussion and an emerging of laws. So for instance, earlier, if there is a music that you own, there are today institutions like IPRS which tracks that music being used anywhere in the world, and they ensure you get credit for it. Now, if it is being done by AI, then who gets a credit? So if it impersonates an actor, a recent judgment that was passed about 6-7 months ago in the US says that the persona is owned by the person who created, his charisma created it, so it belongs to his estate. So even if a small piece of it is used by AI, then he gets credit. And then it's a question of if AI writes a book like Dan Brown, for instance, does Dan Brown get credit? So part of the AI engine when it is being developed, today it is also becoming mandatory for you to be able to trace from which data set and use case did it produce this content. And to that origin, IP credits are being given. And that's part of the emerging laws that are coming.
I think we'll have to wrap up.
Point to make.
Sure.
I also want everyone to know language models became really popular because of ChatGPT. But I have to tell you, it's just one little aspect of the overarching world of ML and AI. I think we are overtly obsessed about language models. Everyone only talks Gen AI now, and it's fashionable to discuss it. But there is such a big, vast world of machine learning and AI beyond language models. Remember, language models are very restricted in their own ways. It's very powerful as they appear today, but for any of you who wants a career in AI and ML, it's fascinatingly vast. It's much beyond anything we can comprehend in the context of ML alone.
So, thank you all of you. I think very insightful things. I'll just sum it up. We're out of time, we'll take it offline. I think the key takeaway for all of you and all of us, one, we are in very interesting times. We should not feel threatened by artificial intelligence at all. Primarily because those of you who've used Google very extensively, remember there was an icon called I'm feeling lucky? Remember? So today, with all the AI interfaces that are available to us, the knowledge, know something, that entire ocean of knowledge is coming to us in a very distilled and filtered manner. இது நம்ம வந்து 2 lakh search results லேந்து filter பண்ண தேவையில்லை. நமக்கு filter ஆகி information வருது. So what is it that we need to do as skills? And the information that comes to us on a plate, we should have the capability to process it, validate it, verify it, consume it, and advance further. So we live in very interesting times today. On that note, I just want to leave a question with you. So it's called artificial intelligence for a reason. The intelligence is coming from humans like you and me. So if robots had to get together and gossip about human beings, what language do you think they will use? Any guesses? If robots got together and they had to gossip about human beings, what language will they use? So I will leave you guessing on that note. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for a wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank you. That was truly insightful. I want to take a moment and say thank you. You broke down so many complex concepts and made it simple for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our fabulous moderator and our fabulous speakers. I'm sure the two robots will speak in Tamil, but I'm going to take a moment here and request the moderator to felicitate our, speakers on stage with a memento. It's our way of saying thank you to you. I now request Mr. Anish Shekhar, MD Court, to felicitate our moderator. Thank you. So I asked ChatGPT a question, and the question was about our next keynote speaker. I asked, is Madan Gauri cool? So ChatGPT told me, as an AI, I don't have personal opinions, but many people find Madan Gauri cool because of his engaging content, insightful commentary, and ability to spark meaningful conversations on various topics. However, whether someone finds him cool is subjective and depends on individual preferences and interests, but net, AI finds you very cool. So we're going to find out about the impact of technology in shaping the future of marketing. All the Madan Gauri fans in the house, can I hear some cheer? There you go. Madan Gauri, founder and CEO, M. Cholas, can I have you on stage?
Hello. Hello everyone. Sound பத்தல. Okay. நம்ம எல்லாருமே ஒரு சோஷியல் எக்ஸ்பெரிமெண்ட் பண்ணலாமா? Probably first time in India, I guess. ரெடியா? நீங்க எல்லாம் என் வீடியோல வர்றதுக்கு ரெடியா இருக்கீங்களா? நான் இப்போ ஷூட் பண்ண போறேன். ஆனா ஷூட் பண்ற மெத்தட் வந்து probably first time in India. கிட்னி எல்லாம் செலவு பண்ணி எடுத்துட்டு வந்திருக்கேன். ஸோ கிவ் மீ 5 minutes. 5 minutes இல்ல 2 minutes. ஓகேவா? இந்த பேக் உள்ள தான் இருக்குது. ஓகே? ஸோ ஆப்பிள் விஷன் ப்ரோ மேக்ஸ் வந்து இன்னும் இந்தியாவில் லான்ச் பண்ணல. பட் ப்ராபப்ளி நம்ம லைஃப்பில் ஃபியூச்சரில் நிறைய ஸ்பேஷியல் ஃபோட்டோஸ் எடுக்க போகிறோம் இம்மர்சிவாக. அதில் நீங்கள் இப்போ இருக்க போகிறீங்க. ப்ராபப்ளி ஒன் ஆஃப் த ஃபர்ஸ்ட் குரூப் பிக்சர்ஸ் இன் இந்தியா. எடுப்போமா? வெயிட் பண்ணுங்க. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay, that's a nice picture. I'll take a video now. நான் யூஸ் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சு 24 hours தான் ஆகுது. ஸோ நானும் ஒரு பிகினராக தான் இருக்கேன். Okay. It's recording, so I'll come around. Yeah, எங்க சவுண்ட் வருது? பின்னாடி இருக்கா? I'll come there. Excuse me. Thank you. Excuse me. Okay. No, squad. Yeah? Done. Yenga? Okay. Hi. 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 Okay. So, இது வந்து ஒரு சின்ன சோஷியல் எக்ஸ்பெரிமெண்ட். A to D அவங்களும் இதை எடுத்துட்டு இருக்காங்க அந்த சைடு. ஸோ நான் இந்த சைடு எடுத்துட்டு இருக்கேன். இது ரெண்டும் வீடியோவாக வரும். I thought I will use this opportunity for that. Okay, done. Okay. ஆரம்பிக்கலாமா? ஒர்க் ஆகுதா? இங்க வரணும். இங்க வராதா? சரி, உங்களுக்குலாம் தெரியுதா? தெரியுதா? ஓகே, டன். தெரியுதா எல்லாருக்கும்? ஸ்லைட். தனியாக பேசியே போர் அடிச்சிருச்சு. சரி, நேரில் பேசுகிறப்போ ஏதாவது ஸ்லைட்லாம் வச்சு பேசலாம். ரொம்ப நாள் ஆச்சு காலேஜ்லலாம் ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணின்னு யோசிச்சது தான். இன்னைக்கு நான் பேச போகிறது என்னன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, இம்பேக்ட் ஆஃப் டெக்னாலஜி அண்ட் ஃபியூச்சர் ஆஃப் மார்க்கெட்டிங்கில். அதை பற்றி பேசலான்னு யோசிச்சப்போ உடனே நம்ம ஊர் ரெஃபரன்ஸ் இமீடியட்டாக தோணுது என்னன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா எந்திரன் படம் தான். இப்போ நான் ஆக்சுவலாக உங்களை சுற்றி வர்றப்போ நான் ஏதோ கண்ணாடி போட்டிருக்க மாதிரி தான் இருந்துச்சு, கரெக்டாக? பட் ஆக்சுவலாக ஐம் டேக்கிங் அ வீடியோ. அண்ட் இந்த வீடியோ வந்து நீங்கள் ஃபியூச்சரில் கண்டிப்பாக பார்ப்பீங்க. இப்போ இந்த ஃபீச்சர், அதாவது 3Dயாக பார்க்கறதுக்கு, இம்மர்சிவாக பார்க்கறதுக்கு யூடியூப்ல ஆப்ஷன் அவைலபிள் இல்லை. பட் கண்டிப்பாக வந்துடும் 1 மாதம் 2 மாதத்தில். அது வர்றப்போ we will immerse ourselves inside. ஸோ டெக்னாலஜி வந்து அவ்வளவு வேகமாக வளர்ந்துட்டு இருக்குது. இப்போ நம்ம பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கிற 2D பிக்சரை விட திங்ஸ் ஆர் சேஞ்சிங் அட் a very rapid pace, கரெக்டாக? ஸோ அதெல்லாம் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிறப்போ நம்ம ஆல்ரெடி வந்து பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிற வேலை வந்து பிராண்டிங் தான். எனக்கு காலேஜில் இருந்த ஒரு ப்ராஜெக்ட் ஏதாவது பிராண்ட் பண்ணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருந்தாங்க. சரி, என்ன அதை வந்து என்ன சொல்ல, குலுக்கு சீட்டு மாதிரி போட்டு விடுவாங்க. அதில் எந்த ஷீட் நம்ம எடுக்கிறோமோ அதில் இருக்கிற டாபிக் வச்சு ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ணும். எனக்கு வந்த டாபிக் என்ன தெரியுமா? ரொம்ப வியர்டாக வந்துச்சு. எனக்கு அப்போ வியர்டாக இருந்துச்சு, இப்போ அது ரொம்ப நார்மல் ஆயிடுச்சு. காலேஜ் படிச்சுட்டு இருக்கப்போ என்னடா அது அப்படின்னு யோசிச்சேன். எனக்கு வந்த டாபிக் வந்து டாம்பான். டாம்பான்னா என்னன்னு எத்தனை பேருக்கு தெரியும்? கை தூக்குங்க. ஸோ பொண்ணுங்களே நிறைய பேருக்கு தெரியல. ஆக்சுவலாக டாம்பான் என்னன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, பீரியட்ஸ்க்கு வந்து பேட் வைக்கிறாங்கல்ல, அல்டர்னேட்டிவ் வந்து ஒரு டாம்பான் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. வெஸ்டர்ன் கண்ட்ரீஸ்ல நிறைய இருக்குது. ஸோ அதுதான் எனக்கு ப்ராஜெக்ட் வந்துச்சு. எனக்கு டாம்பான்னா என்னன்னு அன்னைக்கு தான் வாழ்க்கையிலே முதல் முறை கேள்விப்படுறேன். ஸோ எனக்கு அதெல்லாம் பிராண்ட் பண்ண முடியாது அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு என்னோட மேம் கிட்ட சொன்னேன், MBA படிச்சுட்டு இருக்கப்போ. அவங்க இருந்துக்கிட்டு ஓகே மதன், உங்களால் என்ன பண்ண முடியும் அப்படின்னு கேட்டாங்க. மேம், என்னால், நான் என்னைய பிராண்ட் பண்ணுறேன் அப்படின்னு. உன்னை நீ எப்படின்னா பிராண்ட் பண்ணுவேன், யார் நீ அப்படின்னாங்க. தெரில, ஆனால் பேசுகிறேன். அதை எடுத்து நான் வந்து போஸ்ட் பண்ணுறேன் ஃபேஸ்புக்கில் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு போஸ்ட் பண்ண ஆரம்பித்தேன். அப்புறம் காப்பிரைட் அடித்து அந்த பேஜையே தூக்கிட்டாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் நான் யூடியூப்குள்ளே வந்தேன். பட் தட்ஸ் ஹவ் த ஹோல் ஜேர்னி ஸ்டார்டட். ஸோ அங்கேருந்து இப்போ வந்துட்டு இருக்கப்போ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, இப்போ ஓகே மதன் கௌரி நிறைய பேருக்கு தெரியுது. அடுத்து என்ன பண்ண போகிறேன் லைஃப்பில் அப்படின்னு யோசிச்சுட்டு இருக்கப்போ ஐ தாட், வை டோன்ட் ஐ ஸ்டார்ட் அ டிஜிட்டல் மார்க்கெட்டிங் கம்பெனி. என்ன என்னால் பிராண்ட் பண்ண முடியும்னா, நம்ம ஊரில் நிறைய பிராண்ட்ஸ் இருக்குது. எல்லாருமே வந்து இன்டர்நேஷ்னலாக போகணும்னு நினச்சிட்டு இருக்கிற பிராண்ட்ஸ் இருக்குது. டிஜிட்டலோட பவரே இருந்துக்கிட்டு நம்ம ஆண்டிப்பட்டியில் உட்காந்துக்கிட்டு நம்ம ஆம்ஸ்டர்டாமில் இருக்கிற ஒரு பையனுக்கு ஏதாவது ஒன்று விற்க முடியும், பேச முடியும், பழக முடியும். ஸோ அதுக்காக ஐ ஸ்டார்டட் அ டிஜிட்டல் மார்க்கெட்டிங் கம்பெனி ரீசென்ட்லி. ஸோ எம்சோலாஸ் அது பேர். அதில் வந்து முன்னாடி இனியவன், மோனிகா, பூர்வி, அங்கே பர்னி அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு பஞ்ச் ஆஃப் எம்ஜி ஸ்குவாடு தான் எல்லாருமே. ஸோ வந்து அவங்களே ஒன்றா சேர்த்து ஸோ ஸ்டார்டட் அ கம்பெனி. அதில் நாங்கள் கற்றுக்கிட்ட சில விஷயங்கள் நான் சொல்கிறேன். ஒரு பிராண்ட் வந்து ஜென்ரலாக மார்க்கெட்டிங்குள்ளே வந்தாங்கன்னா நீங்கள் இதெல்லாம் தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. பிகாஸ் நீங்கள், நான் சொல்கிறது எல்லாமே பிராண்டுன்னு சொல்கிறது யாரையோ பற்றி இல்லை, நீங்களே இது பண்ணலாம் ஃபியூச்சரில், இப்போமே கூட பண்ணலாம். அதுக்காக சொல்கிறேன். ஸோ குளோபல் ரீச், நம்ம தலைவர் நித்யானந்தா மாதிரி உட்கார்ந்த இடத்துல இருந்துக்கிட்டு உலகம் ஃபுல்லாக இன்டர்நெட். ஸோ அவர் என்ன பண்ணுறாரு யோசிச்சு பாருங்களேன். இப்போ மற்ற குரு எல்லாம் இருக்காங்கல்ல, எவ்வளோ பெருசாக பில்டிங் கட்டி வைக்கிறாங்க, எவ்வளவோ சத்சங் நடத்துகிறாங்க. தலைவன் என்ன பண்ணுறாரு, யூடியூப்ல ஒரு வீடியோ போடுறாரு, ஊரில் இருக்கிறவங்களெல்லாம் பேச வச்சிடுறாரு. கரெக்டா? ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி குளோபல் ரீச், லோக்கல் ரீச், இங்கே இருக்கிறவங்கள இன்டர்நேஷ்னலாக கொண்டு போகிறது சரி, இன்டர்நேஷ்னலாக இருக்கிறவங்கள இங்கே கொண்டு வரதும் சரி, என்கேஜ்மெண்ட் இன்க்ரீஸ் பண்ணுறதா இருக்கட்டும், லோ காஸ்ட், எஃபெக்டிவ் டார்கெட்டிங், ஈஸி ஸ்கில் லேர்னிங். ஸோ இதெல்லாம் பார்த்து முடிச்சாச்சு. பட் இதுக்கப்புறம் என்ன ஆக போகுது அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு கேள்வி வரப்போ இந்த வீடியோ ப்ளே பண்ணுங்களேன். முந்தினது இது ஏஐ ஜெனரேட் பண்ண ஒரு வீடியோ. இந்த வீடியோ ஸோ அது யாருக்கா தெரியுதா? யார் அது? வில் ஸ்மித். ஸோ வில் ஸ்மித் இப்போ வில் ஸ்மித் யூடியூபர் ஆயிட்டார் தெரியுமா? அது போய் பாருங்க யூடியூப்ல. வில் ஸ்மித் யூடியூபர் ஆயிட்டாரு. ஸோ வில் ஸ்மித் ப்ளே பண்ணலாம் இந்த வீடியோவை. இது வில் ஸ்மித் ஈட்டிங் அ நூடுல் ஸ்பெகட்டி அப்படின்னு சொல்லி நம்ம ஒரு கமாண்ட் ப்ராம்ப்ட் கொடுத்தோம்னா ஏஐ ஜெனரேட் பண்ணக்கூடிய வீடியோ. இது வீடியோ ப்ளே ஆகலையா? யா. ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி ஜென்ரேட் ஆகுது. பார்த்தாலே தெரியுது இது நார்மலா இல்ல, வாய்க்குள்ள போக மாட்டேங்குது நூடுல்ஸ், எல்லாமே ஆப்வியஸா தெரியுது. கரெக்டா? இப்போ 4 நாளுக்கு முன்னாடி ChatGPT கம்பெனி இருக்காங்கல்ல, அவங்களே ஒரு ப்ராடக்ட்டை லான்ச் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. அது பேரு சோரா. அது ஜென்ரேட் பண்ண வீடியோ பாருங்க. ப்ளே. இந்த நாய் உயிரோட கிடையாது, இப்படி ஒரு நாயே கிடையாது. இது கம்ப்யூட்டர் ஜென்ரேட் பண்ண ஒரு விஷயம். It's completely created. This does not exist. இந்த ஒரு ஷாட்டை ஒரு சினிமால எடுக்கணும்னு சொன்னா எவ்வளவு லட்சங்கள், ப்ராபப்ளி 1 லட்சம் 2 லட்சமாவது செலவு பண்ணுவாங்க. ஒரு பயங்கரமான கேமரா எடுத்துட்டு ரெட் மாதிரி ஒரு கேமரா வச்சு ஸ்னோ ஒரு லொகேஷனுக்கு போய் ஒரு நாய்க்குட்டியை உள்ள வச்சு எடுக்கணும்னு. இதை ஏஐ ஜென்ரேட் பண்ணுது. இது இன்னொரு ஏஐ ஜென்ரேட் பண்ணுது. நீங்க ஜஸ்ட் கமாண்ட் கொடுக்கலாம். ஸோ இதுக்கு என்ன கமாண்ட் இருக்கும்? ஜப்பான் சிட்டி ஸ்னோயிங், வேற கப்பிள் ஆர் வாக்கிங் டுகெதர், ஸ்லோ ஷாட். இப்படி நீங்க கமாண்ட் போட்டீங்கன்னா 10 செகண்ட்ல இதை உங்களுக்கு ஜென்ரேட் பண்ணி கொடுக்கும். 10 செகண்ட். அண்ட் இன்னும் டைம் நாளாக இதெல்லாம் ஒரு வருஷத்துல எங்க வந்திருக்கு பாருங்க. வில் ஸ்மித் ஸ்பெகட்டி சாப்பிட்ட வீடியோ எப்படி இருக்குது, இப்போ இது எவ்வளவு ரியலிஸ்டிக்கா இருக்குது. ஆக்சுவலா இது இன்னும் பெட்டரா வீடியோ ஓடும். ஐ திங்க் சம் இஷ்யூ தேர். பட் அண்ட் அடுத்து உங்களுக்கு எல்லாம் ரொம்ப தெரிஞ்ச ஒரு ஆடியோ ப்ளே பண்றேன். ப்ளே பண்ணுங்களேன். யாரு? சோ ஃபியூச்சர்ல அப்படின்னு சொல்றப்போ அது ரொம்ப ஃபியூச்சர் கிடையாது. ப்ராபப்ளி நீங்க இப்போ காலேஜ்ல இருந்தீங்கன்னா நீங்க காலேஜ் முடிக்கிறப்போ நீங்க படிச்ச கோர்ஸ் அவுடேட் ஆயிடலாம். அவ்வளோ வேகமா வேர்ல்டு மாறிட்டு இருக்குது. அண்ட் ஏஐ பயங்கரமா கிரீப்பின் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்குது. ஏஐ உள்ள கிரீப்பின் பண்றதுல அட்வான்டேஜஸ் இருக்குது, டிஸ்அட்வான்டேஜஸ் இருக்குது. அட்வான்டேஜஸ் ஒரு வீடியோ பாருங்க. இந்த வீடியோ பிளே ஆகுதான்னு தெரியல, பட் பிளே ஆனா சூப்பரா இருக்கும். பார்த்திருக்கீங்களா அது ஆல்ரெடி? ஒரு நிமிஷம் பாஸ் பண்ணுங்களேன். அந்த வீடியோல ஏஐ யூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். ஓகேவா? இந்த வீடியோல நீங்க பார்த்திருக்கீங்களா? யாராவது யோசிச்சீங்களா இதுல ஏஐ இருக்குன்னு? இதுல ஏதோ ஒரு விஷயம் உண்மை கிடையாது. இந்த வீடியோ போட்டு ஒரு 6 months ஆச்சு, அரை வருஷம் ஆச்சு. ஸோ இதில் ஆல்ரெடி ஏஐ யூஸ் பண்ணி நான் கண்டென்ட் கிரியேட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். அதை 6.7 million சம்திங், ஸோ 67 லட்சம் பேர், more than half a crore people have seen this video. Not one person found that there is AI inside. நீங்க இப்போ கண்டுபிடிக்கிறான்னு பார்ப்போம். Now since we said இதுல ஏஐ இருக்குன்னு சொன்னதுனால நீங்க யாராவது கண்டுபிடிக்கிறீங்களான்னு பார்ப்போம். எது ஏஐன்னு சொல்லணும். ஓகே, நான் உள்ள வருவேன், நீங்க கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். கண்டுபிடிச்சா ஒரு சாக்லேட் பிரைஸ். ஓகேவா? சரி, ஓகே, இப்போ ப்ளே பண்ணலாம்.
Which is your favorite? The first 7 years from Starbucks. Okay. And the favorite team was RCD and
சிஎஸ்கே இப்படிதான் உள்ள இருந்துச்சு. ஸோ இல்ல ப்ளே பண்ணுங்க அதுல இன்னும் இருக்குது. ப்ளே முதல்ல இருந்து வரப்போதா? சரி, ஓகே, நான் பேசல, அமைதியா இருக்கேன். ப்ளே பண்ணுங்க.
Which is your favorite? First 7 years from Starbucks.
So then the private thing was off easy, and then us come to say and this was Chennai. That's
என்னப்பா அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் இளையராஜா பாட்டுலாம் வாசிப்பாரு வரலையா? சரி ஓகே டன். ஆனா இதுல ஏ என்ன இருக்கு? கெஸ். வீடியோ ஏ இல்ல, வீடியோ ஆக்சுவலா ஷூட் பண்ணோம். ஆனா அதுல ஒரு ஏ எலிமெண்ட் இருக்கு, அது என்னன்னு கண்டுபிடிங்க. வாய்ஸ் ஒரிஜினல். அவங்க மைக் ஆன் பண்ணலாமா? கேட்க மாட்டேங்க. ஷேன் வாட்சன் அது ஏ இல்ல, அது உண்மையிலே வாசிச்சார். அவர்கிட்ட சொல்லி 5 நிமிஷத்துல வாசிச்சிட்டாரு. அவுட். கார்ட்டூன்ஸ் இல்ல, அது நம்ம எடிட் பண்ணோம். பேக்ரவுண்ட், பேக்ரவுண்ட்ல எது ஏ? சோ யூ ஆர் கெட்டிங் தேர். நான் சொல்றேன். சோ வீடியோ எடுத்தது ஃபுல்லா லேண்ட்ஸ்கேப்ல, மேல கீழே இருக்கிறது ஏஐ ஜெனரேட் பண்ணுது. அந்த இடமே கிடையாது, அந்த இடம் அப்படி கிடையாது. ஹவு கிரேசி இஸ் தட்? யார் கெஸ் பண்ணீங்க? ஒரு கை, இங்க ஒரு 1000 பேர் இருக்கலாமா? ஒரு கை, 2 கை, 3 கை. சோ நம்ம வந்து ஃபியூச்சர்னு பேசுறது எங்கேயோ கிடையாது, நம்ம ஆல்ரெடி அங்கதான் இருக்கோம். அதை சில பேர் அடாப்ட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க, சில பேர் அடாப்ட் பண்ணல, அவ்வளவுதான் வித்தியாசம். இந்த வீடியோல யோசிச்சு பாருங்க, எடுத்ததே சினிமா மாதிரி லேண்ட்ஸ்கேப்ல எடுத்து முடிச்சதுக்கு அப்புறம் நாங்க யூடியூப்க்கு தான் இந்த வீடியோ எடுத்தோம். சரி இதை ரீல்ஸ்ல போஸ்ட் பண்ணலாம்னு சொல்லி அதை கம்ப்ளீட்டா வெர்டிகலா மாத்தியாச்சு. அண்ட் திஸ் ஹேப்பன் இன் செகண்ட்ஸ். இது பெரிய வேலை கிடையாது, ஏஐ கிட்ட கமாண்ட் ஒழுங்கா கொடுத்தா செஞ்சு முடிச்சிடும். ஓகே, இது நீங்க பாத்துறீங்க. ஸோ அதனால 6 மாசமா இதை ஹோல்டு பண்ணியிருக்கேன் சொல்றதுக்கு. இது இன்னும் வீடியோல சொல்றப்போ ஃபன்னா இருக்கும். அடுத்து ஸோ இந்த வீடியோ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அகைன் ரீல்ஸ்ல ஹேட் another 17 lakh வியூஸ் அண்ட் இம்ப்ரெஷன் வந்து க்ரோர்ஸ்ல ரன் ஆயிருக்கும். இப்போ இந்த வீடியோ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட்னு எத்தனை பேர் ரியலைஸ் பண்ணீங்க? இட்ஸ் ஆக்சுவலி அன் அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட். அது A to B அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட். அடையார் ஆனந்த பவன் ஸ்வீட்ஸ் எடுத்து கொடுக்குறோம்ல. ஸோ கேட்பரி இதை தான் ரொம்ப வருஷமா பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கான். ஒரு நல்ல சந்தோஷமான ஈவெண்ட். அந்த இடத்துல வந்து கேட்பரி சாக்லேட் கொடுத்து நம்மளை வந்து கேட்பரிக்கு அடாப்ட் பண்ண வச்சிடுவாங்க. ஸோ மார்க்கெட்டிங் வந்து இஸ் கெட்டிங் இன் டு அவர் ஸ்கின் தட் வி டோன்ட் ஈவன் ரியலைஸ் இட்ஸ் மார்க்கெட்டிங். இதை பண்ணது நான் தான், ஆனால் அது எவ்வளோ சட்டிலா கண்டென்ட்டோட பண்றோங்கிறதா இப்போ இருக்கிற சேலஞ்ச் கிரியேட்டர்ஸ்க்கு. யா, ஸோ இது வந்து நாங்கள் ஒர்க் பண்ற ஒன் ஆஃப் த கிளையண்ட். ஓகேவா? இதுல என்ன இருக்கு? ஃபேஸ் இல்ல, அந்த பொண்ணே தான். அந்த பொண்ணு எக்ஸிஸ்டே கிடையாது, அப்படி ஒரு பொண்ணே கிடையாது, கடல்லே இல்லைங்கிற மாதிரி. ஸோ ஒரு மாடல் கிட்ட போய் பேசி நம்ம அவங்கள கூப்பிட்டு வந்து ஷூட் பண்ணி அதுக்கப்புறம் போட்டோஷாப் பண்ணி அதுக்கப்புறம் எடிட் பண்ணி அதை போய் பிளேஸ் பண்றது எவ்வளவு பெரிய வேலை. ஸோ இப்போ அந்த டெர்ம் கிளினிக் வந்து எங்ககிட்ட கேட்குறாங்க, எங்க நைட்டு போஸ்ட் பண்ணோம், எங்களுக்கு இதெல்லாம் வேணும் வேகமா. அப்போ என்ன பண்ணலாம்? கமாண்ட் உடனே வருது. இந்த தம்ப்நெயில்ல இது எல்லா தம்ப்நெயிலுமே ஏஐ ஜெனரேட்டட். இது நாங்க பண்ணல. இந்த எந்த போட்டோவும் இன்டர்நெட்ல கிடையாது. அங்க இருக்கிற முருகனே ஏஐ தான் ஜெனரேட் பண்ணுச்சு. ஸோ இது எல்லாமே அது வந்து வேளச்சேரியில் அந்த பெட்ரோல் பங்க்ல 2 பேர் இறந்து போனாங்கல்ல, அது எப்படி போட்டோ போடுறது? போட்டோ போட முடியாது, ரொம்ப கஷ்டமா இருக்கும். ஆனா அதை டெபிக்ட் பண்ணும் பிக்டோரியலா. என்ன பண்ணலாம்? ஏஐ யூஸ் பண்ணலாம். ஸோ அதே மாதிரி கன்னியாகுமரி கிட்ட ஒரு கிணத்துல வந்து தண்ணி வந்துகிட்டே போயிட்டே இருக்கு அப்படின்னாங்கல்ல, அந்த மேஜிக் வெல். ஆக்சுவலா அந்த விஷுவலா பாத்தீங்கன்னா அது அவ்வளோ அப்பீலிங்கா இருக்காது, நம்ம இமேஜினேஷன் உடனே எங்கேயோ போல. ஸோ மேஜிக் வெல் மாதிரி ஒன்று கிரியேட் பண்ணணும்னு சொல்லி ஏஐல ஜென்ரேட் பண்ணுது. அண்ட் இது இப்போ துபாயில வந்து டொமினோஸ் இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. நீங்க பிட்சா வந்து வீட்டுக்கு வந்து கொடுக்குற வரைக்கும் எந்த டெம்பரேச்சர்ல பேக் பண்றாங்களோ அதே டெம்பரேச்சர்ல வந்து சேருமா. ஏன்னா அந்த ஹாட் பேக் இருக்குல்ல, அதை வந்து அவங்க ஏஐ மூலியமா சுத்தி இருக்கிற என்விரான்மெண்ட் டெம்பரேச்சருக்கும் உள்ள பேக் எந்த டெம்பரேச்சர் இருக்கணுங்கிறத வச்சு செஞ்சுட்டு இருக்காங்க. இதுக்கு கண்டிப்பா எக்ஸ்ட்ரா $10 போட்டுருவாங்க. இது அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட் எத்தனை பேர் ரியலைஸ் பண்றீங்க? எதுக்கு அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட்? ஆப்பிள் மியூசிக். ஆனா நம்ம என்ன யோசிப்போம், ஓ மெஸ்ஸியோட பிளேலிஸ்டா என்னென்ன பாட்டு இருக்குன்னு சொல்லிட்டு நம்ம போய் கேட்போம். ஆனா எதுல போய் கேட்கணும்னு எதிர்பார்க்கறாங்க? ஆப்பிள் மியூசிக்ல. சோ ஐடியா என்னன்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா, we are not waiting for the future, this is the future. இதுதான் ஃபியூச்சர். இந்த ஃபியூச்சர்ல நம்ம இருந்துட்டு இருக்கோம். அதுக்கு எங்கேயோ எக்ஸாம்பிள் வேணா, நீங்க பார்த்த வீடியோல இருந்த ஏஐ நான் உங்ககிட்ட சொல்லியிருக்கேன், நீங்க கிளிக் பண்ற தம்ப்நெயில்ல இருக்கிற ஏஐ சொல்லியிருக்கேன். டீம் இங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு 20 பேர் தான் இருக்கும். ஆனா பாத்தீங்கன்னா 200 பேர் வேலையை பார்க்க முடியும். ஏன்னா we use computer to the maximum. ஸோ ஏஐன்னு ஒரு விஷயம் உள்ள வர்றப்போ ஜாப் ஸ்கில் பண்ணும். நிறைய பேர் சொல்லுவாங்க இல்ல ஜாப்ஸ்க்குலாம் எந்த பிரச்சனையும் இல்லைன்னு. ஐ ஒன்ட் லை அபவுட் இட். இப்போ ப்ராபப்ளி அந்த கிளினிக்கு நாங்க வந்து ஒரு ஸ்கின் கிளினிக்கு வந்து ஒரு மாடலுக்கு பதிலாக ஏஐ யூஸ் பண்ணோம்ல, ப்ராபப்ளி அந்த ஃபீச்சர் எங்களுக்கு இல்லைன்னா நாங்கள் என்ன பண்ணியிருப்போம், ஒரு மாடலை தான் நாங்கள் கூப்பிட்டுருப்போம். கரெக்டா? இப்போ நாங்கள் என்ன பண்றோம், ஒரு மாடலுக்கு பதிலாக ஒரு ஏஐ ரீப்ளேஸ் பண்றோம். கரெக்டா இல்லையா? அதே மாதிரி இப்போ தம்ப்நெயிலுக்குன்னு எங்களுக்கு ஒரு கிரியேட்டர் வச்சு அவங்க இல்லுஸ்ட்ரேட்டர் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க, தம்ப்நெயில் ஜென்ரேட் பண்றதே அவங்களோட வேலை. இப்போ அந்த வேலை கிடையாது. இப்போ என்னோட ஆஃபீஸ்லேயே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நம்ம என்ன பண்றோம், நாங்கள் ஏஐ கிட்ட யூஸ் பண்றோம். நீங்க எத்தனை பேர் சாட் ஜிபிடி யூஸ் பண்றீங்க எக்ஸாமுக்கு முந்தின நாள் படிக்கிறதுக்கு? ஸோ ரியாலிட்டி என்னன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, ஃபியூச்சர் வந்து ஏஐ கிட்ட இருக்குன்னு சொல்றது போய். பிரசன்ட் இஸ் வித் த ஏஐ. ஃபியூச்சர் வந்து இன்னும் பகிரங்கமா இருக்கும். நாம பழைய காலத்து டெலிஃபோன் இருக்குல்ல, அதுல இருந்து கார்ட்லெஸ் வர்றதுக்கு பல டிகேட்ஸ் ஆச்சு. ஆனா கார்ட்லெஸ்ல இருந்து நம்ம வந்து இந்த செல்போன்ஸ் அது வர்றது ஒரு டிகேட் 2 டிகேட் தான் ஆச்சு. ஆனா அதுல இருந்து ஸ்மார்ட் போன் வர்றதுக்கு ஃபியூ இயர்ஸ் தான் ஆச்சு. அந்த ஸ்மார்ட் போன் வந்து ஸ்மார்ட் ஆகிறதுக்கு இன்னும் சில வருடங்கள் தான் ஆகிட்டு இருக்குது. ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி போயிட்டு இருக்கப்போ ஆல் ஐம் ட்ரைங் டு சே இஸ், ஏஐ பார்த்து பயந்து ஓடனா மார்க்கெட்டிங் நம்மளை சுத்தி ஆல்ரெடி நடந்துட்டு இருக்குது. இந்த இடத்துல ஏன் மதன் கௌரியை கூப்பிட்டு வந்து நிக்கார வச்சிருக்காங்க? மதன் கௌரி வராங்க, பேச வராங்க, நீங்க எல்லாம் யோசிக்கலாம். பட் ஏன் மதன் கௌரி இங்க இருக்கணும்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா, இங்க இத்தனை ஸ்டூடெண்ட் கிரௌட் வரணும். இது இமேஜின் பண்ற ஒரு மார்க்கெட்டிங். ஸோ எல்லா இடத்துலையுமே ஒரு மார்க்கெட்டிங் இன்வால்வ் ஆகி தான் இருக்குது. அது தப்பு கிடையாது. ஆனா அதை யார் எஃபெக்டிவா பண்றாங்கிறதா ஆக்சுவலான ரிசல்ட்டை ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ணும். ஓகேவா? ஸோ அதுதான் நான் உங்ககிட்ட சொல்லணும்னு நினைச்சேன். நிறைய பேர் மார்க்கெட்டிங் அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட் சொல்லி தள்ளி போக வேணாம். என்கேஜிங்கா இருந்துச்சா? சிம்பிளா புரிஞ்சா? எஸ், நான் வரேன். நான் உள்ள வந்து உங்ககிட்ட எல்லாம் பேச போறேன். ஸ்குவாட். நான் இவ்வளவு நேரம் என்ன பேசுறீங்க? சரி, ஓகே. ஃபைனலா என்னன்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா, we are going to just have a conversation. எனக்கு வந்து இந்த ஒன் சைடா பேசி போர் அடிச்சிருச்சு. I want to have discussion with you. ஸோ நீங்க கேட்குற கொஸ்டின்ஸ்க்கு நான் பதில் சொல்ல போறேன். மைக் உள்ள சுத்துதா? யார் என்கிட்ட என்ன கேட்கணும்னாலும் என்னன்னாலும் கேட்கலாம். எனக்கு டைம் கொடுத்துருந்தாங்க இங்க. எனக்கு இன்னும் வந்து 9 minutes இருக்குது. ஸோ ஃபட்டா வேகமா ஐ வில் ஆன்சர் சம் கொஸ்டின்ஸ் அண்ட் ஐ வில் டேக் அ லீவ். யார் கேட்கணும்? எஸ், வெயிட் பண்ணு, நானே வரேன், வெயிட் பண்ணுங்க. ஓகே. சொல்லுங்க ப்ரோ. ஹாய் ப்ரோ. சாரி ப்ரோ. சிவதாஸ். ஹாய் சிவதாஸ். ஓகே, சூப்பர். இந்த இத்தனை பேர் வந்து உட்காந்துருக்கீங்கல்ல, இல்ல ஆக்சுவலா அதான் உண்மை. நம்மளுக்கு ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் யாராவது வந்து சும்மா வாட்ஸ்அப் குரூப்ல வந்து காலேஜ் குரூப் இருக்குல்ல, ஏதாவது ஒன்று போஸ்ட் பண்றோம், 4 பேர் ரியாக்ட் பண்ணா எவ்வளோ ஜாலியா இருக்குது. போஸ்ட் போட்டு 4 பேர் லைக் பண்ணா எப்படி இருக்குது? இங்க எத்தனை பேர் இருப்பீங்க? 1000 people இருக்கலாமா? இப்போ இத்தனை பேர் வந்து உட்கார்ந்துருக்கீங்கன்னா அதை விட எனக்கு மோட்டிவேஷன் என்ன இருக்க முடியும்? ஸோ அதுவே ஓட வச்சிருது. எது? எந்த வித்தியாசமும் கிடையாது. நான் வந்து பிக் கிரியேட்டர்னு ஒன்று இருக்குங்கிறதே ஒரு மித்துன்னு நினைக்கிறேன் ப்ரோ. பிக் கிரியேட்டர்னு ஒன்று கிடையாது. அப்படி ஒன்று இல்லவே இல்லை. கிரியேட்டர் அவ்வளோதான். இப்போ ஆரம்பிச்சா என்ன பண்ணுவேன்னு கேட்குறீங்க? இப்போ யூடியூப் ஆரம்பிச்சாவா? ப்ராபப்ளி இப்போ யூடியூப் ஆரம்பிக்க மாட்டேன். நிறைய சேனல் வந்துருச்சு. ப்ராபப்ளி இன்ஸ்டாகிராமில் ரீல்ஸ் போட ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்கேன். இல்லை அதான் உண்மை, அதுதான். நான் யூடியூப் பக்கம் போயிருக்க மாட்டேன். ஆக்சுவலாக ஃபன் என்னன்னா, இன்ஸ்டாகிராமில் வந்து ரெவென்யூ பண்ண முடியாதுன்னு சொல்லுவாங்கல்ல, ஆனால் ஒழுங்காக மானிட்டைஸ் பண்ணோன்னா இன்ஸ்டாகிராமில் வந்து யூடியூப்பை விட அதிகமாக சம்பாதிக்க முடியும். எஸ், அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட்ஸ் மூலியமாக. அதே ஆனால் நீட்டாக பண்ணோம். பப்பரப்பன்னு வந்து இந்த ஆப் டவுன்லோட் பண்ணுங்க, அந்த ஆப் டவுன்லோட் பண்ணு சொல்லுது, அவ்வளோது, வேற ஒன்றும் இல்லை. யா, வேற என்ன கொஸ்டின்? யார்கிட்ட இருக்கு? அங்கே இருக்கா? ஓகே, வெல்கம் ப்ரோ. அங்கே போயிட்டு வந்துடுறேன், போயிட்டு வரேன். அங்கே இன்னொரு கொஸ்டின். யார் ப்ரோ? யா ப்ரோ, யார் கை தூக்குனது? ஹாய் ஹாய் ஹாய். யா ப்ரோ, ஹாய். முடிச்சுட்டீங்க? ஹாய்மா. யா ப்ரோ. ஹாய். ஹலோ, என்னங்க?
ஹாய் ப்ரோ, மைசெல்ஃப் அனிருத். நீங்கள் மார்க்கெட்டிங் சொல்லிட்டு இருந்தீங்க. சரி, நானும் அப்படிங்க உட்காந்து கை தூக்கி என் கம்பெனிக்கு மார்க்கெட்டிங் பண்ணிடலாம் அப்படின்ட்டு. ஸோ ஐம் ஃப்ரம் அ கம்பெனி கால்
ஐவிரெக்ஸ் இனோவேஷன்ஸ் எல்எல்பி.
ஸோ நாங்கள் வந்து இப்போ ரீசெண்டாக ஒரு மெம்பர்ஷிப் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் ஆப் ஒன்று லான்ச் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஸோ இது வந்து மெயினாக யாருக்கு அப்படின்னா ஜிம்ஸு, ஸ்விம்மிங் பூல்ஸ், பேட்மிண்டன் கோச், இவங்க எல்லாரும் இன்னும் வந்து நம்ம ஊரில் இருந்து மெம்பர்ஸ்லாம் இன்னும் பேப்பரில் நோட் பண்ணிட்டு இது மாதிரி இருக்கலாம். ஸோ ஒரு மெம்பர்ஷிப் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட், ஒரு சிஆர்எம், இது மாதிரி ஃபுல்லாகவே வந்துட்டு ஒரு ஆப் அட் அன் அஃபோர்டபுள் ரேட் ஃபார் 350 கொடுக்கணும். ஸோ இந்த
பிட்ச் பண்ணாதீங்க, சுருக்கமாக சொல்லி முடிச்சு.
இந்த ப்ராடக்டே இப்போ நான் வந்து மார்க்கெட்
ப்ரோ 9 நிமிஷம் தான் இருக்குது.
இதை நம்ம மார்க்கெட் பண்ணோம் அப்படின்னா நான் என்ன ஹவு டு ஐ அப்ரோச் அப்படின்றதான்.
இந்த ப்ராடக்ட் எந்த ப்ராடக்ட்டுக்குமே சொல்கிறேன், ஸோ தட் இட்ஸ் யூனிவர்சல் ஆன்சர். எத்தனை பேர் இங்கே இன்ஃப்ளூயன்சர் ஆகணும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்க? என்ன அவ்வளோதானே? இங்கெல்லாம் யாரும் நினைக்கவே இல்லையாப்பா? என்னப்பா யாரும் நினைக்கல? வேணாமா? சரி, ஓகே, டன். இதில் எத்தனை பேர் அந்த ஜேர்னி ஆல்ரெடி ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டிங்க? கொஞ்சம் கை கம்மியாகுதுல்ல. ஸோ ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டெப் டு மார்க்கெட் எனிதிங் ப்ராடக்ட், நம்மளையே ஸ்டார்ட். மோஸ்ட் பேசிக் திங் நம்ம பண்ண மாட்டோம். அந்த கேமரா வாங்கினதுக்கு அப்புறம் வீடியோ போடுறோம், நடக்கவே நடக்காது. ஸோ ஸ்டார்ட் நவ். ஓகேவா? செகண்ட், ஃபர்ஸ்ட் போஸ்ட் மேக் பண்றப்போ கலாய் வாங்கலைன்னா அந்த போஸ்ட் நல்லா இல்லைன்னு அர்த்தம். எல்லாரும் சமாளிச்சுட்டு போயிடுறாங்க, ஓகே ஏதோ பண்றான், அவங்களுக்கே தெரியும் ஓடாதுன்னு. எப்போ கலாய் வாங்குறீங்களோ அப்போ எல்லாருக்கும் லைட்டா பயம் இருக்குது, ஒருவேளை பெரிய ஆள் ஆயிடுவானோ அப்படின்னு. ஸோ ஷேம்லெஸ்லி ப்ரொமோட் யுவர் செல்ஃப். நான் என்ன சொல்றேன், 3 படம் பார்த்துருக்கீங்களா? 3 எனக்கு பிடிக்கும். ஆமா, நான் காலேஜில் பார்த்தேன், இல்லை ஸ்கூலில் பார்த்தேன். ஸோ அந்த படம் இன்னமும் போய் பாருங்க யூடியூப்ல கமெண்ட் செக்ஷன்ல. நான் 10 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி போட்ட கமெண்ட் இருக்கும். அது எதுக்கு? நான் அதை பார்த்து யாராவது சேனல் சப்ஸ்கிரைப் பண்ணுவாங்க. அந்த படம் பாட்டு மட்டும், நீ பார்த்த அது என்ன பாட்டு? நீ பார்த்த அந்த பாட்டு மட்டும் இல்ல, நீ கவிதைகளா பாட்டு போய் பாருங்க, அதுல கமெண்ட் போட்டிருப்பேன். அதெல்லாம் விடுங்க. இப்போ எஸ்கே அண்ணா ட்ரெய்லர் வந்துச்சா, அதுல போய் நான் கமெண்ட் போட்டேன். ஒன்னு நல்லா இருந்துச்சு ட்ரெய்லர், இன்னொன்னு சரி அது மூலியமா நம்ம சேனலுக்கு யாராவது வந்தாங்கன்னா நல்லா இருக்குமேனு யோசிக்கிறது. ஸோ ஷேம்லெஸ்லி ப்ரொமோட் யுவர் செல்ஃப், ஷேம்லெஸ்லி மார்க்கெட் யுவர் செல்ஃப். யார் என்ன சொன்னாலும் கேட்காதீங்க. ஈவென்ச்சுவலா அவங்களே உங்ககிட்ட பேசணும்னு நினைச்சிருவாங்க வளர்ந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம். ஓகே, டன். அடுத்த கொஸ்டின். இங்கே நான் ஒருத்தங்கிட்ட ப்ராமிஸ் பண்ணேன், சொல்லுங்க.
ஹாய்ண்ணா, ஐ எம் மெனிலா. இப்போ நீங்கள் யூடியூபே ஓப்பன் வராட்டி நீங்கள் ஐடி ஃபீல்டில் எந்த டொமைனில் இருந்திருப்பீங்க, எந்த ஃபீல்டில் இருந்திருப்பீங்க, எது நீங்கள் அதில் க்ரோ ஆகணும், அதில் நான் ஃபோக்கஸ் பண்ணணும், அந்த மாதிரி எந்த ஃபீல்டு நீங்கள் நினச்சிருப்பீங்க?
See, life was very different. நான் பொய் சொல்ல விரும்பல. I am 30, just turned 30. ஸோ நான் ஐடிக்குள்ளே வந்தப்போ I was 26. நான் என் வாழ்க்கையில் என்ன நினச்சேன்னா 30 வயசுக்குள்ளே ஒரு கார் வாங்கிடணும், அவ்வளோதான். அதுக்கு மேலே வீடெல்லாம் கார் வாங்கிட்டு கல்யாணம் பண்ணி, இதான் யோசிச்சது, வேற எதுவும் யோசிச்சது இல்லை. பட் லைஃப் ஹேஸ் பீன் குட் டு மீ. அந்த இடத்துல இல்லை சொல்கிறேன், ஏன்னா கம்ப்ளீட்டாக வேற வாழ்க்கை. அந்த இடத்துல இருந்தேன், டிஜிட்டல் மார்க்கெட்டிங்கில் இருந்தேன், அதை தான் இங்கே பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். நான் ஒரு ப்ராடக்ட்டை ஒரு கம்பெனிக்கு விற்கிறதுக்கு பதிலாக நான் என்னையே பப்ளிக் கிட்ட விற்கிறேன், அவ்வளோதான். ஸோ ஐ வாஸ் டூயிங் டிஜிட்டல் மார்க்கெட்டிங். இட் டிடன்ட் ஹேப்பன் பை ஆக்சிடென்ட். ஐ ஸ்டடிட் டிஜிட்டல் மார்க்கெட்டிங். நான் எம்எஸ் டிஜிட்டல் மார்க்கெட்டிங்கில் தான் பண்ணேன். எஸ், ஹாய். ஓ ப்ரோ அங்கே போயிட்டு வந்துடுறேன். அந்த கார்னர் நான் போவே இல்லை. அந்த கார்னர் முடிச்சுட்டு வரேன். அது யாருமே கைக்கு தூக்க மாட்டேங்கிறாங்க. யாரையாவது பிடிச்சினா ஒரு கேள்வி கேட்கணும்னு முடிவு பண்ணிட்டேன். யாரா சொல்லுங்கம்மா. ஓகே,
நீங்கள் ஏஐ வச்சு ரெவென்யூ பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னு யோசிச்சிருக்கீங்களா? லைக் உங்கள் வீடியோஸ்லாம் ஏஐ வச்சு பண்ணீங்களே, அது எப்போ பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்ற ஐடியா எப்போ வந்துச்சு? லைக் ஏஐ யூஸ் பண்ணி பண்ணலாம் அந்த ஐடியா எப்போ?
ஒரு ஃபேமஸான ஒரு வீடியோ இருக்குது. ஒரு ஒடிஷா லாங்குவேஜில் ஒருத்தங்க நியூஸ் வாசிச்சுட்டு இருப்பாங்க. இந்த வீடியோ பார்த்துருக்கீங்களா? கடைசியில் வந்து சொல்லுவாங்க அது வாசிச்சது பொண்ணே கிடையாது, அது ஒரு கம்ப்யூட்டர்னு. அப்புறம் கொஞ்ச நாளுக்கு முன்னாடி மிட் ஜர்னின்னு ஒன்று வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் நிறைய ஃபோட்டோஸ் இன்டர்நெட்டில் வரும். அந்த ஃபோட்டோஸ்லாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கடைசியில் அப்படி ஒருத்தங்க இல்லவே இல்லை அப்படிம்பாங்க. அப்போ நான் யோசித்தேன், அப்போ மதன் கௌரியை யாராவது ஒருத்தங்க கிரியேட் பண்ணிடலாம்ல, சரி அதுக்கு முன்னாடி நம்மளே கிரியேட் பண்ணிடுவோம்னு நினச்சி ஏஐக்குள்ளே போக ஆரம்பிச்சது தான். ஆக்சுவலாக ஏஐ ரொம்ப நல்ல விஷயம். ஏன்னா நான் வந்து மீடியாக்குள்ளே வரணும்னு நினச்சேன். நான் மீடியாக்குள்ளே வரணும்னு நினச்சப்போ எந்த டிவி சேனலும் நான் மதிக்கலை. I'll be very honest with you. என்னை எந்த டிரெக்டரோ ஆர் எந்த காஸ்டிங் டிரெக்டரோ யாருமே மதிக்கல. என்னை ஸ்டேஜ்லேயே ஏற்றினது கிடையாது, இந்த ஸ்டேஜில் ஏறினது கிடையாது. நான் ஸ்கூல் காலேஜ் எப்போவுமே ட்ரை பண்ணியிருக்கேன். பட் எனக்கு இருந்தது என்னன்னா, என்னால் எப்படியோ கன்வே பண்ண முடியும் ஆடியன்ஸ் கிட்ட நான் நினைக்கிறதுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு நான் கம்ப்யூட்டரை நம்பி நான் யூடியூப்ல வீடியோ அப்லோட் பண்றேன். யூடியூப் வீடியோ உங்களை வந்து சேர்த்ததுக்கு மிடில் மேன் யாருமே கிடையாது, அல்கோரிதம் முடிவு பண்ணுது. அது நினைக்குது இங்க இத்தனை பேர் பார்ப்பீங்கன்னு. கரெக்டா? இங்க வந்து நான் ஒரு பெரிய ஆக்டரோட பையங்கிறதுனால என்னை அதிகமாக புஷ் பண்ணுமா? நோட்டிஃபிகேஷன் அதே தான் போகும். எத்தனை செலிபிரிட்டிஸ் யூடியூப்ல வந்து ஃபெயில் ஆகி வெளியே போயிருக்காங்க. ஏன்னா ஏஐக்கு வந்து இமோஷன்ஸ் கிடையாது, ஏஐக்கு வந்து பார்ஷியாலிட்டி கிடையாது. ஸோ யூ ட்ரஸ்ட் இன் கம்ப்யூட்டர், ட்ரஸ்ட் இன் ஏஐ, பட் அடாப்ட் யுவர் செல்ஃப். இல்லைன்னா நம்மளை தூக்கிட்டு போட்டுரும். சார் ட்ரஸ்ட் பண்ணி நம்ம உள்ள இறங்கினோன்னா டேலண்ட் இருந்தால் மாஸ் பண்ணிடலாம், அவ்வளோதான். டன். ஓகே, எஸ். டைம் ஆயிடுச்சுங்கிறாங்க. ஒரு கொஸ்டின் எல்லாரும் கேட்கணும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்கன்னு புரியுது. சரி, I'll take one. ஐயோ சரி, என்ன பண்ண? சரி, ஓகே, சரி வாங்க ப்ரோ. அப்படியே உங்க கூட நான் மேலே ஸ்டேஜில் ஏறி உங்ககிட்டயே ஒரு கொஸ்டின் கேட்டு நான் முடிச்சுட்டு வந்துடுறேன். ப்ரோ ஒரு கொஸ்டின்ட்டாங்க, நான் வந்து உங்ககிட்ட தனியாக பதில் சொல்கிறேன். ஓகே வாங்க. ஓகே, ஏஐ பத்தி. ஓகே, ரெண்டு கொஸ்டின். there are two people with me. I'll just take them along. வாங்க. ஓகே, டன். இதோட ரெண்டு கொஸ்டினோட நான் முடிச்சுக்கிறேன். இட் வாஸ் ஃபேர். நான் உள்ள வந்து நான் முடிஞ்ச அளவுக்கு நான் எல்லாரும் கூட இன்டராக்ட் பண்ணேன். ஓகே
அண்ணா, ஐ எம் பரத். உங்க தாட் என்ன? பிகாஸ் இந்த ஏஐயோட நெக்ஸ்ட் 1 டிகேடுக்கு யூடியூப்ஸ்க்கு என்ன இம்பாக்ட் கிரியேட் பண்ணணும்னு நீங்க என்ன நினைக்கிறீங்க அதை பத்தி?
யூடியூப்ல ஏஐ வர வர கிரியேட்டர்ஸ்க்கு வந்து ஈஸியா இருக்காது கண்டென்ட் கிரியேட் பண்றது. ஏன்னா ஏஐ வந்து காம்பீட் பண்றது மனுஷங்க வந்து கால்குலேட்டர், ஒரு கால்குலேட்டரோட மனுஷங்க மேக்ஸ் கால்குலேட் பண்ற மாதிரி. ஆனா என்னன்னாலும் ஏஐக்கு இல்லாத ஒரு விஷயம் நம்ம கிட்ட இருக்கிறது என்னன்னா இமோஷன்ஸ். ஸோ அது இருக்கிற வரைக்கும் humans will always be there in any platform, anything. Done. Thank you, bro. Last question.
So YouTube வரும்போது நெக்ஸ்ட் என்ன வரும்னு தெரியாது. ஸோ ஏஐ வருது, நெக்ஸ்ட் என்ன வரும்னு தெரியாது. ஸோ நீங்கள் என்ன ப்ரெடிக்ட் பண்ணுறீங்க? ஸோ ஏஐ வித் எமோஷ்னல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் வந்து இப்போ வந்து ஹெச்ஆர் ரீப்ளேஸ்மெண்ட் இல்லைன்னு சொல்கிறாங்க. அந்த ஐடியா பற்றி உங்களுக்கு ஏதாச்சும் இருக்கா?
எஸ், ஏஐல வந்து நிறைய எமோஷனல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் வந்து இன்கார்பரேட் பண்ண பார்த்துட்டு இருக்காங்க. பட் அது ஃபார்முலா தான் எண்ட் ஆஃப் த டே. கரெக்டா? அது இருக்கணும். இப்போ ரேசிஸ்டா ஒரு கமெண்ட் பாஸ் பண்ணிடக்கூடாது, செக்ஸிஸ்டா வந்து ஒரு பிக்சர் ஜென்ரேட் பண்ணிடக்கூடாது. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரிலாம் நிறைய ஏஐக்கு ரூல்ஸ் எல்லாம் நம்ம கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்கோம். பட் ஸ்டில் எண்ட் ஆஃப் த டே அது வந்து கம்ப்யூட்டர். எந்திரன் படத்தில் வர மாதிரி சனா மேல ஃபீலிங்ஸ் வராது. அதுக்கு முந்தின ஸ்டேஜ் வரைக்கும் சிட்டி இருக்கும், அதை கண்ட்ரோல் பண்ணலாம்.
No, that's all.
ஏஐக்கு அடுத்தா இம்மர்சிவ். இப்போ இந்த அடுத்து வருது இல்லை இம்மர்ஷன் டெக்னாலஜி இன்னும் நிறைய வரும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். இந்த ஆப்பிள் விஷன் ப்ரோ, மெட்டா குவெஸ்ட், ஸோ இதெல்லாம் தான் வரும். தேங்க்யூ ஸ்குவாட். சவுண்ட் கேட்டாதானா?
மதன்
தேங்க்யூ. வாஸ் இட் இன்ஃபர்மேட்டிவ்? பெட்டர் தேன் யூடியூப்? ஏன்னா யூடியூப்ல நான் அதே தான் பேசிட்டு இருக்கேன், அங்கேயே வந்து பேசினா கரெக்டாக இருக்குது. ஹோப் இட் வாஸ் இன்ஃபர்மேட்டிவ். தேங்க்யூ, லவ் யூ. இத்தனை பேர் லஞ்சுக்கு முன்னாடி இங்கே உட்காந்துட்டு இருக்கிறது மீன் so much to me. Thank you so much, God. Love you so much.
Just wait, Madan. We'd like to say thank you to you. But before that, definitely I would like to ask you, we have a very, very enterprising Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, Dr. PTR oda vision idu. So, the advantage Tamil Naduva irukka podu, நிறைய நம்பிக்கை வச்சிருக்காங்க நம்ம ஸ்டேட்ல நம்ம நிறைய விஷயங்கள் செய்ய போறோம். Why do you think it's advantage Tamil Nadu?
இல்லை, எனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச வி ஹாவ் அ கிரேட் ஐடி மினிஸ்டர். அப்புறம் எங்கள் ஊருக்காரரு, அப்புறம் வந்து என்னோட காலேஜ் சீனியர். ஸோ எல்லா விதத்துலையும் பிடிஆர் அண்ணா இருக்கிற வரைக்கும் ஐடி நல்லா இருக்கும்னு எனக்கு ஒரு நம்பிக்கை இருக்குது. அது கிவன் தட். ரெண்டாவது என்னன்னா, இங்கே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா மும்பையில் என்னென்ன இருக்கோ நம்ம ஊரில் எல்லாமே இருக்குது. ரோட் சி, ரெயில், ஏர். இந்த 4 இருந்தால் தான் ஒரு ஊர் வந்து ஃபுல்லாக ஒரு குளோபல் சிட்டி ஆக முடியும். நியூயார்க்காக இருக்கட்டும், லண்டனாக இருக்கட்டும். ஸோ அது எல்லாமே வந்து இங்கே இருக்குது. ஸோ அது இருக்கிற வரைக்கும் ஐ திங்க் தமிழ்நாடு இஸ் பிளெஸ்ட் ஜியோகிராஃபிக்கலி. அது வந்து யூஸ் பண்ணோனாலே போதும், வந்துடும் பை டிஃபால்ட்.
Absolutely amazing. Thank you, Madan. We'd like to say thank you. And since you're the youth icon, we have some youngsters who want to felicitate you. Can I invite you to please join us on stage? Please join us on stage. The bro of Tamil Nadu. Thank you for joining us and making this so special. Madan, it was such a beautiful session. Thank you once again. We'll meet you after lunch at 2 o'clock. Thank you so much.
பேர் நமக்கு தெரியும், உலக நாடுகள்ல நடக்கிறதுலாம் நமக்கு தெரியும். ஆனா நம்மள சுத்தி இருக்கிற கடைங்க, இடங்க,
They make that. Wait, 1 minute. Customary on one side.
அனைவருக்கும் அன்பான வணக்கம். I hope you're ready for the post-lunch session. Please take your seats. உங்களை அமரும்படி பணிவன்போடு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன். Thank you. I know you're eagerly waiting for this session. From passion to positive impact, unlocking the power of YouTube's creator economy. We have all the creators here who joined us to make this very, very special. I also request the audience to please put your mobile phones on silent. நீங்க காலையில இந்த phone தான் பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கீங்கன்னு தெரியுது. Please put your phones on silent. Thank you. So I want to quickly ask the audience a question. How many of you want to be on YouTube as YouTube creators? Put your hands up. YouTube creators ஆகணும் அப்படின்னு ஆசைப்படுறவங்க எத்தனை பேர் ஆல்ரெடி வீடியோ போட்டிருக்கீங்க யூடியூப்ல? Wow. So many creators. So உங்களை மாதிரி கிரியேட்டர்ஸை ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுறவங்களாம் யார் அப்படின்னு கேட்குறீங்களா? அப்படிப்பட்டவர் தான் வந்து மாடரேட் பண்ண போகிறாங்க இந்த செஷனை. ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்காக யூடியூப் கிரியேட்டர்ஸ்க்கு வந்து சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுறவங்க தான் இன்றைக்கி வந்து மாடரேட் பண்ண போகிறாங்க இந்த செஷனை. ஸோ ஒரு கைத்தட்டலோடு அவங்கள வரவேற்கலாம். நம்ம சென்னை பொண்ணு தான். வர்ஷா மோகன், ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜிக் பார்ட்னர் மேனேஜர், யூடியூப் ஸ்கேல் பார்ட்னர்ஷிப் இந்தியா. She plays a key role in fostering creator and artist development in India. She helps creators and yes, please take your seat. So நீங்க YouTubeல succeed ஆனோம்னா அவங்க தான் help பண்ணணும். Let me also invite our panelists for this session. Madan Gauri, YouTuber and founder M Sholas, please join us on stage. Premanand Seduraman, founder Let's Make Education Simple. Malar, founder Case in English. Samyukta Shanmuganathan, actor and social media influencer. I have you on stage. ஆடியன்ஸ் இன்னும் பலமா கை தட்டலாமே. Over to you, moderator.
தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச். கேட்கறதா எல்லாருக்கும்? சத்தமே இல்லை ஆடியன்ஸ்லேருந்து. நீங்கள் யாரான்னு ஒருத்தர் கேளுங்களேன், எதான் சரியா மைக்கு தான் ஒர்க் தான் டெஸ்ட் பண்ணுங்களேன். எதான் கேட்கறதான்னு கேளுங்க, ஆடியன்ஸ் ரொம்ப குவைட்டாக இருக்காங்க.
லஞ்ச் முடிச்சுட்டு வந்த கலெக்ட் நானும் அப்படிதான். ஒரே ஒரு சவுண்ட் மேக் பண்ணிடுவோமா ஸ்குவாட்? வெயிட் பண்ண நான் சொல்றேன். ஹலோ எவ்ரி ஒன் சொல்லு. அப்போதான் எனக்கும் ஜாலியாக இருக்கும். ஓகேவா? ஹலோ எவ்ரி ஒன்.
தேங்க்யூ மதன், தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச்.
If you are ready, let's get started.
எல்லாருக்கும் என்கரேஜ் பண்ணுங்க சார். ஆடியன்ஸ் இவ்வளோ பேர் இருக்கீங்களே, நாய்ஸே இல்லையே. தேங்க்யூ. பிரேம், நீங்க ஒரு ஹலோ சொல்லுங்க.
தேங்க்ஸ் ஃபார் ஜாயினிங். இப்போ எல்லாரும் இவ்வளோ பேர் வந்திருப்பீங்கன்னு நான் நினைக்கல. ஸோ தேங்க்ஸ் ஃபார் ஜாயினிங் த ஈவெண்ட்.
சமிர்தா.
ஹாய், எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். பிரம்மாண்டமாக இருக்கு இங்கேருந்து பார்க்கறதுக்கு. நான் இவ்வளோ பேர் இருப்பீங்கன்னு எக்ஸ்பெக்டே பண்ணல. ஸோ லெட்ஸ் ஹேவ் அ ராக்கிங் பேனல் டுடே.
And also thank you all so much time எடுத்து இந்த பேனலுக்கு வந்ததுக்கு. I'm really happy to be on the panel with you all today representing how amazing the Tamil creator community on YouTube really is. So இப்போ of course புது வருஷம் பிறந்திருக்கு, கொஞ்சம் மாசம் ஆயிருக்கு. ஆனா எல்லாரும் கேட்குற மாதிரி இந்த வருஷம் in one word உங்க கோல்ஸ் என்ன உங்க யூடியூப் சேனலுக்குன்னு உங்களால சொல்ல முடியுமா? பிரேம், உங்களோட ஆரம்பிக்கலாம்.
கோல்னு ஒன்றும் பெருசாக இல்லைங்க. இப்போ நீங்கள் யூடியூப் ஸ்பேஸில் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா there are lot of new creators. பசங்க செம்மையாக கண்டென்ட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. எனக்கு என்ன அப்படின்னா அந்த பசங்க பண்ணுற குவாலிட்டியை விட ஒரு இன்ச்சு பெட்டராக பண்ணாலே எனக்கு போதும். அதான் எனக்கு கோல், வேறு எதுவும் கோல்லாம் கிடையாது.
ஓகே, தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச். மலர்?
ஆக்சுவலி மை கோல் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஐ ஜஸ்ட் வாண்ட் டு மேக் இம்பேக்ட் வித் பீப்புள். லைக் I want to make more and more impact on the world.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you. Madan?
நான் ரொம்ப நாளா மீட் பண்றேன், ஒரு மீட்டப் வைக்கிறேன் ஒரு 5 வருஷமா சொல்லிட்டு. அந்த மீட்டப் ஒன்று வச்சுட்டா நல்லா இருக்கும்.
ஆமா, இந்த வருஷம் hopefully 2024 will be the year. Yeah. And Samyukta?
என்னோட யூடியூப் கோல்ஸ் ஆர் வெரி சிமிலர் டு மை நியூ இயர் ரெசல்யூஷன்ஸ். எனக்கு வந்து ஐ வாண்ட் டு ஸ்டே வெரி கன்சிஸ்டன்ட் வித் மை சேனல். அண்ட் ரெண்டாவது விஷயம் வந்து ஐ வாண்ட் டு ஹேவ் எவ்ரி வீடியோ டு ஹேவ் சம் கைண்ட் ஆஃப் ஒரு எமோஷன் ஜர்க் மாதிரி இருக்கணும். இட் ஹேஸ் டு ஹேவ் சம் சார்ட் ஆஃப் அன் இம்பேக்ட், லைக் அ பாசிட்டிவ் மெசேஜ் ஆர் சம்திங் லைக் அ டியர் ஜர்க்கர் ஆர் எனிதிங் ஆஃப் தட் சார்ட், பட் சம் கைண்ட் ஆஃப் மெசேஜ் இன் எவ்ரி வீடியோ.
That's so important. ஏன்னா கண்டிப்பா யூடியூபோட இம்பாக்ட்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா on the ecosystem, on people, it's safe to say அது வந்து வாழ்க்கையே மாற்றலாம். நீங்கள் எல்லாரும் விதவிதமாக யூ இம்பேக்ட் தி ஆடியன்ஸ் இன் டிஃப்ரெண்ட் வேஸ், வெதர் இட்ஸ் எஜுகேட்டிங் தெம், மேக்கிங் தெம் மோர் கான்ஃபிடென்ட், இதை ஒரு என்டர்டெயின்மெண்ட், ஒரு இன்ஃபோடெயின்மெண்ட் நியூஸாக கொடுக்கறத வச்சு எல்லாரும் டெய்லி ஆல்மோஸ்ட் யூடியூப் பார்க்குறாங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். அண்ட் த்ரூ தட் தேர் லைவ்ஸ் ஆர் சேஞ்சிங். ஸோ த மோர் யூ புட் கண்டென்ட், த மோர் பாசிட்டிவ் இம்பாக்ட் யூ ஹேவ் ஆன் த வேர்ல்டுன்னு சொல்லலாம். மதர், உங்ககிட்ட கேட்கணுன்னா உங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப இன்ஸ்பிரேஷனலான ஜேர்னி. ஏன்னா நீங்கள் ஒரு சின்ன ஊர் தமிழ்நாடுலேருந்து வந்து இப்போ வந்து ஆயிரக்கணக்கான லட்சக்கணக்கான சப்ஸ்கிரைபர்ஸோட ஒரு பிஸ்னஸே நீங்கள் ஆரம்பிச்சு, நீங்கள் வந்து ஆடியன்ஸ் மட்டும் பீடு பண்ணி சப்ஸ்கிரைபர்னு மட்டும் பார்க்காம ஒரு கம்யூனிட்டியாக டெவலப் பண்ணி ஒரு லாயலான ஒரு பாசிட்டிவ் இம்பேக்ட் கொடுத்துருக்கீங்க உங்கள் கம்யூனிட்டிக்கு. நீங்கள் அந்த ஜேர்னி பற்றி நீங்கள் எப்படி நினைச்சீங்க அண்ட் ஹவு டிட் யூ கோ அபவுட் இட்? சாரி, மதர் கிட்ட கேட்டிருந்தேன். வேணா இதுக்கப்புறம் நீங்க சொல்லுங்க.
நீங்களே ஆன்சர் பண்ணுங்க. நானும் சின்ன ஊர்ல இருந்தா வரேன்.
எல்லாரும் இத ஆன்சர் பண்ணலாம் வேணும்னா. பட் மதர்
எம்ஜி.
எம்ஜி
ஒரே மாதிரி கேக்குது மதனும் மலர்.
Mother, yeah, I also thought Malar, but
மை பேட். மதர் சொல்லுங்க. எம்ஜி சார் நீங்க அதுக்கப்புறம் சொல்லுங்க.
okay Varsha, thank you for saying so kind of you. Like என்னோட ஜர்னி அப்படின்னு சொல்லி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இட்ஸ் a combination of both passion and perseverance. And லைக் நிறைய அப்டிக்கல்ஸ் இருந்தது. ஏன்னா வந்துட்டு என்ன மாதிரி ஒரு யூனிக் பேக்ரவுண்டில் இருந்து வரவங்களுக்கு, ஸ்மாலர் டவுன்ல இருந்து வரவங்களுக்கு நிறையவே அப்டிக்கல்ஸ் இருந்தது. ஸோ அது எல்லாமே வந்துட்டு நமக்கு ஒரு கமிட்மெண்ட்னு இருக்கும் இல்லையா லைஃப்ல. ஸோ அந்த கமிட்மெண்ட் ப்ளஸ் நம்மளுடைய அப்டிக்கல்ஸை நம்ம ஓவர் கம் பண்ணி மற்றவங்க முன்னாடி நம்ம ப்ரூவ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு யூடியூப் வந்துட்டு எனக்கு ஒரு நல்ல மீடியமாக இருந்தது. ஸோ இதில் வந்துட்டு ஒரு 3 key factors நான் ஃபாலோ பண்ணது சொல்ல விரும்புகிறேன். ஸோ தீஸ் 3 key factors only transforming my passion into profession. Like those are commitment, consistency and authenticity அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவேன். Like through this I have been able to earn the trust from the community And today I have established myself as a reliable source. I think.
கண்டிப்பா. Thank you so much for sharing. அதே நீங்க அந்த passion to profession points MGக்கு வரேன். நீங்களும் ஒரு ஆயிரக்கணக்கான வீடியோஸ் போட்டிருப்பீங்க ஈஸியா ஓவர் த இயர்ஸ். அண்ட் நீங்க வந்து இதுக்கு முன்னாடி தெரியும் கார்ப்பரேட் ஜாபை விட்டுட்டு இதை ஃபுல் டைமா எடுத்தீங்க. இப்போ உங்க யூடியூப்னு பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் உங்க ப்ரொஃபஷனல் ஆஸ்பிரேஷன் அப்படின்னா என்ன? அண்ட் உங்க ஜேர்னி எப்படி இவால்வ் ஆயிருக்கு? அட்லீஸ்ட் ஒரு 5-6 இயர்ஸ்க்கு முன்னாடி முன்னாடி நீங்க யூடியூப் பத்தி எப்படி நினைச்சீங்க அண்ட் இப்போ என்ன நினைக்கிறீங்க?
இல்ல ஒரு ஹாஃப் எல்லாருக்குமே தெரியும், கன்சிஸ்டன்சி ரொம்ப பேசிக்கான விஷயம் யூடியூப்ல. பட் நிறைய பேருக்கு தெரியாத ஒரு சீக்ரெட் இருக்குது யூடியூப்ல சக்சஸ்ஃபுல்லா இருக்கிறதுக்கு. ஒரு கரெக்டான பார்ட்னர் மேனேஜர். இல்ல ஆக்சுவலா உண்மையான விஷயம். ஏன்னா இங்க நான் உட்கார்ந்துட்டு இருக்கேனாலும் அதுக்கு காரணம் ரவியோட புஷ் மை நேம். அண்ட் இனிஷியலா வந்து வர்ஷா வந்து நம்ம சேனல்ல வந்து ஏகப்பட்ட பிரச்சனை இருந்துச்சு. நான் வந்து அப்போ ஜோகோல ஒர்க் பண்ணிருந்தப்போ அப்போ வர்ஷா எனக்கு அப்பவே தெரியும். ஸோ ஒரு ஜூம் கால் அப்போ என்ன ஜி மீட்ல உட்காந்து டிஸ்கஸ் எப்படி கொண்டு போகலாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு நடுவில் ஷேகர் அவங்க ஹெல்ப் பண்றாங்க. ஸோ பாயிண்ட் என்னன்னா இப்போ வந்து அந்த நாலேஜ் ரொம்ப பப்ளிக் டொமைன்ல இருக்குது. யாரு யூடியூப்குள்ள வந்தாலும் இப்போ இருக்கிறவங்களுக்கு நான் ஒன்று சஜஸ்ட் பண்றது என்னன்னா, ஃபைண்ட் சம்ஒன் ஹூ கேன் மென்டோர் யூ த்ரூ தட் ஜர்னி. ஏன்னா டெக்னிக்கலா அதுல எடுத்து வீடியோ போடுறது இன்ஸ்டாகிராம் மாதிரி யூடியூப் கிடையாது. அது எடுத்து கிளிக் பண்ணி போட்டு வர்றது கிடையாது. யூடியூப்ல வந்து இட்ஸ் மச் மோர் லாயல் பேஸ், அ பிட் டஃபர். அந்த ஒரு இதை வந்து கைட் பண்றதுக்கு நம்மளுக்கு டெக்னிக்கலா ஒரு கைட் இருந்தா என்னைக்குமே அது ஒரு சீக்ரெட் வெப்பன் அப்படின்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ரெண்டாவது வந்து இப்போ இருக்கிற கோல்ஸ் அப்படின்னா வந்து எனக்கு 10 மில்லியன் போகணும்னு ரொம்ப ஆசையா இருக்குது. ஸோ அது ஒரு இண்டிவிஜுவல் கிரியேட்டரா யாரோ பண்ணல. ஸோ எனக்கு வந்து அது ஒரு 10 மில்லியன் போகணும். அது ரொம்ப நாளா 7, 6, 7 அப்படின்னு போயிட்டே இருக்கு. வேகமா முதல்ல இருந்த இனிஷியல் புஷ் இல்லை. ஸோ அது எப்படியாவது 10க்கு கொண்டு போகணுங்கிறது தான் ஆசை. ஐ ஹாவ் அ டீம். ஸோ இப்போ அவங்க கிட்ட தான் அந்த பொறுப்பை ஒப்படைச்சிருக்கேன். அவங்க வந்து அதை கொண்டு போகணும்.
சூப்பர். நோ தேங்க்யூ ஃபார் ஷேரிங். பிரேம் உங்களுக்கு வருதா? இப்போ இன்னைக்கே பார்த்தேன் நிறைய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் உங்களை வந்து அப்ரோச் பண்ணி நீங்க வந்து எப்படி அந்த வீடியோஸை நீங்க அந்த ப்ராக்டிக்கலா அந்த கான்செப்ட் தான் கத்து தரீங்களோ அவங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப யூஸ்ஃபுல்லா இருக்குன்னு சொல்லியிருந்தாங்க. உங்களை மாதிரி கிரியேட்டர்ஸ் வந்து இந்த நாலேஜை இன்னும் ஆக்சசிபிளா ஆக்குறாங்க. அதாவது எங்க இருந்தாலும் நம்ம அந்த கான்செப்டை நல்லா கத்துட்டு போய் எக்ஸாம்ல எழுதுற மாதிரி நீங்க கத்து தரீங்க. இந்த மாதிரி நீங்க எப்படி how do you look at YouTube as breaking these barriers to learning?
Okay, so there is a problem in our education system, right? என்னன்னா இப்போ நம்ம பசங்களுக்கு இங்கே எவ்வளோ பேர் இருக்கானுங்கல்ல, சயின்ஸு மேத்னு சொன்னீங்கன்னா பாதி பேர் திருச்சி ஓடிடுவானுங்க. ஆக்சுவலாக ஆமா தானப்பா? ஆமாவே இல்லையா? ரைட், திருச்சி ஓடிடுவானுங்க. ஏன்னா ஸ்கூல்ல இருந்து என்ன பண்றோம் அப்படின்னா, மேக்ஸ் டீச்சர் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 4x - x² + 3 = 0 சால்வ்னு சொல்லிட்டு போயிடுவான். நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம்னா ஒரு பேப்பர் எடுத்து வச்சு ஃபுல்லாக உட்காந்து சால்வ் பண்ணி என்ன பண்றோன்னு அவனுக்கும் தெரியாது, எண்ட் ஆஃப் த டே மார்க் வாங்கணும். ஆனால் பட் எண்ட் ஆஃப் த டே லேர்னிங் அவுட்கம் வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா 0. நீங்க மேத்ஸ் ஸ்டூடெண்டா? படிச்சிருக்கீங்க, ரைட்? ஸோ எண்ட் ஆஃப் த டே வந்து ஏன் படிச்சேன் எதுக்கு படிச்சேன்னு தெரியாம இருப்பானுங்க. இப்போ அதுவே ஒரு பேனா இருக்குன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்களேன். இந்த பேனா எடுத்து தூக்கி போட்டு, தம்பி இப்போ இது போன பார்த்து தான் 4x - x² + 3 இந்த பாரபோலிக் பார்த்து ட்ரெஜெக்டரி. நீ இது இவ்வளவு வேகமா தூக்கி போட்டீங்கன்னா அது எவ்வளவு ஃபோர்ஸ் கொடுத்தினா உடையும். இப்படி ஜாலியா சொல்லி கொடுங்களேன், ஈஸியா கத்துப்பான். சோ அப்ளிகேஷன் சென்ட்ரிக் எஜுகேஷன் இஸ் வெரி வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். சோ அந்த ஸ்பேஸ்ல தான் we want to play a role. ஏன்னா நான் சின்ன வயசுல இருக்கப்ப இப்படி தான் படிச்சேன், புரியாம தான் படிச்சேன். பட் when I started to work for companies like Airbus, Boeing, நான் ஏரோஸ்பேஸ் கம்பெனிஸ்க்கு ஒர்க் பண்றப்போ டே இன் டே அவுட் ஒவ்வொரு நாள் நான் கால்குலஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். ஸோ அப்போ என் மைண்ட்ல ஓடிட்டு இருந்தது, ஏன்டா எனக்கு இந்த மாதிரி நீங்க சொல்லி கொடுக்க மாட்டேங்கிறீங்க அப்படின்னு ஒரு ஆதங்கம். ஸோ அதனால தான் ஐ ஸ்டார்டட் கிரியேட்டிங் வீடியோஸ். இன்னும் ஒரு 7-8 இயர்ஸ் பேக் கிரியேட் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சேன். when I started it was just me, நான் மட்டும் தான் கேமரா முன்னாடி நின்று கண்டென்ட் கிரியேட் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சேன். இப்போ the company has close to 250 plus full time employees. And every single day we are training 10,000 plus students on future skills like robotics, satellite development, rocket science. இந்த மாதிரி future skills நாங்க train பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். And we are creating a good impact in the ground. And on top of it, we are associating with Tamil Nadu government. Tamil Nadu government oda dream project. What they are doing is Tamil Nadu School Education Department. They are creating entire textbook roll content ayum application based videos ah pannit irukanga. So we produce all the content. So we produce thousands of videos. It is accessed by crores of students every single day. Amazing. Right? So it is creating a big impact. So adha na asapatten. அதை கிரியேட் பண்றதுக்கு பேஸ் என்னன்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா யூடியூப். ஸோ வித்வுட் சச் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் நாங்க போய் ரீச் பண்ணியிருக்க முடியாது, இந்த அளவுக்கு இம்பாக்டை கிரியேட் பண்ணியிருக்க முடியாது. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் ஆல் தேங்க்யூ ஃபார் சச் அ ஃபென்டாஸ்டிக் டூல். யா, ரொம்ப நன்றி.
Thank you. And for everybody here, இன்னும் நீங்க யூடியூப் சேனல் ஆரம்பிக்கிறதுக்கு வெயிட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்களா? பிரேம் மாதிரி you can just start. All of them I think வெறும் கேமராக்கு முன்னாடி உட்காந்து பேச ஆரம்பிச்சு பெரிய லெவலுக்கு வந்து.
அண்ட் யாராவது கிரியேட் பண்ணணும்னு நினைச்சீங்கன்னா ஒன்றும் கவலை இல்லை, நீ உடனே என்ன பண்ணணும்னா LMESங்கிற சேனல் ஓப்பன் பண்ணி என்னுடைய ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வீடியோ பாரு. இந்த ஆள் இப்படி வீடியோ பண்ணியிருக்கானா நான் கண்டிப்பா வீடியோ பண்ணிடுவேன், நம்பிக்கை உனக்கு வந்துடும். தயவு செஞ்சு போய் பாரு, என்னுடைய சேனலை இப்பவே ஓப்பன் பண்ணி அப்படியே சப்ஸ்கிரைபும் பண்ணிடுறேன்.
ட்ரூ யூடியூபர்னு நீங்க நிரூபிச்சிட்டீங்க. சம்யுக்தா, உங்களுக்கு வருதா? இப்போ ஃபேஷன், பியூட்டி அந்த மாதிரி அது ரொம்ப வருஷமா யூடியூப்ல இட்ஸ் பின் ஒன் ஆஃப் த மோஸ்ட் பாப்புலர் ஜானர்ஸ். இப்போ vlogging-ம் எல்லாரும் பண்றாங்க. அண்ட் நீங்க எப்படி இப்போ புதுவான ஃபார்மேட்ஸ் வருது, புது ஐடியாஸ் தான் வருது, நீங்க எப்படி எல்லா நாளும் கேமராக்கு வந்து ஷூட் பண்ணச்சே ஹவு டு யூ பிரிங் தட் இனோவேஷன், ஒரு ஃப்ரெஷ்னஸ் உங்க கான்டென்ட் குள்ள நீங்க கொண்டு வரதுக்கு நீங்க எப்படி யோசிக்கிறீங்க?
Okay, so now I'm not one of the early starters in YouTube. I'm one of the latecomers. In fact, on the second COVID break வந்தது இல்லையா, அப்போதான் என்னோட யூடியூப் சேனலே ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணேன். And I think YouTube ஓட ஃபீச்சர் அப்போதான் லான்ச் பண்ணாங்க, ஷார்ட்ஸ் அப்போதான் you guys launched, and I think that helped me a lot to gain a lot of reach in a short span of time. And I think that is one aspect. And live kuda I use it quite a bit. Yeah. When you feel a little lazy to create content, and then it's a very easy format to kind of create content.
Definitely. Editing e kadiyadu, live stream
you just have to go live, and then you just have to post it as a video, so that works.
Yeah, so live and shorts definitely. Videos podnona YouTube, that's also formats that creators can look at. Right. Thank you for sharing. MG, coming back to you, இப்போ வந்து புதுவான ஸ்கில்ஸை நீங்கள் அக்வயர் பண்ணியிருக்கீங்க, செல்ஃப் டாட்டாக நீங்கள் இந்த கிரியேட்டிவ் ஜேர்னியில் போகச்சு. நம்ம முன்னையும் பேசியிருக்கோம் ஆர்டிஃபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் பற்றி, அதையும் உங்களுக்கு இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இருக்குன்னு எனக்கு தெரியும். நீங்கள் என்ன நினைக்கிறீங்க, ஹவு இஸ் AI going to impact your creation process moving forward?
இந்த டாபிக்ல தான் ஒரு ஃபுல் கீனோட் கொடுத்து முடிச்சுட்டு தான் லஞ்ச் போயிட்டு திருப்பி வந்தேன். ஸோ
அதுல சொல்லிடுங்க இப்போ.
ஸோ அதுல என்னன்னா ஒரு விஷயம், ஏஐ வந்து இப்போ என்னோட தம்ப்நெயில்ல இருந்து என்னோட கான்டென்ட்ல இருந்து எல்லாத்துலயுமே ஏஐ இன்வால்வ்டு இருக்குது. ஸோ அது ஆல்ரெடி ப்ரெசென்ட் தான், ஃபியூச்சர் இல்லை. என்னோட பெர்ஸ்பெக்டிவ் ஆஃப் ஏஐ வந்து இட்ஸ் நாட் ஃபியூச்சர், வி ஆர் ஆல்ரெடி லிவிங் வித் ஏஐ. யூடியூப் வந்து நான் இப்போ அதான் சொல்லிட்டு இருந்தேன், என்னை வந்து பீப்புள் கிட்ட போய் சேர்க்கறதுக்கு என்னை ஒரு டிவி சேனலோ ஒரு ப்ரொடியூசரோ ஒரு டிரெக்டரோ கொண்டு போய் சேர்க்கணும்னா அவங்க பண்ணல. ஐ ட்ரைட். ஏன்னா யூ ஹேவ் மாரல் பார்ஷியாலிட்டி இருக்கும், தெரிஞ்சவங்களுக்கு கொடுக்கணும்னு இருக்கும். ஏஐக்கு அது கிடையாது. ஸோ அல்கோரிதம் தானே என்ன புஷ் பண்ணுச்சு. ஸோ ஏஐ இஸ் ஆல்வேஸ் குட் இஃப் யூஸ்ட் ரைட்டுங்கிறதா என்னோட பாயிண்ட் ஆஃப் வியூ. ஏஐல வந்து இப்போ நம்ம சப்டைட்டில் வந்து ஏஐல தான் ஜென்ரேட் பண்றோம் என் சேனல்லே. ஸோ தமிழ் வந்து ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா இங்கிலீஷ்க்கு அதுவே பண்ணுது, தமிழ் வாய்ஸை வந்து இங்கிலீஷ்க்கு அது கன்வெர்ட் பண்ணி கொடுக்குது. அதே மாதிரி வந்து தம்ப்நெயில்ல இருந்து எல்லாமே பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டோம். எனக்கு ஒரு பயம் என்ன இருந்துச்சுன்னா என்னைய ரீப்ளேஸ் பண்ணிடும் ஏஐ. ஏன்னா இட்ஸ் ஆல்ரெடி அட் 70%, 30% தான் மதன் கௌரி அங்க பேச வேண்டியது இருக்குது. ரீப்ளேஸ் பண்ணிடுலாங்கிறதா என்னோட பாயிண்ட் ஆஃப் வியூ. பட் ஒன் திங் ஐ எம் வெரி கான்ஃபிடென்ட் இஸ் ஏஐ கான்ட் ரீக்ரியேட் அ ஹியூமன் இமோஷன். நான் ஒரு சோஷியல் இஷ்யூ பேசுறேன்னா, ஒரு கரண்ட் அஃபேர் பேசுறேன்னா அதால ரிப்போர்ட் பண்ண முடியும், பட் இட் கான்ட் டிஸ்கஸ் வித் ஆடியன்ஸ். ஸோ அந்த ஹியூமன் பாயிண்ட் ஆஃப் வியூ இருக்கிற வரைக்கும் யூடியூப்ல வந்து கிரியேட்டர்ஸ்க்கு ஒரு ஸ்பேஸ் இருக்குது. என்னதான் இமோஷனல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ்ல ஏஐ கிட்ட கொடுத்தாலும் மனுஷங்க கம்ப்யூட்டர். ஸோ அந்த டிஃபரன்ஸ் என்னைக்குமே இருக்கும். அது வரைக்கும் நம்ம சர்வைவ் ஆகலாம்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
Fair enough. No, thank you for sharing. மதர், உங்ககிட்ட நீங்க முன்ன சொன்ன மாதிரி சின்ன ஊர்ல இருந்து வரவங்களுக்கு நிறைய பேரியர்ஸ் இருக்கலாம். நம்ம வெளியே வந்து சக்சஸ்ஃபுல் ஆகி நம்மள வந்து ஈவன் இன்டர்நெட்ல போடுறது கூட ஒரு பெரிய விஷயம் தான். நீங்க நிறைய ஊர்ல பாத்தீங்கன்னா, நீங்க அந்த மாதிரி நீங்க என்ன அட்வைஸ் கொடுப்பீங்க? இப்போ அந்த கிரியேட்டர் உங்க ஸ்டேஜ்ல ஆர் தேர் இன் a smaller town, they have challenges getting their voices heard. நீங்க என்ன அட்வைஸ் கொடுப்பீங்க? அவங்க ஒரு broad audience ரீச் பண்றதுக்கு அவங்க என்ன பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னு நீங்க நினைக்கிறீங்க?
My advice for the creators, those who are like me from smaller town, abdina, like they should focus on quality than quantity. And again, the consistent delivery is very important. At any point of time, அவங்க ஐயோ எனக்கு வந்துட்டு வியூவர்ஸும் வரல, நான் இவ்வளோ கஷ்டப்படுறேன், இவ்வளோ நான் ஸ்பெண்ட் பண்ணுறேன், டைம் ஸ்பெண்ட் பண்ணுறேன் அப்படின்னு ஃபெடப் ஆகாமல், கிவ் அப் பண்ணாமல், அதை கான்ஃபிடென்ட்டாக அவங்க அந்த கன்சிஸ்டன்ட் டெலிவரி அப்படின்றது தட்ஸ் வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். அண்ட் ஒன் மோர் மோஸ்ட் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் திங் இஸ் தே மஸ்ட் லேர்ன் ஹவு டு டிடாக்ட் தெம்செல்ஸ் ஃப்ரம் த கிரிட்டிசிசம். லைக்
கண்டிப்பா
definitely everyone will get negative witty, like negative comments, definitely எல்லாருக்குமே வரும். பட் அதை வந்துட்டு அவங்க பர்சனலாக எடுத்துக்காம கிரிட்டிசிசம் அதனால டெவலப் ஆகலாம். ஆஸ் பிரேம் சொன்ன மாதிரி என்னோட வீடியோஸ்லாம் பழைய ஓல்டு வீடியோஸ்லாம் போய் பார்த்தோம்னா என்னோட ப்ரொனன்சியேஷன் கரெக்ஷன்ஸ் எல்லாம் இருக்கும். அதெல்லாம் வந்து கிரிட்டிசைஸ் பண்ணி வீடியோவில் போட்டிருப்பாங்க. சில பேருக்கு அது சொல்ல தெரியாது. பட் யூ கேன் லேர்ன் அ லாட் ஃப்ரம் தெம். ஸோ அதுலேருந்து இஃப் தேர் இஸ் சம்திங் யூ கேன் டேக் இட். If there is some input, that means you can take it. Otherwise, just don't give a second thought about it.
No, that's very true. ஏன்னா I think அது வந்தே தான் தீரும். நீங்க பப்ளிக் டொமைன்ல நீங்க யார் வேணாலும் என்ன பண்ணாலும் இட் இஸ் பவுண்ட் டு இன்வைட் சம் கிரிட்டிசிசம். பட் அதை நம்ம கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்டிவா எடுத்துட்டு நம்ம பாசிட்டிவா ஸ்ட்ரைட் எடுத்துட்டு நீங்க சொன்ன மாதிரி இட் வில் ஹெல்ப் அஸ் இம்ப்ரூவ். தட்ஸ் a really great thought.
ஸ்மாலர் டவுன்ல இருந்து வர்றவங்களுக்கு அது ஒரு பெரிய பேரியரா இருக்கு. அது அந்த மாதிரி நெகட்டிவ் காமெண்ட்ஸ் வந்தோடனே அவங்க ஃபெடப் ஆகி அந்த அவங்களுடைய ஹோல் ப்ராசஸையே அவங்க வந்து ஸ்டாப் பண்ணிடுவாங்க. ஸோ அதனால
ரொம்ப டிமோட்டிவேட்டிங்கா இருக்கலாம் கண்டிப்பா. ஆனா எல்லாருக்கும் ஐ திங்க் அட் சம் கட்டம் நீங்க இவங்க எல்லாரும் ஏதான ஒரு கமெண்ட்ஸ் வந்திருக்கும் நம்ம கரியர்ல. அதையும் மீறி நம்ம தாண்டி வரல.
அதுல நம்ம க்ரோவும் ஆகலாம். எஸ், அதை நம்ம எடுத்துக்கிட்டோம். அப்படி எடுத்துக்கிற விதம் இருக்கு இல்லையா, அதுல இருக்கு.
யா அப்சல்யூட்லி. தேங்க் யூ. சமிக்தா, கமிங் பேக் டு யூ. நீங்க வந்து யூடியூப் தவிர யூஆர் ஆஃப் கோர்ஸ் அ பப்ளிக் ஃபிகர். நீங்க மூவிஸ்ல வந்திருக்கீங்க, டிவில வந்திருக்கீங்க. அண்ட் யூடியூப்ல ஒரு சேலியன்ட் ஃபீச்சர்னு சொல்லலாம்னா பர்சனல் கனெக்ட் வித் ஆடியன்ஸ். யாரும் க்ரூ கிடையாது, டீம் கிடையாது. நீங்கள் மனசை நினைச்சது நீங்கள் டைரெக்டாக ஆடியன்ஸ் கிட்ட சொல்லலாம். அண்ட் நீங்களும் இப்போ ஸ்டைல் பியூட்டி அட்வைஸ் கொடுக்கச்சே ஐம் ஷோர் யூ ஒர்க் வித் பிராண்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் யூ டூ அ லாட் ஆஃப் பார்ட்னர்ஷிப்ஸ். நீங்கள் அந்த ஆத்தென்டிசிட்டி அப்படின்னு யூ ட்ரூ டு யுவர் செல்ஃப். ஹவு டு யூ பேலன்ஸ் தட் வித் த கமர்ஷியல் ஆஸ்பெக்ட்ஸ் ஆஃப் யுவர் ஒர்க்?
ரைட். ஸோ என்னோட டெலிவிஷன் ஸ்டண்ட் இன் பர்டிகுலர் பிக் பாஸ்க்கு அப்புறம் I've done a few movies, but எனக்கு ரீச்ன்றது அதர் தென் ப்ராபப்ளி த டெலிவிஷன் ஷோ யூடியூப்ல தான் எனக்கு கிடைச்ச மாதிரி எனக்கு ஒரு ஃபீலிங். பிகாஸ் பீப்புள் வில் கம் அப் டு மீ அண்ட் சே இந்த வீடியோவில் நான் இதை பார்த்தேன், இந்த வீடியோ இன்ஃபேக்ட் ஸோ மச் ஸோ தட் நான் ஒரு வாட்டி ஐ வாஸ் ட்ராவலிங் அலோன் வித் மை சன். பாரிஸ் ஏர்போர்ட்ல அங்கே யூஸ்வலாக ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் தானே பேசுவாங்க. ஒரு சின்ன சூஷி கடையில் the waiter there, he was like, first எனக்கு வந்து சாம் வாங்க அப்படின்னு கேட்டுது. சரி, அந்த ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸில் தான் என்னமோ சொல்கிறாங்க, நம்ம தான் தப்பாக கேட்டாங்க. தென் he was like, ராயன் நீங்கள் என்ன சாப்பிட்றீங்க? I was taken aback. And then he was like, நான் உங்கள் யூடியூப் வீடியோஸ் எல்லாம் பார்ப்பேன். So that's the kind of reach. இன்னைக்கு வந்து just like how Madan mentioned, you don't need a producer or a director. In fact, YouTubers are used for movies to do better. And you know, most of them cast YouTubers for their new movies. So that way I feel YouTube is a great platform because the world becomes flat. No matter where you come from, you still have that equal opportunity to showcase yourself. Commercial aspects பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் brands that want to collaborate with me, I just make sure they're legit and I collaborate in the best possible way.
Fair enough. And that's such an interesting point about the global reach of YouTube. ஏன்னா அதாவது ஒரு 1 minute ஷார்ட் போடுறாங்களோ இல்லை 20 minute blog போடுறீங்களோ எல்லா கண்டென்ட்டுக்கும் ஒரு ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக ஒரு குளோபல் ஆடியன்ஸ் வரும் as long as the content is authentic. And through that நம்ம தமிழ் கல்ச்சரும் it's spreading throughout the world.
I think as YouTubers we just look at numbers, right? இவ்ளோ views, இவ்ளோ people comment பண்ணிருக்காங்க, but they're all people. When நம்ம ஒரு இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு இவெண்ட்ல தான் we really kind of appreciate the kind of reach that that one particular video or something has.
Absolutely. Yeah. பிரேம், உங்களுக்கு வரச்சே இப்போ நிறைய டூல்ஸ் ஃபார்மேட்ஸும் டிஸ்போசல்ல வந்திருக்கு. நீங்களும் நிறைய பண்றீங்க both on YouTube and off. நீங்க how do you plan to continue to use the new tools and technology and உங்க எஜுகேஷனை கண்டினியூஸா சிம்பிளா வச்சுக்கிறதுக்கு நீங்க என்ன யோசிச்சுட்டு இருக்கீங்க?
நீங்க ஏற்கனவே ரொம்ப நல்ல டூல்ஸ் கொடுக்குறீங்க. யூடியூப் ஸ்டுடியோ போனீங்கனால அங்கே இல்லாத விஷயமே இல்லைன்னு நான் பார்க்குறேன். நான் யாரு கண்டென்ட் கிரியேட் பண்ணலாம், எவ்வளோ பேருக்கு போய் ரீச் ஆகுது, எல்லா அனாலிட்டிக்ஸும் ரொம்ப சூப்பராக இருக்கு. ஆன் டாப் ஆஃப் இட் கிரியேட்டர் ஸ்டுடியோ, கிரியேட்டர் அகாடமி, ரைட்? ஸோ அதுவுமே ரொம்ப நல்ல டூல். பட் டூல் தட் ஐ வுட் லுக் அப்பான் வுட் பி ஒரு இப்போ நாங்கள் தமிழில் கண்டென்ட் கிரியேட் பண்ணுறோம் அப்படின்னா நீங்க மற்ற லாங்குவேஜ் டெலிவரிஸ், ஸோ ஐ எம் லுக்கிங் அட் த ஸ்கேலபிலிட்டி ஆஸ்பெக்ட், ரைட்? ஸோ நீங்க வந்து நான் ஒரு கண்டென்ட் போடுறேன் அப்படின்னா அதே கண்டென்ட்டை மல்டிபிள் லாங்குவேஜ்ல நல்லா கொண்டு போய் சேர்க்க முடியுது அப்படின்னா தட் வுட் பி கிரேட். ஸோ ஐ வுட் லுக் அப்பான் சச் அ டூல் ஃப்ரம் யூடியூப். ஸோ ஹோப் தட் வில் கம் அப் வெரி சூன்.
And what new tools, ஏற்கனவே வந்த tools நீங்க YouTubeல I know you've been using courses and shorts and all.
So especially I need to mention about courses. Courses is a fantastic initiative. ஏன்னா இப்போ யூடியூப்ல உள்ள வரவங்க எல்லாருமே they watch one video, பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கிறப்ப பக்கத்துல வந்து திடீர்னு வேற ஒரு வீடியோ காட்டும், இதுக்கு முன்னாடி பார்த்தது. நான் பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கப்ப திடீர்னு வடிவேல் காமெடி ஓர காமிச்சிட்டு இருக்கு, நான் அங்க ஜம்பின் ஆயிட்டு அப்படியே நான் சின்ன கவுண்டர் வர போயிடுவேன். ஸோ அப்படி போயிடும். இப்போ யூடியூப் லான்ச்ட் ஃபியூச்சர் கால்ட் கோர்சஸ். உங்க யாருக்காவது அவேர்னஸ் இல்லை அப்படின்னா ஐ திங்க் யூ ஜஸ்ட் ஆல் ஹேவ் டு கோ அண்ட் see it. ஸோ என்னன்னா நீங்க ஒரு டாபிக் எடுத்துட்டு அதை நீங்க கண்டினியூஸா A to Z அது ரிலவெண்டான நாலேஜ் அக்வயர் பண்ணணும்னு நினைச்சீங்கன்னா there would be courses on YouTube where you can go watch all of them and then acquire knowledge. ஸோ நீங்க இடையில எங்கேயுமே ஸ்கிப் ஆன அவசியம் கிடையாது. 1 2 3 போயிட்டே இருக்கும். இட்ஸ் சிமிலர் டு பிளேலிஸ்ட். பட் பாத்தீங்கன்னா இன்னுமே ரொம்ப ரொம்ப டிஃபைன்டா லேர்னிங் அப்ஜெக்டிவோட உள்ள இருக்கும். தட்ஸ் a fantastic tool. I think you guys should take a look at it. கோர்ஸ் வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா லான்ச் பண்ணதுக்கு அப்புறம் நிறைய கம்ப்ளீஷன் ரேட் பார்க்க முடிஞ்சது. ஸோ இப்போ ஒரு கோர்ஸ் அப்லோட் பண்றோம் அப்படின்னா அதை நான் வீடியோஸா ஒரு 10 வீடியோஸ் போட்டு நான் பிளேலிஸ்டா போட்டிருந்தேன் அப்படின்னா ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் எக்ஸ் நம்பர் ஆஃப் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் கம்ப்ளீட் த பிளேலிஸ்ட். பட் இஃப் யூ கோ அஹெட் அண்ட் டேக் a look at courses, at least 5x times the completion rate was. So completion rate is really good.
Yes.
So I think you should get the courses to the next level so that it would reach multiple people and give a good reach actually.
கண்டிப்பா ஐ திங்க் ஃபார் எஜுகேஷன் இன் பர்டிகுலர் அது சீரியஸா அவங்க எஃபெக்டிவா கத்துக்கறாங்களா அப்படின்னு அந்த ஸ்டார்ட் கொடுக்கிறது இஸ் டெஃபினெட்லி கோர்சஸ். ஸோ தேங்க்யூ ஃபார் தட். இப்போ ஒரு ஆஃப் த கஃப் ஒரு கொஸ்டின் உங்களுக்கு கேட்கலாமா? இந்த ரூம்ல கொஞ்சம் பேர் கிரியேட்டர்ஸா ஆகிறதுக்கு ஆசைப்படுறாங்க. இஃப் யூ ஹேட் டு கிவ் தம் ஒன் பீஸ் ஆஃப் அட்வைஸ் டுடே, வாட் வுட் இட் பி? அண்ட் ஐ திங்க் ஐ ஸ்டார்ட் வித் சம்யுக்தா.
I think you should just be yourself and create content based on who you are and how your lifestyle is. Because இன்னைக்கு வந்து what becomes viral, what works என்றது சொல்லவே முடியாது. You have this small boy who's selling a sofa who everybody knows today. So எங்கேருந்து என்ன வைரல் ஆகும், what really clicks with people we don't know. So உங்களுக்கு உங்க மனசுக்கு பிடிச்ச மாதிரி கான்டென்ட் கிரியேட் பண்றது தான் the way to go and you will be able to sustain that. நம்ம வந்து we try to do something that is not doesn't align with what we are. It becomes a little difficult to maintain that particular consistency. So to be who you are and to probably put that into a content format would be the ideal way to go.
Okay, thanks Sam. MG
நான் வந்து ரொம்ப ஃபோக்கஸ்டா சொல்றேன், ஷார்ட்ஸ் போடுங்க. சீரியஸா தான். ஏன்னா நம்ம ரொம்ப நாளுக்கு வந்து டிக்டாக் இருந்த டயத்துல பிஃபோர் டிக்டாக் காட் பேன் ரைட், அதுல செப்பரேட் கம்யூனிட்டிஸ் மாதிரி இருப்பாங்க. இன்ஸ்டாகிராம்ல ஒரு கம்யூனிட்டி இருப்பாங்க, யூடியூப்ல ஒரு கம்யூனிட்டி இருப்பாங்க, டிக்டாக்ல ஒரு கம்யூனிட்டி இருப்பாங்க. அப்போ மோஸ்டா வந்து அந்த ஒரு குரூப் வந்து இன்னொரு குரூப்போட மெர்ஜ் ஆக மாட்டாங்க, தனித்தனியா இருப்பாங்க. பட் வாட் ஹேப்பன்ட் ஆஃப்டர் டிக்டாக் லெஃப்ட் இஸ் ஷார்ட்ஸ் கேம் இன் ரைட். அண்ட் ஷார்ட்ஸ் வந்து ஒரு பயங்கரமான டூல். எனக்குலாம் வந்து முதல்ல வந்தப்போ சேகர் ப்ரோ தான் கண்டிப்பா ஷார்ட்ஸ் பண்ணலாம், எனக்கு வந்து ஷார்ட்ஸ் பண்ற இன்ட்ரெஸ்டே கிடையாது. நான் லாங் ஃபார்மேட் ஷார்ட்ஸ்னா வந்து அது தள்ளி தான் வச்சிருக்கணும், அது கிரிஞ்ச் அப்படின்லாம் யோசிச்சுட்டு இருந்த டைம் இருக்கு. பட் நவ் ஐ என்ஜாய் த ப்ராசஸ் ஆஃப் மேக்கிங் சம்திங் இன்ஃபர்மேட்டிவ் இன் அண்டர் அ மினிட். அது வந்து பயங்கர சேலஞ்சிங்கா இருக்குது. அட் த சேம் டைம் அது கொடுக்குற ஒரு ரீச் இருக்குல்ல. இன்னும் எனக்கு வந்து நான் நினச்சிக்கிட்டே நான் ஒரு கால்குலேஷன் போடுவேன். ஓகே, தமிழ்நாட்டில் பாப்புலேஷன் 7 கோடி, அப்போ 7 மில்லியன் சப்ஸ்கிரைபர்ஸ், அப்போ 10% ஆஃப் பாப்புலேஷன், இப்படிலாம் கணக்கு போட்டுட்டு இருப்பேன். ஆனா என்னை வந்து அதை தாண்டி ஒரு இன்னமும் பார்க்காத நிறைய பேர் இருக்காங்க. அவங்க கிட்ட என்னை போய் ரீச் பண்றது வந்து ஷார்ட்ஸ் தான். ஸோ யார் இப்போ யூடியூப்குள்ள வரணும்னு நினைச்சீங்கனாலும் மேக் ஷார்ட்ஸ், மல்டிப்ளை இட், போஸ்ட் இட் ஆன் ரீல்ஸ். ஐ அம் ஆல்சோ புட்டிங் தட் ஹியர். ஸோ இன்ஸ்டாகிராம் அங்கேயும் போடுங்க. பட் வெர்டிகல் ஃபார்மேட் இஸ் ஒர்க்கிங் மேசிவ் அண்ட் அதை தயவு செஞ்சு இக்னோர் பண்ணாதீங்க. அது கிரியேட்டர் ஆகிறதுக்கு இப்போதைக்கு இருக்கிற மோஸ்ட் மேண்டேட்ரி அண்ட் ஸ்ட்ரெயிட் பாத் அதான்.
தேங்க்ஸ் எம்ஜி. மதர்?
Yes, mine is also like that. Shorts, bite-sized content that will reach a wider audience. அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவேன். Like platforms like YouTube, it's providing a lot of opportunities for the creators from all kind of backgrounds. So அதை utilize பண்ணிக்கணும் அப்படின்னா வந்துட்டு try to be unique.
Right.
Don't follow any trends. You set them like my fellow creators. So that's what.
Thank you. Prem?
ஸோ நான் இன்னும் கற்றுட்டு தான் இருக்கேன், நான் அட்வைஸ் பண்ணுற அளவுக்கு ஒன்றும் இல்லை. பட் எனக்கு என்ன ஒர்க் ஆச்சு நான் சொல்கிறேன். எனக்கு டீச்சிங் பேஷன். நான் ஊரில் இருக்கிறப்போ மேக்ஸ் கற்றுக் கொடுக்கணும்னா பக்கத்தில் ஒரு 4 பசங்களை கூப்பிட்டு கற்றுக் கொடுத்துட்டு இருப்பேன். ஸோ அது பேஷனாக இருந்தது. அப்புறம் நான் யூஎஸ் போனதுக்கப்புறம் பக்கத்தில் 4 பசங்க இல்லை. ஸோ அப்போ நான் என்ன பார்த்தேன் அப்படின்னா எங்கேயாவது கற்றுக் கொடுக்க முடியுமான்னு நான் யோசித்தேன். அப்போ யூடியூப் வந்து ஒரு ஃபென்டாஸ்டிக் பிளாட்ஃபார்மாக இருந்தது. ஓகே, நம்ம பார்க்குறோம், 4 பேர் பார்க்குறாங்களோ 40 பேர் பார்க்குறாங்களோ, லெட்ஸ் கோ ஹெட் அண்ட் கிரியேட்னு சொல்லி ஆரம்பிச்சது தான் இந்த சேனல். ஸோ ஆப்வியஸ்லி நீங்க பிடிச்ச விஷயத்த பண்ணணும். முதல்ல பிடிச்ச விஷயத்த பண்ணாதான் லாங் டேர்மா சஸ்டைனபிளா இருக்க முடியும். ஒண்ணு, அது ரொம்ப முக்கியம். ரெண்டாவது விஷயம், ட்ரை டு ஆட் as much as value as possible. வேல்யூ கிரியேட் பண்ணாம you cannot be there in the platform at all. ஏன்னா end of the day you should try to add some value, solve some sort of problems to the people. So அப்போ வந்து obviously நீங்க வந்து ரீச் ஆக ஆரம்பிப்பீங்க. So obviously try to add values. And then ரெண்டாவது விஷயம் வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா, உங்களுக்கு என்ன பிடிக்குமோ அதை பண்ணுங்க. பிடிக்காத தயவு செஞ்சு மதன் பண்றாருன்னு சொல்லிட்டு அதே மாதிரி மதனுக்கு பிடிச்சதை பண்றாரு, மதன் பண்றாருன்னு சொல்லிட்டு அதே மாதிரி கண்டென்ட் நீ உட்காந்து பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சு உனக்கு பிடிக்காத கண்டென்ட் நீ பண்ண அப்படின்னா நீ யூ வில் ஃபெயில் ஆப்வியஸ்லி. ஸோ டோன்ட் டூ தட். அதை மட்டும் பார்த்துக்கோங்க.
சம் கிரேட் அட்வைஸ் எல்லார்கிட்டே இருந்தோம். ஸோ இஃப் எனிபடி வாண்ட்ஸ் டு ஸ்டார்ட் தர் யூடியூப் சேனல், கண்டிப்பாக இந்த அட்வைஸை எடுத்துட்டு நீங்கள் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணணும். லாஸ்ட் கொஸ்டின், சின்ஸ் we are almost out of time. இப்போ வந்து 10 வருஷம் 10 years from now, of course the creator economy நம்ம ஒரு சொல்கிற கான்செப்ட் கண்டிப்பாக மாறிந்தே தான் இருக்குது. ஐம் ஷுர் ஈவன் 5 years பேக் நம்ம வெர்டிக்கல் கண்டென்ட் அண்ட் ஷார்ட் ஃபார்ம் கண்டென்ட் இவ்வளோ பிரபலமாக ஆகும் நம்ம யாரும் அவ்வளோ கூட யோசிச்சிருக்க மாட்டோம். பட் இப்போ 10 years from now நீங்கள் யோசிச்சு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, what do you think is going to be the future of content and how do you think இந்தியாவோட கிரியேட்டர் economy எப்படி மாறப்படும்னு நீங்கள் என்ன நினைக்கிறீங்க? இது ஒரு டஃப் கொஸ்டின் தான். Who wants to go first? Prem, நீங்க உங்களோட ஆரம்பிக்கலாமா?
I think it's going to be more of personalized content. இப்போ நான் போடுற கண்டென்ட்லாம் எல்லாருக்கும் போய் சேருது இல்லையா? I've seen few research related to neurotechnologies. Neurotechnologies, there are a lot of research related to content creation.
Okay.
They are coming up with research or tools and technologies that can read our mind and emotions.
Oh, okay.
Right? That is happening. So என்ன ஆகும் அப்படின்னா, நாளைக்கு நம்ம உட்கார்ந்து ஒரு வீடியோ பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கிறப்போ there will be a technology inside your device which would measure what are you doing right now, என்ன எமோஷனல் நீ இருக்க. மைண்ட் அதை ரீட் பண்ணி அதுக்கு தகுந்தாப்புல கண்டென்ட் கிரியேட் பண்ணி கொடுக்கலாம், அல்லது ஆல்ரெடி அவைலபிளா இருக்கிற ஏதோ ஒரு கண்டென்ட் உங்களுக்கு காமிக்கலாம். So it's going to be more of personalized. அதுதான் நடக்கும் நான் நினைக்கிறேன். அண்ட் இன்னொரு விஷயம் என்னன்னா, ஏஐல நிறைய விஷயங்கள் நடக்கும். ஸோ இதுதான் நடக்கும் அதான் நடக்கும் சொல்ல முடியாது. பட் ஐ ஃபீல் பர்சனலைஸ்டு கண்டென்ட் உள்ள வந்தாதான் பிசினஸ்க்கு அட்வான்டேஜ் இருக்கு. ஸோ ஆப்வியஸ்லி அதான் நடக்கும் நான் நினைக்கிறேன்.
ரியலி இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங். மதர், நீங்க என்ன நினைக்கிறீங்க?
ஆக்சுவலி டெக்னாலஜி அட்வான்ஸ்மெண்ட்ஸ் டெஃபினட்டாக வந்து இட் வில் ஓப்பன் டோர்ஸ் ஃபார் த கிரியேட்டர்ஸ் டு எக்ஸ்பிரஸ் தேர் ஐடியாஸ் பெட்டர் இன் அ சிக்னிஃபிகண்ட் வே அப்படின்னு தான் நினைக்கிறேன். லைக் இவர் சொன்ன மாதிரி, லைக் மதன் சொன்ன மாதிரி ஹியூமனை ரீப்ளேஸ் பண்ண முடியாது, வாட் எவர் இட் இஸ் டெஃபினெட்லி. ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் வாட் ஐ வாண்ட் டு கன்வே.
More effective storytelling.
It will be definitely. Yeah, sure.
MG?
நான் என்ன நினைக்கிறேன்னா, 10 years வந்து டூ லாங் ஆஃப் அ டைம் டு ப்ரெடிக்ட். அது வந்து ஏன்னா ஷார்ட்ஸ் வந்தப்போ நான் பண்ண மாட்டேன்னு சொல்லிட்டு இப்போ நான் டெய்லி ஒரு ஷார்ட்ஸ் மேக் பண்ணேன். ஸோ டெக்னாலஜி இஸ் சேஞ்சிங் அட் மோஸ்ட் ரேபிட் பேஸ். ஸோ அதனால வந்து நான் ரொம்ப என்ன சொல்ல, மைண்டை வந்து ஓப்பனாக வச்சு ப்ரெடிக்ட் பண்ணால் கூட 5 வருஷம் தான் என்னால் போக முடியுது. ஸோ 5 years 2029 ஐ திங்க் இம்மர்சிவ் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்சஸ் தான் நம்ம மேக் பண்ணுறோம். வீடியோஸ் இருக்காது, யூடியூப் வில் ஹேவ் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்சஸ். சுற்றி பார்க்க முடியும், ஒருத்தங்களோட வர்ச்சுவல் ஸ்பேஸ்க்குள்ள என்டர் ஆக முடியும். கூகுள் கிளாஸஸ் வந்துருக்குது, மெட்டா பண்ணிருக்காங்க, ஆப்பிள், 3 டெக் ஜெயின்ஸும் அதை நோக்கி தான் போயிட்டு இருக்காங்க. ஸோ எக்ஸ்பீரியன்சஸ் தான் கண்டிப்பா இருக்கும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். அண்ட் அடுத்து வந்து நிறைய யூடியூபர்ஸ் வந்து இப்போ இருக்கிற யூடியூபர்ஸ் நிறைய பேர் வந்து இருக்க மாட்டாங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஸோ அதில் நான் கட் ஆகாம இருக்கணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஏன்னா with new technology coming in, new bunch of creators come in. நான் வந்து இதுலயே சொல்றேன், வெர்டிகல் ஃபார்மேட்ல இருந்தப்போ நம்ம வந்து ஹாரிசான்டல்ல இருந்து வெர்டிகலுக்கு மாறினப்போ a bunch of creators were slashed out. அதான் ரியாலிட்டி. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி வந்து டெக்னாலஜி ஓவர் டைம் மாறுறப்போ வந்து ஒரு bunch of creators will be slashed out. ஸோ அதில் போயிடக்கூடாதுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். பட் கண்டிப்பாக நடக்கும், ஒரு வேவ் வந்து டெஸ்ட்ராய் ஆகும். அண்ட் மூணாவது வந்து இந்த நெட்ஃப்ளிக்ஸ், ஹாட்ஸ்டார், யூடியூப் இதுக்கெல்லாம் வந்து இப்போ டிஃப்ரென்ஸ் இருக்குல்ல, அப்போ இருக்காது. எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு மூணுமே பிளாட்ஃபார்ம்ஸ் மாதிரி தான். எவ்ரிதிங் வில் பி அ பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் வேர் எனி ஒன் கேன் மேக் கான்டென்ட். இப்போ நெட்ஃப்ளிக்ஸோ ஹாட்ஸ்டாரோ யூடியூப் மாதிரி இல்லாமல் இருக்கிறது காரணம் தே ஹேவ் அ லைன். இந்த லைனை தாண்டி அதாவது குவாலிட்டி ஆஃப் த கான்டென்ட்டாக இருக்கட்டும், அதுக்கு ஏகப்பட்ட என்ன சொல்ல ப்ராசஸ் டு கெட் தேர் கான்டென்ட் ஆன் தட் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம். அது ஏஐ பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சிடும், யூடியூப் அதெல்லாம் கொண்டு வந்துருவாங்க. அவங்க வந்து இன்னும் நிறைய பேருக்கு டெமோக்ரட்டைஸ் பண்ண பார்ப்பாங்க. ஸோ ஒரு அமல்கமேஷன் ஆஃப் திங்ஸ். ஐ எம் எக்ஸைட்டட். ஆக்சுவலி 5 வருஷம் கழிச்சு இப்படி தான் இருக்கும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். இட் வில் பி வெரி மிக்சட். நிறைய பேர் வெளியே போவாங்க, அதில் போயிடக்கூடாதுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். அவ்வளோதான்.
தேங்க்ஸ் ஃபார் ஷேரிங். வெரி இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங். சாம்?
So I've always been ரொம்ப skeptical about this because my generation has seen the rise and fall of social media ன்னு சொல்லலாம். ஆர்கூட்லாம் இருந்தது, இப்போ வந்து ஆர்கூட்டே காணோம். So I've always been skeptical. But one thing is for sure, content creation is here to stay என்ற ஒரு விஷயம் மட்டும் நல்லா உறுதியா தெரியுது. I feel like the experience will start getting way more unimaginable. ரொம்ப ரியல் டைமா இருக்கும். மேபி மதன் ஒரு வீடியோ பண்ணும்போது அவரோடயே உட்கார்ந்து ஆடியன்ஸ் உட்கார்ந்து பேசுற மாதிரி ஒரு ஃபீல் or a vlog where you experience totally like real time, like you are in that travel log kind of a thing might evolve with technology and stuff. I think that's my take on it.
No, thank you so much. All super really interesting ideas. And I think with that, that's our time. Thank you all so much. Ivangalukku oru periya applause kodunga for spending their time with us and sharing your insights with us. It's been a pleasure. And I think back to our hosts for Umagine. Thank you for having us.
Can we give a nice big round of applause? Balama. I think that was truly amazing. All right, we're going to quickly take 4 questions. So, ஒரு அன்பான வேண்டுகோள், நீங்க யாரு, நீங்க எங்க இருந்து வரீங்கன்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு லைன்ல क्वेश्चन கேளுங்க. Any questions?
Students were they are following your content for learning English. நிறைய பேர் சொல்லிருந்தாங்க nice to meet you. நீங்க இவரே இருந்தாங்க ஞாபகம் இருக்கு என்ன பேசணும் ஞாபகம் really exchange numbers exchange பண்ணிக்கிட்டோமா we'll get connected, we can do a few things for students.
எனக்கு பயங்கரமாக எக்கோ அடிச்சிச்சு, அதனால நான் சொல்லிக்கிறேன், கரெக்டான்னு பாருங்க. நீங்கள் வந்து ஒரு பிஸ்னஸ் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க, அதுக்கு ஒரு சேனல் வச்சுருக்கீங்க, அதில் வியூஸ் வரல, என்ன பண்ணுறதுன்னு கேட்குறீங்க. நீங்க இது வரைக்கும் போஸ்ட் பண்ண வீடியோஸ் எத்தனை இருக்கும்? அதுல அதிகமா வியூஸ் போனது என்னது? எவ்வளவு வியூஸ் போயிருக்கும்? ஸோ உங்களோட சப்ஸ்கிரைபர்ஸ் இருக்கிறத விட 4 times அதிகமாக போயிருக்குல்ல? அங்கே ஏதோ கரெக்டாக பண்ணுறீங்க, அதை ரிப்பீட் பண்ணுங்க. யா ப்ரோ, தேங்க்யூ.
Do it right, repeat it once again. Awesome, yes. Can take some more questions. Please raise your hands. எங்கள் டீம் வருவாங்க மைக்கோட. நீ கேள்விகள் கேட்கலாம்.
அவங்க சொல்லுங்க, ஆன்சர் நீ சொல்லிட்டு.
ஹாய் எம்ஜினா. எம்ஜினா. ஹாய். எங்க இருக்கேன்? ஆனா இப்போ பாத்தீங்கன்னா நீங்க சொன்னீங்க ஹியூமன் வந்து ரீப்ளேஸ் பண்ண முடியாது. பட் தேர் இஸ் ஒன் திங் கால்ட் சூப்பர் ஏஐ. இது பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஏஐ மனுஷனோட நல்லா யோசிக்கும். 1000 யோசிக்கும். ஸோ இப்போ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா டேட்டா கொடுத்துருக்காங்க, அது வந்து அப்சர்வ் பண்ணிட்டு ஓகே நோட் பீப்புள் எக்ஸ்பெக்டிங் இப்படி கண்டெக்ட் பண்ணால் அவங்களுக்கு பிடிக்குது சொல்லிட்டு அதில் கண்டெக்ட் பண்ண ஆரம்பிக்கும். அப்போ நீங்கள் என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க?
அப்போ என்ன பண்ணுவேன், அந்த ஏஐ எப்படி செய்யறதுன்னு பார்ப்பேன். இல்லை சூப்பர் ஏஐ இது வந்து நம்மளுக்கு ரொம்ப வருஷமா நம்ம சினிமாவில் கூட பேசிட்டு இருக்கிற ஒரு டிபேட் தான். எந்திரன்லேருந்து ஐரோபாட் வரைக்கும் இருக்கிற ஒரு கொஸ்டின் தான். ஏஐ வந்து என்னைக்குமே ஹியூமன்ஸை ரீப்ளேஸ் பண்ண முடியாது கம்ப்ளீட்டா. நான் ஒரு சின்ன எக்ஸாம்பிள் சொல்றேன். இப்போ அம்பானியோட கடைசி பையன் இருக்காங்களா, அனந்த் அம்பானி இருக்காங்களா, உங்களுக்கு கல்யாணம் நடக்குது. ஸோ 1000 crores ஒரு கல்யாணம் பண்றாங்க. அந்த கல்யாணத்துக்கு கடைசியில் வந்து பில்கேட்ஸ்லேருந்து எல்லாரும் வர போறாங்க. அவங்களுக்கு கொடுக்க வேண்டிய கிஃப்ட்டுக்கு வந்து ஹேண்ட் கிராஃப்டட் கேண்டில்ஸ் கொடுக்க போறாங்க. அண்ட் ராஜஸ்தான்ல இருக்கிற ஒரு பர்டிகுலர் வே ஆஃப் வீவிங்ல உருவாக்கப்படுற துப்பட்டா வந்து விமனுக்கு கொடுக்க போறாங்க. இப்போ கேண்டில் செய்யறது ஃபேக்டரியில பண்ண முடியும். துப்பட்டா செய்யறது நம்ம ஒரு 200 இயர்ஸ்க்கு முன்னாடியே மான்செஸ்டர்ல பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டாங்க. ஆனா இன்னமும் அதுல ஹியூமன் எலிமெண்ட்டுக்குன்னு ஒரு வேல்யூ இருக்குல்ல, அந்த எக்ஸ்க்ளூசிவ் வேல்யூ என்னைக்குமே ஒரு ஹியூமன் எலிமெண்ட்டுக்கு இருக்கும். ஸோ அதான் நான் நினைக்கிறேன். தேங்க்யூ.
Right. Talent can never be replaced by AI. Awesome. Yes. Some more questions? Please raise your hands and a mic will reach you.
ஓ சொல்லுங்க. உங்களுக்கு என்ன வீடியோ பண்ண பிடிச்சிருக்கு முதல்ல? ஏன் அதோட லிமிட் பண்றீங்க? அது போலேன்னு தெரியுது இல்ல? ஏன் அதோட லிமிட் பண்றீங்க? அதை தாண்டி கொஞ்சம் பெட்டரா பேசலாம். மக்களுக்கு என்ன தேவைன்னு பாருங்க. ஆக்சுவலா உங்க வீட்டுல உள்ள அவர் பேர் என்ன? ஜாக்கோட வீடியோஸ் பார்க்க உங்களுக்கு பிடிக்குது அப்படின்னா ஜாக்கோட வீடியோஸ் ஒரு செட்டு போடுங்கிறேன் நான். போடுங்க. அதே மாதிரி உங்களுக்கு பிடிச்ச டாபிக்ஸ் ஒரு செட் ஆஃப் கண்டென்ட் போடுங்க. கண்டென்ட் போடுறதுக்கு வந்து இங்க லிமிடேஷன் ஒன்றும் கிடையாது. நீங்க இந்த பவுண்டரிக்குள்ள தான் இருக்கணும் கிடையாது. நம்ம ஒரு நாள் ஒரு கண்டென்ட் போடுவோம், அது சூப்பரா போகும்னு நினைப்போம், போகாது. இன்னொரு நாள் ஒரு இது மட்டமாக பண்ணியிருக்கோம், போகவே செய்யாதுன்னு நினைப்போம், சூப்பரா போகும். அதனால உங்களுக்கு என்னென்ன பாசிபிலிட்டிஸ் இருக்கோ ட்ரை பண்ணுங்க. முடிஞ்சளவு வந்து உங்க ஃபேஸை காட்டி நீங்க இன்ட்ராக்ட் பண்றப்போ யூடியூப் இஸ் ஆல் அபவுட் கனெக்டிங் வித் பீப்புள் தான். என்ன ஆகும்னா ஆடியன்ஸ் வந்து உங்களோட கனெக்ட் ஆயிடுவாங்க. ஸோ அப்போ நீங்கள் ஃபேஸை காட்டாமல் போடுற சேனலுக்கும் ஃபேஸை காட்டி நீங்கள் பேசி போடுற சேனலுக்கும் பெரிய வித்தியாசம் இருக்குது. ஸோ அதனால் ஐ ஆல்வேஸ் ரெக்கமெண்ட் டு கிரியேட்டர்ஸ் டு ஷோ தேர் ஃபேஸ் அண்ட் கிரியேட் கண்டென்ட். அதான் வந்து பெட்டராக ஒர்க் அவுட் ஆகும். நீங்கள் ஃபேஸே போடாமல் பண்ணீங்க அப்படின்னா 100 வியூஸ் வருது அப்படின்னா ஃபேஸ் போட்டு பண்ணுறப்போ அதே கண்டென்ட் 300-400 வியூஸ் போகிறதுக்கான பாசிபிலிட்டி ஜாஸ்தி. ஸோ ஃபேஸை காட்டி பண்ணுங்க. அண்ட் மக்களுக்கு எது பிடிக்குதோ அந்த மாதிரி விஷயத்த நீங்கள் போடுற ஒரு 10 கண்டென்ட் போட்டிருக்கீங்கன்னா அந்த 10ல் மதன் நல்லா சொன்னார், எந்த வீடியோட வியூஸ் அதிகமாக இருக்கோ அது ஏதோ நல்லா பண்ணுறீங்கன்னு அர்த்தம். அதை பிடிச்சிட்டு அந்த யூஎஸ்பி பிடிச்சிட்டு அப்படியே போயிடுங்க. அதான் என்னோட ரெக்கமெண்டேஷன். அதனால அது மட்டும் இன்னும் அதையும் தாண்டி யூடியூப்ல சக்ஸஸ்னு ஒரு டிஃபைன்ட் ஃபார்முலாவே கிடையாது, கிடையவே கிடையாது. அதனால வந்து நீங்க பண்ணுங்க, உங்களை ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா இழுத்துட்டு போகும். அவ்வளவுதான். ஒரு ஆத்துல போற இலை மாதிரி தான், போயிட்டே இருங்க.
Thank you. That's the last question. ASMR videos பண்ண நினைக்கிறவங்க ப்ளீஸ் ஃபேஸை காட்டுங்க, இன்னும் வியூஸ் வரும்னு சொல்றீங்க. With that it's a wrap. Thank you so much. ஒரு பெரிய கைத்தட்டல் கொடுத்துடலாம். இவ்வளோ எஃபர்ட் எடுத்து ரொம்ப அழகா எல்லா கேள்விகளுக்கும் பதில் கொடுத்தீங்க. Thank you so much for that. And I request our moderator to please felicitate our speakers on stage. Thank you. And I also request Madan Gauri to felicitate our moderator. All the best to all the content creators, and thank you so much to all our influencers and our moderator for this fabulous session. Thank you very much. So many beautiful moments here at Umagine TN. We move on to our next session, the fireside chat. AI and unified customer experience management. That's what we're going to be seeing on the stage next.
Both. I'm taking
For the next session, all our participants who are joining us, I request you to please take your seats and settle down so we can begin the next session. So Ranmana Vendukol, please sit down so we can begin our next session. AI and unified customer experience management. A very, very interesting session awaits you. There's so much to learn. So quickly, you settle down. I think na, நம்ம ஆரம்பிக்கலாம் அந்த நிகழ்ச்சியை. AI is the present, AI is the future, and that's why all our discussions have been focused on artificial intelligence, whether it's investing, whether it is cybersecurity. We've been discussing in detail. So in the session, Patingna, AI and unified customer experience management, we are discussing the present and the future. So it's going to be a very, very interesting session. So quicker, please settle down, take your seats. எங்க இடம் கிடைச்சாலும் please உட்கார்ந்துக்கோங்க. So நம்ம நிகழ்ச்சியை துவங்கலாம். All right, so let me go ahead and introduce our participants of this fireside chat. We have Raji Thomas as founder and CEO of Sprinkler, the world's truly unified platform for customer experience management, serving more than 1,000 enterprise brands globally. Isn't that truly amazing? His leadership has propelled Sprinkler to global prominence, providing innovative social media management solutions for leading brands. We have Ish Sundaram, President and CEO of Utpata Ventures, is going to be moderating this. Someone who needs no introduction, a distinguished industry leader and moderator. Can I please request the audience to give a nice big round of applause as we welcome this awesome team on stage. No, balama kai tatti varaverkalam.
வணக்கம் சென்னை. இந்த செஷன் போன செஷனை ஃபாலோ பண்ணுறது வந்து ரொம்ப கஷ்டம். இந்த ஸ்பீக்கர்ஸ்லாம் அருமையாக பேசினாங்க. அடுத்த வருஷத்துக்குள்ளே நானும் ஒரு 10 யூடியூப் வீடியோ போட்டு கொஞ்சம் பாப்புலராக பார்க்குறேன். We have Raji Thomas here. Raji is one of my favorite leaders from New York. Raji founded this company called Sprinkler. And Raji is such an accomplished, inspiring person. most importantly, he loves being here with everyone. He flew down from New York yesterday. And நான் அவர்கிட்ட பேசிட்டு இருக்கும்போது ஐ ஃபவுண்ட் அவுட் தட் அவர் படித்த ஊர் வந்து பாண்டிச்சேரி. யார் இங்கே பாண்டிச்சேரி பிடிக்கும்? பாண்டிச்சேரி பிடிச்சவங்க கை தூக்குங்க. So very excited to have Raji Thomas here. You know what he has built in the last 15 years is this company called Sprinkler, which is such an inspiring story from very ground up to almost like $1 billion+ worth of value he has created. Raji Thomas' company focuses on something called customer experience. How many of you use products like Dell? Yara Dell laptops use பண்றீங்களாங்க? Uber. If you ever use Dell, Uber, if you ever have a problem, his company is the platform that addresses these problems. So give a round of applause for Raji, who's come all the way from there. He's going to share his experiences, what he's done in the world of customer experience. Welcome, Raji.
Thank you.
20 years ago, when we started the world of customer service, I used to joke, customer service, 24/7 customer service was, you can call us 24 hours a day, we'll get back to you in 7 days. Right? That was customer service. But the world has changed from customer service to this new concept called customer experience. What is it? And what do you guys do to kind of take that customer service into the customer experience world?
I got it. So let's start with this. I understand there's a lot of students here. If you were a student, raise your hand. Okay. How many of you are thinking about a job in sales or marketing or customer service or customer research or any part of a company that touches the customer? Okay. By the way, the best paying jobs in most companies are salespeople. And that's something that a lot of students don't know. So if you are aspiring to go into a company and do a job that involves touching the customer,
right,
the other side of that is customer experience.
That's great. When I read an article, what you posted many years ago, you talked about how companies should focus what is inside versus outside. Often people focus on what is outside and they think the problem is outside and they don't understand it's their own people, they don't talk to each other. What have you learned in the last 10 years that you guys have put as a new thinking that connects the dots inside the company and you kind of understand yourself better than what's happening outside?
Yeah, so if you contact a bank today and you send them an email and then follow up with a phone call, chances are they can't understand what you had said in email. If you go and do a live chat and then you follow up with an email, chances are that's not connected. For sure, if you call them on the phone for customer service, the marketing team doesn't know that you're already talking to them. So all of these are different teams inside these companies that don't talk to each other. So the biggest problem in providing a good experience for you as a customer is the fact that these different teams, often who serve the same customer in different channels, they don't talk to each other. They don't know what each other is doing. So the idea of unifying customer experience is providing a way for them to work with each other so that you as a customer get the best experience with the brand. So if you call HDFC, in an ideal world, the person you're speaking to would know what you did in the branch, would know what products you've bought, would know what advertising messages they've shown you, what emails they have sent to you, what text messages they have sent to you. And that gives them a full context. In fact, they should also know who you are. Because if you have a LinkedIn profile, we talked about creators, if you have a X or Twitter profile, and you've made it available for everyone in the world, you probably want the person answering the phone to know that you're a student or you started a job. If you posted a picture on Twitter, you know, probably want them to know that you moved to a new house or whatever else you've made public. So that's a new world that all the existing companies don't do a good job of, which gives us an opportunity as Sprinkler to go solve.
Right. Raji, I want to shift a little bit around. There are big customer service disasters we've seen, right? Whether it's airline industry or a bank or, you know, you talk about big businesses, they've gone through crisis. And one of the things that has changed in the past few years is what you heard about social media. What have you guys done? You know, I know you've spent a lot of time with social media, kind of listening, monitoring, taking that back inside the company. How do you guys like manage a crisis? Like, you know, if something goes wrong in an airline today, within 15 minutes it goes down the tube, right? Like, how do you guys manage that? How do you take all those insights and how do you put that into actions and, you know, fix that problem?
Yeah. So I'm sure all of these folks are on some form of social media, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, probably many social media channels. So what happens is anything that goes wrong is picked up by either somebody's upset or somebody's really happy. Usually somebody's upset. And when people are upset, they talk about it. And they talk about it in social channels. And to understand that, you actually need AI. So we need the ability to pull that data. So we have partnerships with all the major social channels, and we buy data from any source of data that's public from aggregators. Then we run AI that can understand over 100 languages to get intent. Then we run that through volumetric and sentiment detection capability. So the AI will pick up and say, hey, there is negative sentiment about your brand, and it has to do with this particular product. So if you make laptops, hey, your newest laptop's got some issues and people are talking about it. And then, so we know the brand, we know the product, we know it's negative, and then we apply volumetric triggers. So usually what happens is you know the number of people who talk about your brand, you know the number of negative things that go on. So anything that starts and grows quickly, that doesn't look normal, gets picked up by our platform, and that's sent out as an alert. And then there are dashboards that would allow people to come in and drill down and understand what's going on.
So, post-COVID,
yeah,
a lot of people didn't get back to work, right? The biggest impact we've had is customer service. You know, if you call a bank or you call an airline or you call any customer support today, you may wait for like hours because there is huge labor shortage that's happening. How do you see that being solved with AI? Is it a complementary tool or is it more taking over people's job? How do you see that? Are you scared of AI?
Oh no, I love AI. We actually started going all into AI about 6 years ago. And, you know, as soon as generative AI became more common, we were one of the first companies to kind of all in on generative AI. So the answer is both. The answer is AI will be able to do a lot of things that human beings can, and it does that today. And so AI can do a human being's job. But the problem is today we think of either AI or human, right? This is where we create a lot of less than desirable customer experiences because you ask a chatbot something, it'll say something and you have a conversation for like 3 minutes and then it goes to a dead end. And it's very frustrating because when it hits a dead end, you pick up the phone or you send an email and you contact the brand and the company has no idea what the chatbot did. And that's a very frustrating experience. So where we think the future is going to be, what we provide to customers is the ability to have this AI-powered bot or concierge or agent that stands in front of the human being. So everything that AI can do, it does. And then when it gets stuck, or if it can't answer with a very high degree of confidence, it seamlessly brings a human being in, and the human being can understand all the things that have happened because we create a summary using generative AI and hand it over to the agent. So the agent is seamlessly picking up from where the bot left off, so the experience for the customer is even better.
That's great. Who is your favorite brand that takes care of its customers?
I would say Dell is a really, really good example, because they were one of the first brands to go very, very heavy on social customer care. In fact, when I was launching the company, one of my first customers was Dell, and they were speaking about social customer service and social selling way back in 2007 and 2008 when it was getting started. Today, they're so sophisticated. You know, their community on the website, if you go to the Dell community, it's one of the biggest and the best run communities in the world. And they are really, really sophisticated in terms of AI and self-service. And so they're one of my favorite brands. Amazon is another one of my favorite brands.
Who uses Amazon here?
Amazon, Google, Microsoft.
Half my wealth is spent on Amazon, so I'm sure everybody loves Amazon shopping. You know, I have to share this little, story about my interaction with Michael Dell. I asked him the same thing about his brand and, how he makes sure that everything is perfect and, why he does it. And he said, Ish, my name is in every computer, so it better be perfect because I don't want to damage my reputation with my name being in every place. So such an inspiring brand for sure. Let's talk a little bit about all these chatbots and everything running around AI. People are worried about their data being exposed. You're scanning the world about me when Ish is traveling in an airline or buying something in Amazon. I'm getting all these ads popped up like, hey, why don't you buy this? You bought this yesterday. You looked at this in YouTube. How do you guys manage privacy and all those things around, how much data you guys are scanning and using? Although it's public, but everybody worries about it, right?
Yeah. So, I did 3 email companies before this where spam and privacy became a big deal. And we were always working with big, large global companies. So privacy and security has been very, very important for us, for Sprinkler and for even before. So the rules of privacy are very simple, right? You have to, A, let the customer know what data you have, where are you getting it from. Number 2, you have to let the customer know how you're going to use it and for what purpose and how it serves them. And 3, you have to give them control of how you're using it and give them the ability to delete or revoke the permission whenever they don't want you to use that data. So if you do that, you're going to be fine. So those are the 3 things we have baked into everything we have done. And then in Europe, you've got GDPR. In California, we've got privacy regulation. And I believe it's coming everywhere in the world. And so the way that we think about it is if a consumer doesn't make that information accessible to a brand, we don't have access to it. And how can a consumer, you and I, make that information available? Number 1, if I make it public, anybody can see. So if I post to YouTube or post something on Twitter, that's for everybody to see. Now 2, if I go to Dell's Facebook page or Coca-Cola's Facebook page and I say something to them, I'm giving them permission to read that. That's what we cover. So we don't do anything that you cannot do manually. Our ability and the way we add value is by doing it using technology and analyzing it and using AI to make sense of it.
That's pretty cool. One thing every time I come to India, especially Chennai, what I love is the construct around hospitality. There's no other place better than, the world we live in here in India that is known for its hospitality. And every time when we, go to a restaurant or to a hotel or, what you see here in this building, how people take care of each other. Do you really think the bots that are being deployed in the Western world will be able to do that personalized experience for people here in India?
Well, I think we set the standard for sure. Every time I come to India and I go back, everything else doesn't compare to what you get here. So you're absolutely right. I think what the AI and generative AI is going to allow the rest of the world to do is to catch up. It may not exceed because we can do better. But a lot of things that just were impossible to do because in the rest of the world, they just don't have the labor, the human resources to deploy, and it's cost prohibitive to provide that kind of service. So this is where AI and generative AI and predictive AI can play a big role because you can literally have one human being do the job of 10 or 20 people. And a lot of stuff that can be self-service can be done through AI in a way that it's not done today.
That's great. Let's switch gears a little bit. We have a lot of students here from different colleges, different parts of Tamil Nadu. How many engineering college students here? Engineering. Arts and science. Any lawyers? MBA? Wow. Raji, what has been inspiring in the last 2 days is my interaction with so many of the students present here.
Yeah.
They not only come from Chennai, but they come from so many different parts of Tamil Nadu. And yesterday, Minister PTR spoke about, how much investments go into our students. The CM announced free Wi-Fi for everyone yesterday, which is all such a inspiring thing for our students. You came from a very diverse background, built a billion-dollar enterprise. What advice do you have for the students out there who, in the next 5 years with the world of startups, can be here and speak about their success, right? What took you 10 years may take much shorter for these kids who are such energy, enthusiasm out here. So what do you have for them?
Well, that's a great question. I think that's something that can be helpful for a lot of people here. It's funny, when I started, my first startup was in 2000, and starting companies was not sexy back then. And there weren't that many Indian Americans starting companies in the US. I would say, we all think that a great idea is the best predictor of success in starting a company. Actually, the most important thing in building a big company, in my humble opinion, is the ability to get through adversities over and over and over again without giving up. Because most people aren't, the company that they build eventually is not the idea they started with. So you have to have the ability to really learn, be prepared to be wrong, be prepared to be beat down, and you have to learn how to come back.
You were a very successful entrepreneur in US. If you were to start a new company in India, what would you do?
That's an interesting question. Look, India has a lot of opportunities, frankly, because we have such a big population. So there's so many basic things that can be solved with technology that hasn't been solved yet. Recent success like our digital payment system in health, commerce, there's still education, there's still so much opportunity in India. That it's a fascinating opportunity to be an entrepreneur in India now. But the flip side of that is there's a lot of competition, there's a lot of people. And so you have to be able to bring along a very diverse set of stakeholders, a lot more adversities than you'd probably find in the US.
So we are between the closing session. We're going to have Minister PTR and Minister Udayanidhi Stalin come here. So we're all excited to watch them. So we have 5 more minutes. I'm going to ask you some personal questions about you. We'd love to know a little bit about yourself. Favorite city in the world outside where you live now?
Well, I live in, my staple answer is New York City, but actually my favorite city is Pondicherry.
Wow, don't we all love Pondicherry for all the reasons we know of? Favorite cuisine, if you have to eat a South Indian, if you have a South Indian menu?
I'd say spicy food. I love spicy food. So Kerala food and Chettinad food.
Are you into biryani here?
I love biryani.
Yeah, you should definitely try the biryani here. It's amazing. Favorite movie in the South Indian movie?
Well, I have to.
Do you watch Tamil movie, by the way?
I do actually. I have to plug. I produced a Malayalam movie. It's called Ennu Ninte Moideen. So I have to plug that.
So amongst many things Raji has done, he's actually produced a movie.
That was a while ago. That was 2015, 2016.
Wow, you definitely have a very interesting background, Raji. I always thought you're the technologist, but I never knew until today that you actually produced a movie, which is pretty good. Would you make a movie again?
Probably not. I mean, that was really widely successful, but that was an experiment. I wanted to try doing it, and it worked, but I don't think I'll do it again. I don't know. Never say never, but not planning to.
And one last question. What do you have as an advice for all the students here? Your life lessons, your advice for them?
Well, I gave the commencement speech for New York University Stern School of Business this past summer. It's on YouTube. So all the advice I want to give is in a 7-minute video that's available. But I'd say, my advice would be the world today is very, very, very complicated. And every day there's lots of things that make you feel like, man, everything is going to be screwed up and everything is going south. My advice would be the person who wakes up every morning grateful that you're alive and knowing that the world's going to be okay and everything's going to be just fine. Be an optimist, it would be my advice.
That's such an inspiring message for everyone. Round of applause for Raji Thomas. He's flown all the way from New York. We had 2 fantastic days, and we still have the closing ceremony with our favorite ministers. PTR and Minister Udayanidhi Stalin is going to be here soon, so we would love to see you back again. Round of applause again for Raji here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You've done my job as well. But I'd like to take a moment here to request our moderator to felicitate our amazing speaker with a memento. This is the last session in this hall. We will have the valedictory function very shortly. Thank you so much once again. You've been an amazing audience, and we thank our moderator and speaker for yet another amazing session at Umagine TN. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. See you at the valedictory function.
heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision
check, test, check, 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 test, check, check, test, check, test, check, test, check, test, check, 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 test, check, test.
இது கரெக்டா இருக்கு.
நான் பாஸ்கர் சார் கிட்ட எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணிட்டேன்.
Hello.
Yeah, so we now request the Honorable Minister to launch the Innovation Portal Jigsaw.
ஸ்ரீமதி
IAS officer கீழே நிக்கிறாங்க. சாரி.
ஹோட்டல் சார் மேம் இப்போ மேம் Bhaskar sir, here, that ma'am, stand, ma'am, this ma'am. Yes, set out.
பொண்ணு
துணி இருக்கா மகேந்திரன்?
தம்பி
Bhaskar sir.
என்ன சொல்றீங்க? எங்க விசி கூப்பிடுறாங்களா? ரெண்டு விசியை கூப்பிடுறாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறமா மதுரையோ திருச்சியோ ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வருது. அதுக்கப்புறமா மதுரை ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்தா திருச்சி செகண்ட் வருது. கரெக்டா? ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ரெண்டு விசி வராங்க.
ஆமா சார்.
ஓகே. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ரெண்டு விசிக்கு முன்னாடில இருந்து ஆரம்பிக்கிறேன். நான் சொல்ல தர படிங்க எனக்கு.
பிடிஆர் பேசுறாரு. இங்க இன்னோவேஷன் போர்ட்டல்
லான்ச்க்கு அப்புறமா
அப்புறம் வந்து MOU சைன் பண்றோம். ஸ்கிரிப்ட்
எக்ஸ்சேஞ்ச் ஆஃப் எம்ஓவிஸ் கரெக்ட்டா?
ரெண்டு வீடியோ ஓகே. இங்க ரெண்டு வீடியோ வருது.
வீடியோ ப்ளே ஆகுது.
ஓகே. அதுக்கப்புறம் MOU வருது. ஓகே. Now request BC Anna University registrar.
அண்ணா யூனிவர்சிட்டி கேப்டன். அண்ணா யூனிவர்சிட்டி அதுக்கப்புறமா ட்ரீன் யூனிவர்சிட்டி காலேஜ் இன்ஜினியரிங் திருச்சிராப்பள்ளி ஃபர்ஸ்ட். அதுக்கப்புறமா மதுரை செகண்ட்.
மதுரை ஃபர்ஸ்ட்.
BC வராங்க மேல ஃபர்ஸ்ட். We request the BC of Anna University.
Check. 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 Check.
emergency. Just path work படிக்கிறது. Don't.
Timing in 5 minutes. Just do the photos.
மைக்ல ஒரு வாட்டி ask them to sit சொல்லுமா வர போறாரு 5 நிமிஷத்துல. ரோமிங்ல இருப்பாங்க.
I request the audience to please sit down and take your seats. Our Honorable Minister is here and is expected any moment. It's a protocol event. So I urge you to please take your seats and settle down. Once again, I request the audience to please take your seats. Please do not stand in the way. Please do not stand near the aisles. I urge you to please take your seats.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, yes, ma'am. You're reading. Yeah, nobody sits in
So this is a Germany ஏதோ பார்த்தேனே அங்க. Who?
Hello, check. Oh, hello, check. Mic check. 1, 2.
Australia. அவ்வளோதான் பை நேம்ஸ் இது போகணும். சிஜி ஆஸ்திரேலியா வந்துட்டாங்க. ரேடியோ வந்துச்சு. அவங்க பேர் வந்து சைக்கிள் வரும். SAIK பேர் சொல்ல வேண்டாம். சிஜியா வரும். ஆஸ்திரேலியா சிஜி ஜெர்மனி அவ்வளோதான். மற்றவங்க நம்ம
சார் ஃபைனலைஸ்ட் இது எங்க சார் இது? வாட்
We have agenda finalist. I'm on way to FCC.
நீங்க பக்கத்துல இருக்க பேர் தப்பா.
One second. என்ன சொன்னீங்க நீங்க? ஒரே நிமிஷம் சொல்லுங்க. அது ஸ்டாப்.
டெஸ்ட் பண்ணல கூப்பிடுங்க. அவசரப்பட்டாரா? டேக் Thomas, Umagine, Minister.
I take this opportunity to invite the following dignitaries on stage. Raji Thomas, Sprinkler USA, Dr. V. Kamakoti, Director, IIT Madras, Honorable Minister for Health and Mental Health, Government of Western Australia, Ms. Amberjeet Sanderson. Can I have you on stage? Along with Mr. Shankar Vanavaraya, Chairman, CIA Tamil Nadu, Consul General of Germany and Consul General of Australia to please join us on stage. I want to take a moment here and invite our dignitaries on stage. Raji Thomas, Sprinkler USA, Dr. V. Kamakoti, Director, IIT Madras, Honorable Minister for Health and Mental Health, Government of Western Australia, Ms. Amberjeet Sanderson, Mr. Shankar Vanavaraya, Chairman, CIA Tamil Nadu, Consul General of Germany and Consul General of Australia. Thank you so much. I request the audience to quickly take your seats as we warmly welcome the Honorable Minister of Youth Welfare and Sports Development, joining us here for the valedictory of Umagine TN. We warmly welcome you, sir, to the valedictory function.
Viva wants to speak.
Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to please take your seats. Thank you so much. Let us commence the proceedings of the valedictory function of Umagine 2024 with the rendition of the Tamil Thai Varthu. இப்பொழுது தமிழ் தாய் வாழ்த்து. அனைவரும் எழுந்து நிற்கவும்.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனம் என திகழ் பரத கண்டமிதில் தெற்கனமும் அது சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை முதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிலமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
We extend a warm welcome to everyone present here today. To kick off this momentous occasion, I now invite the Additional Chief Secretary to Government of Tamil Nadu, Information Technology and Digital Services, Thiru Dheeraj Kumar IAS Avargal, to deliver the welcome address.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். Good evening to all of you. Honorable Minister for Youth Welfare and Sports Development, Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, esteemed dignitaries on the dais and members in the audience. It is with great pleasure that I extend a heartfelt welcome to each one of you as we bring the curtains down on the second edition of Umagine TN 2024. It has indeed been a celebration of innovation in the ever-evolving era of technology. On this momentous occasion, we are honored to have the Honorable Minister of Youth Welfare and Sports Development, Government of Tamil Nadu, amongst us. His insights on this event, the main themes associated with it, as well as his insights on the overall development of technology in our state will shape our future plan of action. We are looking forward to those very invaluable thoughts on these areas of importance. Next, we warmly welcome our Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, who has been the chief architect of this tech summit, and he has been the guiding vision of this conference. Thank you very much, sir, for being the guiding pillar to all of us. Apart from going with all the minute details of this conference, I am happy to inform that he also graced 2 technical sessions yesterday. I welcome our distinguished guest, Honorable Minister for Health and Mental Health, Western Australia, Ms. Amber J. Sanderson. We are fortunate to have the Honorable Minister who will share her thoughts and experience with us, and I am sure we will benefit a lot from it. I wholeheartedly welcome the Consuls General of Germany and Australia who have accepted to grace this event. I am happy to welcome Dr. Kamakoti, Director of IIT Madras, and Mr. Raji Thomas, CEO of Sprinkler, whose session on artificial intelligence was indeed very thought-provoking. I take this opportunity to welcome the State Chairman of CII, Mr. Shankar Vanaraya. I will be failing if I do not welcome the very eminent speakers who have been really the soul of this tech event. The delegates from different industries, the teachers and scholars from academia, officials of different government departments, and members of media. Last 2 days have seen coming together of some of the top leaders of the technology in the world. There were 61 technical sessions with 160 eminent speakers speaking in these 61 technical sessions. On the ground floor, we have a very, very exclusive exhibition having 171 stalls which have been set up. And keeping in line with the tagline of Umagine TN 2024 of Inform, Inspire and Innovate, we have given a special place to startups. 117 stalls have been put up by startups alone in our exhibition pavilion. To top up that, there is a special innovation arena which has been set up by us, and during the last 2 days, this arena has been buzzing with product launches and investor pitch and other different activities. I am happy to inform that 110 one-to-one investor connects have happened in the last 2 days in this innovation arena, and 26 startups, they have moved to the next grade of deal screening as an outcome of the one-to-one connect that has happened in the innovation arena. All these outcomes that we are talking about and much more that I am not able to talk about because of the time constraint definitely gives us immense satisfaction with the event and the way it has gone. But then, I think this is only the beginning. We have to go a long way on the very immensely valuable ideas and very valuable solutions that have come up, that have been thrown up in these technical sessions. And I think we all together, from the government, from the industry, from the academia, and all of us together, we have to work together on those ideas and those solutions, and we will definitely do that. Once again, I welcome all the members, all the distinguished guests, all the members of the audience to this valedictory function. Thank you. Nandri Vanakkam.
Thank you, sir, for those inspiring words. I now request our Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, Dr. Parnivel Thiagarajan Avargal, to honor our chief guest. Our gratitude knows no bounds as we honor our chief guest by presenting a memento. Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Raji Thomas from Sprinkler USA, who will enlighten us with his words of wisdom.
Honorable Minister Udin Stalin, Honorable Minister Dr. PTR, dignitaries and members of all government officials, it's a pleasure for me to be here and an honor to participate in this. Congratulations on a really, really good event. I think it's inspiring to see the government bring together students in academia with businesses and organize something like this. We are on the cusp of a major revolution that I'm sure that you know AI is going to bring. And we have an opportunity that is potentially bigger than the web and the internet coming to us in the next 10 to 20 years. This is a great, Tamil Nadu is a great state known for diversity and inclusion. And it's very inspiring to see the movement to take a leadership position in technology. I wish the state and everyone all the very best in achieving your very ambitious goals. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. V. Kamakoti, Director, IIT Madras, to address the gathering.
Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable PTR. It's indeed a very great occasion today that we are all meeting. A very good opportunity for the industry, the academia, and the startups to come together on a common platform. We are in the cusp of a very important turning point in technology, where we have three very interesting building blocks: the artificial intelligence, the IoT, and the 5G communication protocols. These three pave way for many innovations, many solutions to societal problems. And as a country with over 1.5 billion population, it is very important that we start our innovation journey. We create more employers rather than employees. And that is, in this true spirit, I fully congratulate the Tamil Nadu government. And I'm also very proud that it is happening in our Chennai. And I'm sure this is again a very small starting point. It's just tip of the iceberg. And we are going to have major startups which are going to become unicorns in the days to come. And they will all remember Umagine with a lot of pride. Thank you very much. And again, congratulations.
Thank you for your continued support. It's an honor to have Honorable Minister for Health and Mental Health, Government of Western Australia, Amber Jade Sanderson MLA amongst us. I invite Honorable Member to deliver the special address.
Malai Vanakkam. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a great honour to be here in Chennai to explore the opportunities between this great state of Tamil Nadu and the state of Western Australia. I thank you, the Honourable Chief Minister, for your warm hospitality, and the Honourable Tiaga, Minister for Information Technology, Digital Services, and the Tamil Nadu government for inviting us to this incredible event. The former Deputy Premier, the Honourable Roger Cook, led an historic trade and investment mission to India in July 2022, comprising over 100 business, industry, and government representatives from Western Australia, all eager to deepen their economic and cultural connection to India. During the mission, the Honourable Roger Cook announced the establishment of a new investment and trade office in Chennai to provide a vital investment trade link between Tamil Nadu and India, and to support Western Australian businesses pursuing opportunities within the region. The states of Tamil Nadu and Western Australia have a natural affinity with each other. The states are equal in economic stature with an approximate GDP of $410 billion per annum. The geographical proximity, similar time zone, growing diaspora into Western Australia, and complementary industry focus areas like education, defence, space, primary industries, creative industries, mining, health, and life sciences make it conducive to building connections between the two ecosystems and economies. We have signed a letter of intent with the state of Tamil Nadu, with guidance Tamil Nadu, with the intention of deepening the relationship between the two states in mutual areas of interest. Since the partnership was formed, there have been several high-level delegations from Tamil Nadu to Western Australia, including the Honourable Minister, Palanivel Tiaga Rajan, Minister for Information, Technology and Digital Services, as he has visited Perth 3 times. With the recent visit of Deputy Premier Safioti to India, the Innovation Exchange Statement between Western Australia and Tamil Nadu was announced, which aims to strengthen the collaboration between the two states in the field of innovation. I'm proud to be here on my first official visit and bring alongside me the key industry leaders that shape our healthcare industry and are enablers of the health and life sciences sector. Together, we are here to explore opportunities for WA healthcare providers and their Indian counterparts, build deeper connections with key healthcare associations, and further our connections with the innovation ecosystem across the life sciences sectors. Thank you again for your warm welcome, and I've highlighted our strategy and some of the initiatives that we are talking to, not just to grow the West Australian economy, but to embrace partnerships with our overseas partners here in India. Thank you again to the Honourable Chief Minister and the Honourable Minister Palanivel Thiagarajan for this amazing opportunity to attend this Umagine valedictory event. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We look forward to many more successful collaborations. From envisioning Umagine 2024 to making it a resounding success, Innovator-in-Chief, I invite Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan Avargal, to share his thoughts.
இந்த மிகவும் மகிழ்ச்சிகரமான நிகழ்ச்சிக்கு தலைமை தாங்கி வருகை தந்திருக்கும் என் அருமை சகோதரர் மாண்புமிகு இளைஞர் நலன் மற்றும் விளையாட்டு மேம்பாட்டுத்துறை அமைச்சர் திரு உதயநிதி ஸ்டாலின் அவர்களே, என் அருமை அண்ணன் மாண்புமிகு சிறு குறு மற்றும் நடுத்தர தொழில்துறை அமைச்சர் அண்ணன் தாமோ அன்பரசன் அவர்களே, the Honourable Minister for Health and Mental Health of the Government of Western Australia, Ms. Amberjade Sanderson, my good friend, the Parliamentary Secretary and Member of the Legislative Assembly of Western Australia, Dr. Jagdish Krishna, the Additional Chief Secretary of the Government of Tamil Nadu for Information Technology and Digital Services, Thiru Dheeraj Kumar, the Director of the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, Dr. V. Kamakoti, Their Excellencies, the Consuls General of Germany and of Australia, my good friend who has taken so much trouble to be here with us in person today, Raji Thomas, the CEO of Sprinkler, Thiru Shankar Vanavarayar, the Chairman of the Tamil Nadu chapter of CII, distinguished guests, delegates, students, professors, the media, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this valedictory function, which gives me immense joy and pleasure at the end of this two-day conference. I must start by thanking the many people whose efforts allowed us to achieve what we have in the last 2 days. CII, NASCOM, the many government officers, government staff, the speakers, the delegates, the organizing committee that met so many times to help us finalize the program, the professors, the students of all the institutions that attended, the support staff, and the countless arms of the government of Tamil Nadu as well as volunteers that enabled us to pull off what I consider just short of a miracle. As I mentioned in the inaugural, we were only given the financial permission to run this conference and the funding towards the end of December, just before the New Year. In addition to the period lost for the New Year holiday, we also had 1 week that was effectively devoted to the Global Investor Meet and another week that was devoted to the Pongal holiday. In effect, we had about 5 weeks in which to pull off the entire organization of this conference. In fact, as the Chief Secretary, Additional Chief Secretary and I were discussing today, at some point we thought, should we even attempt this? It may be too tall a mountain to climb in the time that we have. And then on reflection, I felt it was our duty to hold this conference, no matter whatever the traditional definition of success might be. For us, we had the clarity of why we needed to do this, irrespective of the scale or the eventual outcome. In particular, as many have mentioned, we are at a very interesting inflection point for the technology sector. This has come about probably 3 or 4 times in my lifetime with the advent of the personal computer, the development of the networks and the first dot-com revolution, the advent of connectedness and IoT and distributed systems, and now artificial intelligence. So we felt that at this point, we had to do what was right for our society, for our government, for our students. And so we focused on 3 basic principles. We said the greatest inefficiency or lack of linkage in our state today is that despite being by far the greatest source of technology, manpower in the world, no other place of this scale of 75 to 80 million people produces 170, 180,000 engineering graduates a year. No other place is a richer source of talent to the tech industry, whether that's in the Bay Area or in Europe or in Australia or in Pune or in Bangalore. Despite having such great talent, we are not attracting enough capital, we are not creating enough jobs locally, and we are finding a lot of our youngsters have to go to other places to realize their potential. So the main things we need to do first is inform on both sides, inform our youth, our students of what world-class looks like, what big companies have been able to achieve, what the cutting edge of technology is currently at, and how they should be thinking about their futures and thinking outside the box about breaking through the current limitations. Equally, we wanted to bring senior decision makers, whether that's in corporates, in the venture capital world, in the private equity world, in other government organizations, and show them, not tell them, but show them through their presence here, through the audience here, through the exhibitors here, the exciting things that were happening in Tamil Nadu, and to encourage them to think about expanding their operations, their investments in this wonderful state. If we felt we informed people adequately, we would automatically inspire them, especially with people like Raji, who has created so much value in so many newly plowed fields, and that eventually that would lead to our desired outcome, as Professor Kamakoti said, that we want innovation to happen here. We don't want just followers, we want creators, we want people who are breaking new paths, breaking the mold. Looking back on the last 2 days, I must say that the event turned out better than I had feared. At least my trepidations were not realized. But I must say again that if it was done well, it was because of the efforts of so many, our officers, our organizing committee, our support staff, many who kindly traveled here all the way, sometimes for a few hours, sometimes for a day, to accept our invitation, to contribute to our state, our community, our students. And I'm eternally grateful to each and every one of them who helped achieve what we have achieved. We were not without our limitations. We learned something between yesterday and today. The crowd overwhelmed us a bit. Our preparations were less than ideal. But as is customary, any limitations in the outcome must fall on my shoulders as the Minister for the department. And I hope that we have learnt enough that we will improve, not just yesterday to today, but every single time we do this. This was always intended to be an annual event. As I say very often, What distinguishes our Chief Minister's government is that we mean what we say and we say what we mean, and we act according to our philosophy and we keep consistent to our word. When I was Finance Minister, when we funded this conference or event for the first time, it was intended to be an annual conference. It was therefore vital from my perspective that we ran the second edition this year after the first edition last year. I will now happily announce that we have already decided to run Umagine 2025 on the 10th and 11th of January next year. And we will make this an annual event in the calendar and place Chennai on the map of the tech conference calendar. Once again, I convey my heartfelt thanks to all the people who helped make this successful, to my leader, the Chief Minister, who graciously came, attended, and had very nice things to say about us, to my good friend, dear brother, Udayanidhi Stalin, who has taken his time out to be with us today, to all of you who are here, Nandri, Vanakkam.
Thank you, sir, for accelerating Tamil Nadu's digital transformation with all your efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, a moment we've all been waiting for. The innovation platform Jigsaw will offer the startups a database of deep tech researchers from partner universities, connects to investors in the emerging and deep tech space, access to industry innovation challenges, global networks, connects to government funds and problem statements. Truly a momentous occasion as we launch the innovation portal. We now request Honorable Minister of Youth Welfare and Sports Development to launch the innovation portal Jigsaw. And now we play the video of the innovation portal Jigsaw.
The world is full of challenges and opportunities. To solve them, we need the right pieces of the innovation puzzle. We need the industry, academia, researchers, and startups to work together and co-create solutions for a better tomorrow. That's why ITNT Hub, under the visionary government of Tamil Nadu, created Jigsaw, the joint innovation gateway for synergistic startup, academic, industry, investor work. Jigsaw, connecting you with top minds and resources in innovation, seeking research collaboration, industry exposure, funding opportunities, or scaling up. Jigsaw is the platform for you. Jigsaw is more than just a portal. It's a community of innovators who share a common vision and passion. It's a network of mentors and peers who support and inspire each other. It's a hub of learning and growth that fosters a culture of entrepreneurship and innovation. Your quest for your missing piece ends here. Join us today and be part of the innovation revolution.
Truly, Tamil Nadu is a land of endless opportunities. The MOUs are being signed with Anna University to set up Tamil Nadu Technology Hub, ITNT and Anna University Regional Campus Madurai and University College of Engineering, Tiruchirappalli, to nurture the innovation ecosystem in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities by establishing regional innovation hubs. We now request VC Anna University, Registrar Anna University, CEO ITNT Hub, and Dean Regional Campus Madurai to join us on stage for the exchange. Congratulations. Thank you. And we now request the Dean, University College of Engineering, Tiruchirappalli, to join us on stage for the exchange. Congratulations. The Jigsaw portal will onboard 26 colleges with around 500 plus researchers, strengthening the innovation network by getting access to the innovation challenges and other problem statements from the industry. Now we request the principals of these 26 colleges and the IT&T Hub CEO to come on stage. Thank you so much for joining us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we're truly honored to have Thiru Udayanidhi Stalin Avargal, Honorable Minister of Youth Welfare and Sports Development, Government of Tamil Nadu, as our chief guest. We successfully conducted Khelo India Asian Hockey Championship. We are enabling the next generation of sports stars by creating a sporting landscape that is inclusive, equitable, and sustainable for all. All these pioneering efforts have led us on the path as an emerging sporting capital of India. Under his able guidance today, we have the attention of the world with events such as the Chess Olympiad, inspiring the next generation and leading them to greater heights. Thiru Udayanidhi Stalin Avargal, Honorable Minister of Youth Welfare and Sports Development, Government of Tamil Nadu. We now request him to deliver the chief guest address. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause.
Honorable Minister of Rural Industries, Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Ananthiru Thamu Anbarasan Avargal. Honorable Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services Department, Dr. Thiru Palanivel Thiagarajan. Honorable Minister of Health and Mental Health, Government of Western Australia, Ms. Amber Jade Sanderson. Thiru Dheeraj Kumar, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary and Secretary to the Information Technology and Digital Services Department. Respected Thiru Silai Zaki, Consul General of Australia. Respected Michaela Kushla, Consul General of Germany. Thiru Reggie Thomas, CEO, Sprinkler USA. Dr. S. Anish Segar, IAS, Managing Director, ELCOT, Tamil Nadu. Thiru P. Praveen Nair, IAS, Chief Executive Officer, Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency. Dr. V. Kamakoti, Director of IIT Madras. Thiru Shankar Vanavarayar, from the Confederation of Indian Industry. Respected delegates, distinguished guests, esteemed participants, students, press, and media. I'm deeply honored to address you today at the valedictory ceremony of the Umagine Tamil Nadu 2024, a pivotal platform for technology, entrepreneurs, and talent. Our Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. M.K. Stalin, inaugurated this precious conclave yesterday morning. Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, has organized this conclave in a very incredible manner. I congratulate him and I wish him. Organized by the Information Technology and Digital Services Department, Government of Tamil Nadu, Umagine stands as an inspiration of progress, shaping the future of technology, entrepreneurship, and talent mobility, and making a significant impact on the global wave of innovation. Throughout this remarkable gathering, we have witnessed the convergence of visionaries and experts from various corners of the globe. As we look into the future, we have a great opportunity to drive sustainable and inclusive growth for India. India is blessed with a very young force. In the next 25 years, we will need to generate more than 220 million incremental jobs to employ India's young population. The fabric of the new workforce would include employment in emerging technology and digital sectors that will require new skills and capabilities. If we rise to this challenge, we can play a critical role to bring our entire population above the poverty line. The New York Times has lauded the efforts of the Tamil Nadu government for its initiatives in the industries department and IT sector. In the total female workforce of India, 42% is from a single state, that's our own Tamil Nadu. This highlights our commitment to ensuring gender equality in every working field. I'm happy to highlight the fact that from the policy makers to the industry leaders, from CEOs to startup pioneers, from tech experts to skill developers, academia, and representatives from diverse technology sectors, Umagine has been a platform for ideas, innovations, and collaborations. In the last 2 days, more than 100 experts, more than 1,000 delegates, more than 25 sessions, more than 10,000 visitors, more than 150 exhibitors have taken part in this Umagine Tamil Nadu 2024 conclave. The focus area of Umagine, namely artificial intelligence, AI, and deep tech security, connected intelligence, sustainability, global capability centers, and AVGC-XR, represent the forefront of technological advancement and also the next wave of opportunities. Connected intelligence bridges the gap between humans and machines, fostering seamless integration and enhanced user experiences. Data is the new gold, and safeguarding sensitive information and ensuring the integrity of our systems will be the concern of all government and institutions globally. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the experts and speakers who shared their insights and expertise from across the globe, spanning diverse domains. Your contributions have greatly enriched our discussions and inspired our audience to embrace the possibilities that lie ahead. Our brightest minds, our budding youth, and the future of Tamil Nadu have been truly inspired by these sessions. Tamil Nadu government has implemented several initiatives and programs to nurture young minds, harness their skills, and foster employment opportunities in alignment with the tech era. The successful Moovalur Ramamridam Ammayar Pudumai Pen scheme significantly increased girl students' enrollment in higher education. More than 2,71,000 girls are receiving rupees 1,000 per month as an education incentive. Building on this success, our Honorable Chief Minister announced the Tamil Pudalvan scheme, which will be launched to provide financial aid to boy students from the marginalized backgrounds attending government schools. This initiative will offer again rupees 1,000 per month to 3 lakh students for textbooks and academic improvement with an estimated cost of around rupees 360 crores. Additionally, the Non-Mudalvan upskilling platform aims to upskill over 25 lakh youth in Tamil Nadu. It will be supported by 2,000 plus institutions, offering 300 plus courses and guided by 200 plus mentors. As a job fair offers were conducted and organized under the Non-Mudalvan scheme, in the last 2.5 years, around 2 lakh students have got placements in national and multinational companies. Offering industry-aligned skills, the platform bridges industry gaps, providing job-oriented training and career guidance in state education institutions, fostering sustainable livelihoods for the youth of Tamil Nadu. An amount of rupees 3,014 crores is allotted to modernize 45 government polytechnic colleges with Industry 4.0 standards. Mutthamazhingar Kalingar's establishment of Tidal Park in the year 2000 marked the beginning of Tamil Nadu's IT revolution. Understanding the boom in IT after the globalization, Dr. Kalingar introduced the State Information Technology IT policy in 1997, first time in India. Following the footsteps of Mutthamazhingar Dr. Kalingar, our Honorable Chief Minister is taking technology to the next level. Recently, our Honorable Chief Minister has conducted the Global Investors Meet. MOUs worth about 6,64,000 crores were signed at the conference, aiming for a $1 trillion economy for Tamil Nadu. Our Honorable Chief Minister is implementing various schemes for industrial development. Our Dravidian model government has announced several schemes for uplifting IT department for the state. New IT parks are being developed in Coimbatore at an estimate of 1,100 crores. Tidal parks will come to Madurai at rupees 350 crores and Trichy at an estimate of 345 crores. Additional neo-tidal parks will be established in Tanjavur, Salem, Velur, Tirupur and Thoothukudi, creating around 13,000 jobs in these Tier 3 cities. Recognizing the crucial role of AI in our journey towards progress and prosperity, Tamil Nadu is committed to leveraging this technology as a developing state. With a focused approach on providing guidelines for the constructive integration of AI in education, employment, industry, research, and medicine, the mission aims to pave the way for innovation, efficiency, and inclusive growth. Dr. Kalingar conducted the Net Tamil 99 conference in the year 1999. Now, our Honorable Chief Minister conducted the Kanitamil conference now. Highlights our dedication to preserving and promoting the rich linguistic heritage of Tamil Nadu in the digital age. By infusing Tamil into the world of language computing and AI, we not only celebrate our cultural identity, but also contribute to the diversity and inclusivity of the global technological landscape. Our state stands at the forefront of pioneering technology and hosts a thriving ecosystem of tech-oriented firms and organizations. I extend a warm invitation to explore the limitless potential that our state, Tamil Nadu, has to offer. With its abundance of bright minds, skilled human resources, and a peaceful environment conducive to growth, Tamil Nadu provides the perfect setting to start and expand your ventures. Whether you are in AI, deep tech, cybersecurity, AVGC, or any other domain, Tamil Nadu welcomes you with open arms. This is not just an invitation, it's an assurance that you're choosing the right space, a space brimming with opportunities, innovations, and unparalleled support from the government. We are also grateful to our Honorable Chief Minister for his visionary leadership and firm support in shaping Tamil Nadu's path in the field of technology. Under our Honorable CM's dynamic leadership, Tamil Nadu has emerged as a hub of innovation, entrepreneurship, and technological excellence. To conclude, Umagine Tamil Nadu 2024 has been a testimony to the power of collaboration, innovation, and forward thinking. As we bid farewell to this extraordinary gathering, let us carry forward the spirit of Umagine and continue to push the boundaries of technology, entrepreneurship, and talent development. Together, let us shape a brighter and more prosperous future for generations to come. அனைவருக்கும் இனிய மாலை வணக்கம். நன்றி.
This is why Tamil Nadu is a success story. Thank you, sir, for encouraging us, and thank you for showing us the way. And now I invite the Managing Director of ELCOT, Mr. Anish Shankarayas, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, Honorable. Second edition of Umagine is concluding. It's been truly a celebration of technology, innovation, and talent over the last 2 days. We did more than experience IT at this talent hub for global tech. It's my proud privilege to thank the Honorable Minister for Youth Welfare and Sports Development for gracing this occasion and delivering a truly inspirational valedictory address. Thank you, sir. Honorable Minister for IT and DS has been the guiding force behind this event, curating the event end-to-end, and has now set new benchmarks and targets for next year. I thank Honorable Minister on behalf of organizing team for all the support that he has extended. Thank you, sir. I thank Honorable Minister for MSME for gracing this occasion and being part of this event. Thank you, sir. Tamil Nadu has a special relationship with Western Australia, and Imagine 2024 is another testament. I thank the Honorable Minister for Health and Mental Health, Government of Western Australia, for the August presence today. Thank you. I also thank our Additional Chief Secretary, IT and DS Department for leading the team from the front in organizing this event. Once again, thank you, sir. Industry and academia coming together is what we witnessed over the last 2 days. We are indeed privileged to have the Director IIT Madras and CEO Sprinkler amongst us today. Thank you to both of you. I thank the Honorable Consul Generals of Germany and Australia for gracing the occasion today. CII is our event partner. I thank CII Chairman Mr. Shankar Vanavarayar for his presence and for all the support that he extended for the smooth conduct of this event. I also thank the entire CII team and the volunteers involved who helped us put this event together. Imagine 2024 success, major credit goes to all the lineup of speakers, the impressive lineup of more than 100 speakers who participated in all the sessions. I thank all the speakers on behalf of the organizing team for accepting our invitation in short notice and gracing this event. I also thank the core team of IT department HODs and all the IT department staff, without whom this event would not have been possible. We had a very vibrant organizing committee with representation from industry, academia, investor community who made invaluable contributions towards Imagine 2024. Sincere gratitude to each one of you. I also thank all our sponsors and partners, NASCOM who came in as knowledge partner, all the delegates who attended this, students who had a very active participation in Imagine, our vendors, Chennai Trade Center for providing this venue to us, all our friends from the media who covered this event and for their active participation, and each one of you for coming together today for this valedictory address. Thank you one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let us all rise for the national anthem as we conclude this memorable gathering. Nattipan, Anaivarum Ezhundu Nirkavum.
जनगण मन अतिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जाहे तव शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तव जय गाता जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Inform, inspire, innovate. See you at Umagine 2025. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations.